Hey, peace, peace, peace. I know I did put in the chat I wasn't feeling well. I'm still not feeling the greatest, but I think Haile Selassie is a topic in Ethiopia that a lot of people like to talk about. And I wish I had a co host who was knowledgeable. I know Rocky is a bit knowledgeable on the subject. And a couple of Rastafarians, they get sensitive in the chat. Just like how everybody prees Christianity or Hebrew Israelism, we have a lot of people who subscribe to Rastafarianism. And I'm going to play a couple videos and we're going to look at the Rastafarian doctrine. Of course, the topic is Haile Selassie God or Christ. A couple years ago, there was a debate between Young Pharaoh and Sarah Sutton and the Amira squad. Is the Medjugorje deciphered? It was a big controversy where Seti broke from the Sonata and Black News 102 and all that stuff and started doing his own thing. And in trying to build up back the debates back, me and Robon did a debate on 125th Street live. It was a friendly debate whether Haile Selassie fit the Bible more than our Elijah Muhammad. And it was fun. It was all in jest. Some people thought it was serious. We were serious debating, but nah, it was just fun, just to get the vibes back and get the people back into debates. With Haile Selassie, Rastafarians are like the Nation of Islam or Hebrew Israelites, but they're more serious. And when you talk about Rastafarianism, they will have you up, man. I got family members that don't talk to me because of chapters in my book. It's crazy. One of the first things I'm going to do is talk about the origins. How did Rastafarian come into play? And a lot of people don't know the history. You know, we like to talk and debate and all that stuff, but where are these Ethiopian arguments coming from? And we could have a discussion without hate. You know what I'm saying? So, before there was a Haile Selassie, there was a Bedouin. For those who don't know who Bedouin is from the 1800s, a man who a lot of people claim could fly and all that type of stuff. And I find him to be a very fascinating guy because at the end of the day, a lot of people follow a lot of things and don't know where the root of it comes from. And part of the root of Rastafarianism is Bedouin and the 1800s. All right. So I'm gonna be a little bit slow today because I suffer from a headache issue called cluster headaches. For those who know what a cluster headache is, look it up. I get cluster headaches periodically, like once or twice a year for like a 2-week period. Boy, you know how me feel when they get them headaches. You feel like choking somebody. So I'm going through that right now, but today, this morning I felt horrible, but I feel a little better right now. All right. But there's a couple videos I want to play regarding Haile Selassie and regarding the Ethiopian movement, how it started. And a lot of the confusions that we have as far as Kush being Kish in Mesopotamia. And that's a couple of other things that we need to clarify. All right. So let's start off early in the Bible, with Nimrod. because Nimrod is a very important person in the biblical context. And then we're going to go through chronological order. I did a presentation years ago on Rastafarianism. I'm going to pull that up. We're going to go over some of the things in that. And we're going to give respect to everybody's position. Just like how I give respect to the Hebrew Israelites, I disagree with them pretty much 99.9% of what they teach. I disagree with Christians. I disagree with Muslims. I disagree with Nuwapians. I disagree with everybody, pretty much. You know, I don't think there's one religion that is just the religion that we should practice or follow or whatever. What I do want to give 4 people. You're going to hear me talk about Archibald Dunkley, Joseph Hibbert, Robert Hines, and the most popular one out of all of them, Leonard Howell. So Leonard Howell is the branch where I think Bob Marley comes through. All right. Gangali, they had all these names for him, man. So, you know, but we're gonna walk through it slowly. If anybody want to join the panel and add on, this is not a disrespect to Rastafarianism or whatever. This is just us saying here, we want to have a dialogue about this. All right. If anybody want to jump on, Garfield is upset. If anybody want to jump on and give a history or talk about the news with Puffy and all this foolishness, you could go ahead and come on and do that right now. And of course, no disrespect in the chat, no debating in the chat. If you want to debate, come on the panel. All right. So one of the first things that people talk about when it comes to is where is the sea, or where is the 4 rivers? What's the 4 rivers? And how can we go about it in understanding what the 4 rivers are? All right. Let me see what I have right here. All right. So here we go. We got a video from Inspiring Philosophy. I'm going to play that one first. Just to start off, Genesis 2 about, and bear in mind, the word Ethiopia was never in the Bible. Was never in the Bible. If you have information that could condemn me or beat me up on that, bring it out. Let me do this. You put this on the screen. Fair use warning. I'm going to be playing a couple of videos. Let's get some fair use warning out here. All right. Let me get this video going. But before I get this video going, we need to establish what Ethiopia is. All right. So let's bring up another screen and look up the term Ethiopia. We're going to do a little Google search. Ethiopia. I'm gonna go to the Wikipedia article because it's a summary of different articles from scholars. Somebody put this together. A person who's not a professional put it together. But we're gonna use it, and we're gonna use the sources that they use. All right. I don't want nobody saying, "Golf, are you using Wikipedia or Google or whatever?" Yeah, to search something up originally, you have to know what you're doing as far as that is concerned. Because what we do is, hold on, let me switch accounts. Add account. Hold on 1 second, family. Let me just switch this up real quick. All right, cool. All right. So let me get this out the way. I didn't even promote the show. Anybody put it on Facebook? Let me just put it on Facebook real quick because I've been slow this morning. I just got in the mood to go to the news feed. right. So I want to do everything in chronological order because when I do clips of the show, I want people to see in order what we're talking about and have an idea what we're talking about. All right. Okay. All right. Shalom, Isaiah 43:11. If you want to jump on the panel, man, yo, you did a great job. Everybody mad because I don't know how you look. All of a sudden, you're this white Jewish guy or European Jewish guy. I don't know. I didn't know that Europeans or blacks have a specific sound. It's crazy. Well, shalom to you and very good job last week. All right. Okay. Ethiopia. What happened is Rastafarians have the Feather Nagas, 2 books, and the Kebra Nagas. These are books that they hold to like how Christians hold to the Bible. They hold it as authority in their traditions. We don't subscribe to that, but that don't mean we don't respect what it is. You see, I have to apply a methodology to everything, to every single thing. All right? And what we need to do is we need to figure out as a people and be honest. We need to be honest to ourselves and honest to the people that's listening and be able to have a position where we could talk like mature individuals. All right. Sister Majai NYC. How you doing, sister? Sister, your mic is open, sis. Sis, your mic is open. Sis, your mic is open. I don't know if she could hear me or whatever. Everybody. Hold on. Sis, can you hear me? Yes. Unmute your mic. You muted your mic.
Muted. Peace and blessings.
Peace and love. Peace and love. Something you want to talk about, or you just want to chill for a little bit and listen to where I'm going?
Well, I got some information about Selassie.
What type of information do you have?
Well, my brother, I'm talking about reincarnation, and I know you know about reincarnations, and Selassie is reincarnated in a different body in today's time. That body that he's reincarnated in is Aramis, Nipsey Hussle. And just like Bob Marley is a reincarnation, I know it sounds bugged out. That's why I came here to discuss that with you.
No, it don't sound bugged out, family. That's how people who are religious talk. So we shouldn't be bugged out. We've been hearing that for a while.
Okay.
So I don't think being bugged out is the issue here.
Okay. Respect, love. So remember that
I'm here. I'm humble today because I'm very sensitive towards Rastafarianism. I grew up around it. My father's name is I'm going to get to that later. I'm going to talk about my father and his name later but my father was very anti-Rastafarian. So I grew up hating Rastafarians, right? Until I started to go to high school and my friend started to explain, and I was like, who is this Selassie you guys talking about? Because I couldn't mention his name in my house. So what I'm doing today is I'm going to have a conversation about everything regarding Ethiopia. All right. It's going to be good. It's going to be bad. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be the truth as far as what I know. I'm not here to say Selassie is God. I'm not here to say Selassie is Christ. I'm just putting the information out. And if people want to discuss it, if it's personal to you, it's fine. I don't think anything in the Bible we should take literally, but I can't say that to a believer. A believer going to believe what they believe. But what I'm going to do is have a conversation where we don't even have to argue. We could just put things out. Like I just allowed you to put something out. It sounds crazy to a non-believer, but I allowed you to put it out without challenging it because I understand the context of what you're speaking about.
Thank you.
Right. So I have to respect that. So now, moving forward, what I'm going to talk about first, because I want to do everything in chronology. I'm going to get to Selassie later on, about the next hour and a half. I'm going to get to Selassie. But for now, I want to talk about the word Ethiopia and the different meanings of Ethiopia and why there's a confusion with Ethiopia. All right. So give me a second. Let me get into this real quick, and I'll allow you to share your information of how you feel and where you're at. Is that okay?
Yes. Respect.
Yes. As usual, I respect everybody and what they bring to the table, and I respect it in context. You know what I'm saying? All right. So what I'm gonna do, sis, I'm gonna mute you up, and I'm because people are very sensitive when it comes to Selassie.
Yeah.
People will kill you for Selassie.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna mute your mic and bring you back in a second. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I feel horrible, Mika, but I come back. 12 tribes said no. You see? Rasta TV, I don't have a hatred towards Rastafarianism. In fact, I'll call myself even a Rasta, but in context. You have to understand why I would say that. So what I'm going to do, family, if anybody want to discuss this part of the show, because I want to do it in order. Ethiopia, where does the name come from? Why do we use it today? And what do we know about it? So, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to bring up Livius Tacitus on the Jews. Because a lot of people make mistakes when they talk about different things. And I want to clear something up regarding the term Ethiopia. All right? On the screen, and I'm taking my time to talk because what happened is I suffer from something called cluster headaches. So I had a headache last night, 1 to 2 every morning. I get this headache, killer headache. And this morning I felt kind of nauseous. And a while ago, there's this remedy that I use to like ease the headache. And it kind of helped me out right now. So I'm able to function. So I said, since I'm able to function and I don't feel nauseous, I'm going to actually do the show because people look forward to my show. I'm going to get 150 to 200 people watching eventually, but those people watch my show because they learn something. Whether they like me or not, they learn something from my show. So people learn a lot. So let's look at this right here, Ethiopia. And this is purely from Wikipedia, all right? But it has sources, so I could use sources to basically, you know what I'm saying? Like refer to and all that stuff. All right. It says here the name. When you look at the Wikipedia article, it has something called the etymology. The etymology, if you don't know what etymology is, etymology deals with the roots of words, where they originate or where they come from. Now, to my Ethiopian family, please, while we're talking, don't say we got this from the white man or got this from the black man or we don't know where this come from. Because Ethiopia, the term, as far as historical chronology, we don't find this reference in African systems. We don't find this word being used in Africa. We don't find it being used in Africa. We don't find any records of it in Africa. And in Africa, the only place that we normally would find records is in what's modern day Ethiopia, we would find records in Nubia, what we call Nubia or Kush, and we find records in ancient Egypt. As far as black people, because we like to use the term black people, the Ethiopians range from different skin tones and different phenotypes, just like the Egyptians, just like the Israelites, just like the Edomites, just like the Moabites. They varied because it was a hub. The location of where these places are had trade going. Yemen is right there. Yemen was a part of the Ethiopian Empire when it was called Aksum. And when we use the word Ethiopia, we have to be careful in what context. Are we using it from a Greek, quote unquote, white perspective? Or are we using it from an African-centered perspective? Because it's two different perspectives that has caused confusion for years. And we need to realize that. Pan-Mulatism, Garfield is hating on Selassie. Who said I'm hating on Selassie? All right. How can we tell the difference? Very good question. Let me put it on this right here. We go into the sources that's using the term Ethiopia. So let me read the etymology from this perspective. And I don't want nobody to be mad in the audience because I'm going to be very blunt, but I'm going to be respectful. So no need to be disrespectful in the chat. As a matter of fact, no debating in the chat. If you have a comment, click the link and come on the chat. Click the link. Let me 12 Tribe said that headache is a reminder. You see, you can't tell black people say you're sick, you know, I have no sickness, you know. You can't tell them nothing. Because they're going to say, yes, at the most high I do it or whatever. Yo, y'all is a trip, yo. All right. Let's take a look at this now. What does it say on the screen? See also Ethiopia. Now, when you click on Ethiopia, it's going to tell you something totally different than I'm about to well, something similar to what I'm about to tell you. But check this out. This is the Greek version of Ethiopia. All right. Now, tradition holds that the name Ethiopia comes from the name of the first king of Ethiopia, Ethiop or Ethiopis. Haile Berkeri. I don't know if this person is black, white, red, or yellow. I don't know. I'm putting color aside right now. I'm looking at the information for what it is. According to an Ethiopian tradition, the term Ethiopia is derived from the word Ethiopis, a name of the Ethiopian king, the seventh in the ancestral lines. Metshafe Aksum, or the Ethiopian Book of Aksum, identifies Ethiopis as the 12th king of Ethiopia and the father of Aksum Awi. The Ethiopians pronounce Ethiopia with a sage or the sixth sound, as in incorporated, and the graph has no equivalent in English or Latin graphs. Ethiopis is believed to be the 12th direct descendant of Adam. His father is identified as Cush, while his grandfather is known as Cam. Now, there's a problem here already. What is the problem? The problem is Ethiopia, his father is identified as Cush. Cush is equivalent to Ethiopia as far as the changing of the terminologies within the biblical text. So we have to make up our minds. Is Cush Ethiopia or Ethiopia Cush? We have to recognize that. That's a problem. And his grandfather is known as Cam, or what they call Ham. That's also a problem because Ham cannot be the father. I'm sorry. You know what? That is actually correct. His father is Cush and his grandfather is Cam. Yeah, that's correct. I'm wrong. I'm wrong right there. But as far as his father is identified as Cush, that's a problem because Cush is identified in the Bible are retranslated or transliterated as Ethiopia. So that's a problem they have with the biblical text. But again, these are books in the modern day Ethiopian tradition, Book of Aksum, the Kebra Nagast, the Fede Nagast. All these books are held as strongly as how the Muslims hold the Quran. These books are respected within that Ethiopic tradition. So we don't care about the books, but they do, and they respect the books. All right. So we're going to respect their books today. All right. Now watch this. In the 15th century, Gies, the Book of Aksum, the name is ascribed to a legendary individual called Ethiopius. He was an extra biblical son of Cush, son of Ham, said to have founded the city of Aksum. See, that's another tradition. The Greek name Ethiopia is a compound word, later explained as derived from the Greek words Aetho ops, I burn face. Now, ladies and gentlemen, can we differentiate the Greek word from the Ethiopic word? Because that's a problem. That's a problem. All right. Hey, Rasta TV, you are scared and terrified of me. You just said Garfield Kush was a colony of Ethiopia. My brother, there is absolutely no evidence of this. None. Even when Izana defeated them, he only defeated a part of it. That's why he took on the name Ethiopia. Because for those who don't know, what's called Ethiopia today was never called Ethiopia. It was never called Ethiopia. They took the name on with King Izana.
I think they took it. I think they took it on the name later than that.
All right, let me finish this part.
Quote unquote Solomonic dynasty.
Yeah, I think well, in his records, he does point it out that he does separate Kush from Abyssinia in his own writings. That's written in Sabian, Gies, or whatever he wrote it in. He wrote it in several translations where he points out the difference between Kush. I'm going to read the source later for that. I'm going to bring that primary out. That's actually copied word for word in my book.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway,
because I would say even during the British era, when the British had a lot of influence in that area, they was dealing with what's that king? What's that Negus Tawadros II? They was calling Abyssinia. Even when they were battling Menelik, the first Ethio war, they was calling it Abyssinia.
All right. Now let me say this to everybody in the audience. This is the problem now. Lord Abba made a comment. I'm not even going to respond to that. That's irrelevant. Baba Booba, why don't you click the link and jump on? I'm not arguing with nobody today. I'm not arguing with nobody. I'm putting out the information. You said it's a historical fact because I'm a Bantu supremacist. Now, what perspective are you coming from? You call yourself Rasta TV. So obviously you're coming from an Ethiopian primacy position. I don't have a problem with that. All we're saying is put the evidence down. Put the evidence. Don't be in the chat. I'm not even raising my voice today. I'm chilling today. I'm chilling because I know how Rastas get. They're not like the Hebrew Israelites. They want to stab you and kill you over this religion. They are totally different. They are not like the Hebrew Israelites. They're more like Muslims, but they are worse than the Muslims. Not saying that all Muslims are the same. I'm talking about the fanatical Muslims, the one that they always talk about they're going to do this and do that. These Rastafarians will physically beat you up and stab you and kill you over their belief. So I'm being very respectful because I don't want it to turn into a back and forth over that stuff. I'm saying to Rasta TV, if you have that information, bring it out so I could correct myself live while I'm talking about it.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, let me just finish reading this thing right here. All right, for everybody. So the Greek name is a compound word which means I burn face. According to Liddell Scott Jones Greek English Lexicon, the designation properly translates as burnt face in noun form. This is key. In noun form, and in red-brown in adjectival form, it means red-brown. All right. The historian Herodotus used the appellation to denote those parts of Africa south of the Sahara that were then known within the ecumene of the habitable world. The earliest mention, now he used Ethiopians. That's what he actually uses, which is very important. The earliest mention, I was trying to say this earlier to everybody, of the term is found in the works of Homer, where it is used to refer to two people groups, one in Africa and one in the east from eastern Turkey to India. So this is the problem now. My brother who's on the panel with me, Gullah, right? If you notice, we've been arguing in this community for years because even my brother Smash, I call him my brother today, he used to teach that Kush was connected to Nubia Kush, and because of what Homer wrote. But this again is from a Greek perspective, not from a Ethiopic or an African perspective. This is from their perspective. They called two people groups, one in Africa and one in the east from eastern Turkey to India. So when you argue with the book that they wrote about the ancient Kushites and whatever, that lady wrote that book in the 1900s, early 1900s, and we use that in the conscious community as a book saying that there was a Kushite kingdom that reigned from all the way in Africa, all the way to Turkey to India. And it's because of this reference, Homer, who called the two people groups Ethiopians. Why did he call them Ethiopians? Was it because of their burnt face, or them being are describing them in an adjectival form, red brown? We got to look at it in context. So when we see the word Ethiopian history, we don't realize we are promoting what white supremacy, because basically if a white person call you burnt face or nigger, we get offended, right? This would be a derogatory term to use in modern day context by white folks. Come here, burnt face boy. We would call them racist. So this is from a European Greek perspective, that the people in those areas who were darker skin, had a darker skin tone, they call them Ethiopians in some context. In some context, it might mean red brown, adjective form. All right. I don't think it
was racist though back then. I don't think the Greeks or the Greek speakers.
No, I'm saying we would consider it today racist.
Oh yeah. We'll be considered racist. Yeah, today, yeah.
We would say it racist. All right, here we go. Let me see who else we got here. Anybody else want to jump on and join the comments? Everybody scared of it? 12 tribes say, I'm still a Christian. So hold on a second. So nobody wants to come and defend except this sister right here? All right, we'll soon get to the sister in a minute. All right, so now, so the Greek name was borrowed. Look at this right here. This Greek name was borrowed into Amharic. Not Garfield saying it. This is not me saying it. It is don't tell me some evil white man, or I don't know who made this Ethiopian article. I don't know if it was a black man, a white man, a red man, but the sources are there. Now look at this now. The name Ethiopia, this might be a shocker to everybody, was never in the Old Testament. I'm going to say it again. The name or the word Ethiopia was never in the Old Testament of the Bible. It was never in the Old Testament. The word Ethiopia was added to the Old Testament when the Septuagint, or the Greek version of the Bible, was written. So we running around saying Ethiopia, this was a Greek thing that they use. They use the word, it comes from the Greek. Now in Greco-Roman epigraphs, Ethiopia was a specific toponym for ancient Nubia. at least as early as 850. The name Ethiopia also occurs in many translations of the Old Testament in allusion to Nubia. The ancient Hebrew text identified Nubia instead as Cush. However, in the New Testament, the Greek term Ethiopia does occur referring to a servant of Candace, the queen of Cush. All right. Now, following the Hellenic and biblical traditions, the Momentum Adulatonum, a 3rd century inscription belonging to the Aksumite Empire, indicates that Aksum's ruler governed an area that was flanked to the west by the territory of Ethiopia and Sasu. Interesting. The Aksumite king Izana eventually conquered Nubia the following century. So now, Rasta TV, why would Izana need to conquer parts of Nubia if they rule that area already? So in context, Rasta TV, what you said earlier could not have been correct based off of the historical and the chronological order of things. The Aksumite king Izana eventually conquered Nubia the following century, and the Aksumites thereafter appropriated the designation Ethiopians or Ethiopia for their own kingdom. Let me say that again. The Aksumite king Izana eventually conquered Nubia the following century, and the Aksumites thereafter appropriated the designation Ethiopians for their own kingdom. Why would they need to appropriate or designate a name for their own kingdom if it was their own kingdom called Ethiopia before? Very interesting.
Exactly. And then too, you know, in history, even though the story is shrouded in legend, but it's some truth to it. The Queen Makata, whatever dynasty she supposedly come from, the actual historical, even though they put legendary on over the story, but the legend is that the dynasty that she comes from during that time in that Eritrean area was actually being controlled by the Metalway Kingdom. So they was already like had a history of them being like the dominant culture or controlling their region for a long time. If you ever heard of the legend of the Zambezi and Gobo dynasty.
Mm-hmm.
Where they had to fight the serpent or the snake. Well, the serpent actually representing the kings in the royal lineages of Sudan or Kush or Metalway.
All right. Now he made this comment: Garfield Kush was a colony of Ethiopia, but it still wasn't a colony of Ethiopia at the time. So you jumping up and down here. I told you, fool. They literally found in modern day Sudan. You're making yourself look like a fool blinded by hate. No, Mr. Crazy Guy. They actually defeated and took over parts of Nubia. Nubia was still there.
Yeah.
What is wrong with this guy?
And it was already in decline. Like they didn't have to have a hard job to conquer the area at the time, because they already was like kind of in decline just by fighting the Romans so many years. So the Nubian region, they was kind of like, you know what I'm saying, it wasn't like united. You know, so you had different little tribes and little villages and chieftains fighting each other, so it was easy for them to take it. You know, they was already had different decline and shit just from fighting the Romans so many years.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, let me say this again. Why would Izana want to take on the name Ethiopia? Well, he took on the name Ethiopia. You said it was a person of Kush, but the outsiders are the ones that are using these names, not the indigenous people. So the indigenous people didn't call themselves Ethiopians. It was outsiders, as always, calling them Ethiopians. Exactly. They call the area. Now, there's a part in this article I want everybody to take a look at real quickly, right? It's the part of right here. No, not this part right here. I'm sorry. Not this part right here. There's something. Let me see. Ethiopia. All right, here. Let's look at this. Let's look at what it says right here. In the article, Wikipedia article, same Wikipedia, we're going to go to Ethiopia. first appears as a geographical term in classical documents in reference to the skin color of the inhabitants of the Upper Nile in northern Sudan, of areas south of the Sahara, and of certain areas in Asia. Its earliest mention is in the works of Homer. Now, in the book of Aksum, it says that it was either in the Ethiopian, modern day Ethiopian tradition, it's saying that it was the 7th king called Ethiopius, and in another tradition, it says he was the 12th king, right? Now, but the earliest mention we have in history is in Homer. Homer is written around 7th or 8th century BC, right? So before that, we don't have any references to this term Ethiopian. Of course, I just read earlier, it was drafted into the Amharic. It was as a loan word in Amharic, and it became Ethiopius. So now, bear in mind though, the key to all of this is the word Ethiopia. Again, it was never in the Old Testament until the Greek translated the word Cush and turned it into Ethiopia. So now when we have in the tradition say Cush is the son of Ethiopia, the son of Cush, that don't make any sense because Cush is Ethiopia in the Bible per se. The majority of the references, not all the time. So I want to figure out how we're using this term Ethiopia. Now, watch this. Everybody, I want everybody to take a look at this. If you look at this map on the screen, right? This is very important. When you read, what's his name? All the places they don't know in the place called Africa today, they call Libya. But below the Sahara, they call them Ethiopians, and they use the word Macrobians for different people or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Now, in context, we got to read it in context because he could mean the place, whatever. He calls the people, he don't call the place Ethiopia. He called them Ethiopians because the people below the Sahara Desert in their mindset is a darker shade of people. And I hope people notice it says Ethiopians, not Ethiopia. Ethiopians. That's different. He's also saying Macrobians are down in that region. So when we talk about and by the way, for everybody that's listening, this is from the quote-unquote white man Greek perspective. This is not Africans in a modern day sense saying, hey, our name is Ethiopian. This is why Izana took on the name, because in the Greek version of the Bible, the word Ethiopia is used, and Nubia was called Ethiopia by the Greeks as a toponym, as a place name. So what happened is when Izana invaded parts of Kush and he won the war in certain parts, he took on that name because of his belief as far as the Christianity part. Because remember, he was learning a new religion and Ethiopia was strong in the religion. So taking on the name Ethiopia, why did he not keep the name Habasha?
Yeah, because they try to make themselves legitimate in that book. They give them a place in the legend. You know what I'm saying?
So again, in Herodotus' world, he wasn't off, by the way. He called all of Africa Libya. For those who don't know, he did call everywhere Libya in that continent, even the seen and the unseen. So if you're living in South Africa, although he never had contact with you, he's calling it Libya. He called all of Africa Libya.
Yeah.
That's true. But Brother Garfield,
yes,
is
sir.
Is it not a fact that, so from our research, the word Ethiopia is reference to burnt faces. So in
some instances, it also means red brown, but it also has other meanings too. That it can mean blood and all that stuff. This Greek specialist broke it down to me. We gotta be color. Hold on one second. Before we even go any further, we gotta understand the Greek. There's something called the humoral system or the humoral hypothesis, where they said that everybody who has a skin tone, or they use a skin tone color to describe people, not in the way that we think of today. So even though they use the term Ethiopia, it can mean blood. It can mean red.
Facts. That's a fact. But so the
All
point
right.
of saying that was that initially that word described everyone of Africa to a certain extent of African ancestry.
No.
From even
That ain't
even
relevant.
Saudi Arabia, from
No.
Saudi Arabia all the way down into Egypt, those would be there. There is not just that particular geographic area where they would be called Ethiopia.
All right, let me say this. Let me calm down because I'm going to be calm today. I have no references where all the people in what we call Africa today was mentioned. I don't. If you have it, I'll accept it. I have no problem. You just got to provide the source that says.
I can pull it up.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, let me finish reading this. The Greek historian, skin color Sahara, certain years in Asia. Its early mention is in the works of Homer, twice in the Iliad, and 3 times in the Odyssey. Bear in mind, the Old Testament Genesis possibly at this time is not even written yet. There's no Genesis, because I know people might say, well, Genesis mentions Genesis 2 talk about the river and da. No.
Oh yeah, there wasn't no Genesis at all then.
Genesis at that time, for those who want to bring that up. You see, we believe as a believer that Moses' time period, these things were written. And some people go as far as saying Moses wrote it. I am not saying that you are wrong or right or anything. I'm just saying in context, we have no information to prove that there was an actual Torah at that time. We have no evidence to prove that. We have no written evidence, and the stories are written in a certain form, so we don't know. We don't know. All right. Anyway, the Greek historian Herodotus uses the appellation to refer to regions south of Egypt when describing Ethiopians, indicating Nubia, not the modern nation of Ethiopia. Now, let me see the source. The source is from the Library of History. I think they have the dictionary they're showing where he translated and all that stuff. So again, I'm saying this respectfully, and this is from a Greek perspective because it's their writings. The Greek historian Herodotus uses the appellation Ethiopia to refer to regions south of Egypt when describing Ethiopians, indicating Nubia, not the modern nation of Ethiopia. So now, when the Bible writers are writing, this is how you know the Greeks influenced the biblical writers, because in the Bible, it's the same appellation. They're referring to the south of Egypt when they talk about Ethiopia. You see it in Isaiah, you see it in Ezekiel 29:10, you see it all over. The geographical location of Ethiopia is Nubia. It lines up with when the Greeks and the Romans were calling Nubia Kush or Ethiopia. It lines up. So the biblical writers must have been during that time period because they're using the reference, the toponym Ethiopia. Why did the Greek translation change Kush to Ethiopia? Because Kush in the Bible is referring to where? Nubia. So they changed Nubia, Kush, to Ethiopia to also refer to Nubia, which is what Herodotus was doing. Because you know, in early scholarship, they used to say that Herodotus influenced the Torah. They used to teach that. Because of certain things within the Torah, the genealogies that you have in Genesis 10, it mirrors what the Greeks used to write and how they had their genealogy. You know what I'm saying? But, again, let me go to this last part. Again, before Herodotus, we have Homer talking about it in the 8th century BC. Again, in Hesiod, 8th century BC, speaks of Memnon as the king of the Ethiopians. And the reason why I'm reading this part here, because this is all mythical stuff. We know Homer and the Odyssey and the Hesiod, this is all mythical stuff. If you notice, look at what he said right here. In the catalogs of women, he stated that the Egyptian king Epaphus was the progenitor of the Ethiopians and other dark-skinned tribes of Libya. Wow. I got to add this to my slides. Did y'all know he's saying that the Egyptians king was the progenitor? Is there any Egyptian king named Ephasus? Look at it. Let me click on it right now so that we could look on it. This is Greek mythology. So you now, as an African-centered person or a black person, why are you trying to get an understanding of Ethiopia from a Greek perspective and you hate the white man? You hate it. Ain't nobody hate white people more than Rastafarians. Nobody hates white people than the people that propagate Rastafarianism. Nobody hate white people more than them. I'm saying this to you. So the Greeks wrote that the Egyptians gave birth to the Ethiopians. That contradicts everything we've ever heard in the conscious community. Ethiopia is a root because it's actually in Egyptian writings. They do. They do. All right. All right. Ephasus was the son of Zeus. Let me see what it says about him right here. In one account, had a son named da 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 da. This is craziness. Well, anyway, let me go back to the other stuff.
Garfield, can I just say this real quick?
Go ahead, sis.
You know, Rastafarians can hate white people because remember, Bob Marley's father is a white man, and also the 12 tribes are making babies with Caucasians. You got Caucasians with dreadlocks talking about Rastafari. Thank you.
Okay, all right, sis.
Yeah,
all right.
I would say to them, they think Greeks are white people, but technically Greeks ain't white people. Just because they don't know the complexity of European populations. But yes, it is because the Greeks didn't consider themselves white or fair skin. They looked at the Germanic, barbarians to the north of them as more pale or white people, like Nordic or type of tribes or Scandinavian type of tribes. The Greeks didn't really praise. They really praise like bronze and bronze skin tones, tan, shit like that.
All right. And for the record, the Nubians, who they call the Ethiopians, were very close to the Greeks. In fact, the Greeks hired them in their armies because they didn't subscribe to they didn't trust the Egyptians. So they hired the Nubians to be a part of their army. All right. Let me move on from this part here. So the
Brother Garfield, respect, sir.
Wagwan, everything is everything. Wagwan.
Maximum respect, sir, to you on the panel.
Mm-hmm.
Can I something really irked me, and you know me on a panel, man, so I have to jump on and ask you, because you are you know your thing. Mm-hmm. Let me ask you something. Was it a romantic relationship with Bob Marley, mom, and that white rapist?
Yeah, as far as what she said.
As far as you know the history going up. Do you know the history going up?
Yeah, the history was that it wasn't consensual.
Exactly. They prettied it up because they wanted to create the narrative.
Right. I know.
The man raped that young lady. It was common back in those days for Bakra, those Irish overseers, we call them Bakra, to take advantage and rape the young black women, wasn't it?
Facts.
So can you educate this lady so she can stop that nonsense? Because she offended me when she said that. If you have Irish blood in you, if you have any of these blood, you were raped. Young women were raped. So you and your ideology can try to claim this rape genetics all you want to fit your narrative, but you're insulting the history that I come from. So please stop it, lady.
All right, we get back to that later.
Thank you. Have a great day.
We get back to that later. All right. No, Sedella Marley was not raped, silly. Barrington Edwards, he's not talking about Sedella.
Yeah, I don't think everybody's raped. It's nuanced.
Yeah, that's not 100% true.
Yeah, that's nuanced. When humans get together, you got consensual shit too. Let's be real. We don't live in that. World.
No, but in that situation with Bob Marley, that's what's being propagated.
Yeah, I've heard that, but like even me, like I got Irish, but it's not from a rape. It's just from the culture, from the island that we from.
All right, so let's move on. We're at Ethiopia. Do we have a consensus of where Ethiopia, the term, come from? Because the one tradition is that it comes from the Book of Aksum, and others say it comes from X, Y, and Z. They're saying it Ethiopians. But my last piece of evidence regarding this Ethiopian thing, before we go on the Rasta side, before I defend the Rasta side, is this right here. This is something that the Hebrew Israelites like to use. It's called Tacitus on the Jews. And they like to refer that Tacitus says, he gives five examples of where the Jews come from. But in one of them, he says, many assure us that the Jews are descended from those Ethiopians who were driven by fear and hatred to immigrate from their home country when Cepheus was king. Now, let me do this for y'all real quick. I'm going to Google Cepheus live so y'all could see who Cepheus is. Because this is important to understand this tradition. Now, the Hebrew Israelites don't care who Cepheus is. They just want to see the word Ethiopian because it symbolizes that the person is black. But Cepheus, the king, let's take a look at who he is. Hold on. Whoever got their mics open, can y'all deal with that a different time, please? All right. So we have right here. I'm gonna show y'all Cepheus the king. Oh no, let me cancel this. Let me make sure that I press on this before I do anything. All right, Cepheus. So remember, in Tacitus, it says, many assure us that the Jews are descended from those Ethiopians. So the Hebrew Israelites in America and in Jamaica, they claim that, oh, you see, they say that the Jews descend from the Ethiopians, so they're black. All right, from their home country, right? When they were, so that means the Ethiopians is referring to right here is actually Nubia. But that's another story for another time. But look at what it says here. In Greek mythology, Cepheus was the king of Ethiopia and the father of Andromeda, the princess who is saved by the hero Perseus. Perseus, who is the person who Persia is named after? Okay. Cepheus was the son of either Belus, Agenor, or Phoenix. When Belus is described as his father, Atro, daughter of Nilus, is given as his mother, and Danaeus, Aegyptus, was the legendary king of ancient Egypt, and Phineas as his brother. He was laid pertaining to the Argive ancestry through King Lagos. So this is mythology. He's all a part of a mythology. So now what we're doing is looking at mythology and trying to make it a reality. Greek mythology, by the way, too. This is from a Greek perspective, not from an African-centered perspective, a Greek perspective. So when it says Ethiopians in Tacitus, he's talking about a tradition that is full of mythology. But we take it serious because we hear about Ethiopia, and we think of Ethiopia, we think of black. And by the way, to Hebrew Israelites, why would you want to be from Ethiopia if Ethiopia is Ham? That makes no sense. That means you're a Hamite, and you talk about against Hamites. These Israelites are so confused. So confused. They don't read the story. The story literally says, many assure us that the Jews are descended from those Ethiopians who were driven by fear and hatred to immigrate from their home country. So they are Ethiopians. That's their home country when Cepheus was king. Okay, so that's the whole thing about Ethiopia. Now, does anybody on the panel want to give the Ethiopian perspective regarding this?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, Sunshine.
Peace, by the way, to you, Brother Garfield, and everyone on the panel. I think we're agreeing that the word Ethiopia is originally a Greek term, and it's older than
hold
the
on,
Aksumite.
hold on 1 second. Does anybody on the panel have a primary or a source that will outdo my information about where the word Ethiopia comes from, or is it older than what the Greeks saying?
I got a Ezina stone. That's 4th century BC.
4th century AD. That's 4th century AD.
Yeah, 80. Okay, yeah.
All right, go ahead, Sunchild. I'm sorry, my brother.
Okay, so yeah, if we agree that it's a Greek term, I think the oldest reference is Homer, perhaps. But the idea is, I'm not sure if we're agreeing that Ethiopia, as far as the Greeks and the Romans, when they speak of Ethiopia, includes modern day Ethiopia. And I think, and I would argue that it does. But I'm not sure if that's Brother Garfield's stance.
I don't think. I think he says Ethiopians, and he's referring to Nubia. I don't think he's referring to all of Central. I mean, below Sub-Sahara Desert. He's saying if he's saying Ethiopians, that's how we understand Ethiopians today. He's referring to the people below the Sub-Sahara Desert,
Well,
not Ethiopia.
Garfield, Homer actually refers to the Egyptians as Ethiopians. If in that source that the brother just referenced in Homer, he was referring to the Egyptians as Ethiopians. So that's my point earlier when I was saying, Garfield, the Romans and the Greeks, they didn't distinguish between color. We were all Ethiopians to them.
No, I don't think so, because remember they have the reference to Libya. So Libya is actually all of Africa is Libya. You see, that's
they weren't even hit from West Africa yet.
Yeah, you see, remember all the seen and unseen of the African continent was called Libya. So
yeah, but
when he said Ethiopians, hold on, brother. When he says that's what I'm saying, in a modern day sense of the term Ethiopians, he's referring to the people below the Sahara. Now they're saying that in the sources that I read, it's saying that he's referring to the Nubians. I'm saying he's referring to the Nubians. I'm saying Ethiopians could mean anyone that's below the Sahara Desert. That's what I'm saying. I'll give you that. That don't mean the place is called Ethiopia.
Right.
Because the place is called Libya. It's called Libya.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you can't say.
But the point that I'm making, Garfield, is not geographically. I'm talking about color-wise. So, like in instance, when we're reading about Ethiopia and the Ezina stone, and the word, they're not referring to the Sudan at all. They're referring, the word Ethiopia is referring to Abyssinia.
All right. In the Ezina stone, when he talks about, hold on. Remember, in the Ezina stone, there's two sources, right? There's a Sabian source and there's another source. I'm going to read it to you right now, what the primary says. And what happened is he is separating himself from that geographical location. So we can't say that he's saying X, Y, and Z when he's actually not. Hold on a second. Let me just read it real quick, because a lot of people get that confused. So how did modern day Ethiopia get its name?
From my understanding, it's not to the 14th century.
Well, I don't go that far. That's what my brother was saying about. That's what Gullah was saying earlier.
Yeah, before 13th, 14th century, there was no Ethiopia.
Well, I don't know about that part. I will not. I don't want to break anybody's hearts, but I'll say this: the name Ethiopia being used on the west. He said, this is what he says in his writing. States that his realm extended on the west to the territory of Ethiopia and Sasu. The Ethiopia alluded to here is clearly something quite different from the country now known by that name, as it is treated as a region bordering on and therefore distinct from the Aksumite realm. Somewhat confusingly for the modern day student of African history, the Greco-Roman world knew of Nubia as Ethiopia, and it was not until the reign of Ezana that the Aksumites appropriated the name Ethiopian for themselves. Thus, Ezana styles himself king of Aksum and Himyar and Raden and the Ethiopian and Sabians and Salhin and Sayama and Kush and the Beja. That the Ethiopians are in this case the subjects of Aksum living in the Ethiopian highlands is evident from the Ge'ez version of this inscription. Let me see. The latter term is applied to Ethiopians in Sabic as well as in Arabic. This novel identification of the kingdom of Aksum as Ethiopia quickly gained currency in the Greco-Roman world, for not long after Izana's time, the ecclesiastical historian Philostorius became the first foreign author to call the Aksumites Ethiopians.
Mm-hmm.
Can I read a source? Can I read a source, Garfield?
Yeah, hold on. It is clear then that the 4th century marks the time at which the Aksumites first identified themselves with the Ethiopians of Greco-Roman parlance and came to be identified as such by foreigners. Since there is no indication that this was the case before Izana's, hold on one second. Case before Izana's reign, it can be reasonably concluded that the Ethiopia to which Momentum Adelatonium II refers is not to be sought within the borders of modern Ethiopia, but is instead to be identified with the kingdom of Kush in Nubia.
Abyssinia or Habashator or Habashas, whatever.
Yeah, go ahead. What is it? Sunchild, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm reading from a source on Oxford Research Encyclopedias or an Oxford Classical Dictionary. It's an extract from a writer, Robert G. Morcott. And the extract reads, Ethiopia was a name usually applied by the Greeks to any region in the far south but north of the equator, perhaps originally designating radiance.
Hold on. Go back. Start over again.
Okay.
You read slow. Ethiopia.
Okay. Ethiopia was a name usually applied by the Greeks to any region in the far south but north of the equator. Perhaps originally.
All right, hold on. Let me go ahead. Read it. Continue reading.
Perhaps originally designating radiance reflected by dwellers in the east from the morning star, it soon came to mean the land of the burnt-faced people. An ethnic connotation is found already in Homer, and as geographical knowledge increased, a distinction was made between Western and Eastern Ethiopians. Early Greek interest in Ethiopia was largely concerned with the source of the Nile. Ethiopia was favored by the gods and hence has an important place in utopian literature. From Herodotus onwards, Ethiopia designated especially the lands south of Egypt, comprising most of the modern states of Sudan and Ethiopia, the ancient Kush, Meroe, and Aksum. Ethiopians formed contingents in the Persian army during Xerxes' invasion of Greece, and Greeks visited Ethiopia from the 6th century BC onwards. So the important part here is where it says from Herodotus onwards, Ethiopia designated especially the land south of Egypt, comprising most of the modern states of Sudan and Ethiopia, ancient Kush, Meroe, and Aksum.
So before that, everything was known as Ethiopian?
No.
That's what he just said.
Nobody said. He never said.
They didn't even know about everything. Them motherfuckers didn't know where that equator was at the time.
Hold on. This is a picture of the equator, right? Of the equator and Africa, right? Now, some parts of modern day Ethiopia might be there. I'll give you that. But hold on, somebody just text me Don Law. Shout out to Don Law. He's listening. He said, Brother Herodotus says Ethiopia. Hold on, let me get this text real quick. Says Ethiopia started in Lower Nubia, just beyond Aswan, the land south of Elephantine. Now begins to be inhabited by Ethiopians. Listen, I honestly believe, remember, it's Ethiopians, not Ethiopia. We listen, we got to look at it if we're reading it in a modern day context, we're saying that he's referring to Ethiopians. He's talking to a people, not a country. He's not calling a country. The only country he's referring to, he called the whole place Libya. I don't know if this is difficult to understand. Maybe my Jamaican accent is in the way. He's not referring to an area as Ethiopia outside of Nubia. Nubia is what he's calling Ethiopia. But he called people Ethiopians possibly because of their darker shade.
It's a descriptive term.
Yeah. So if we're saying Ethiopia, he's not calling no specific location Ethiopia. He's not.
Well, according to what I just read,
when he's using a toponym, he's referring to what we call some parts of Nubia or parts of Sudan. I'll
Well,
give you.
according to the source here I just read, it says Ethiopia was Ethiopia designated especially the lands south of Egypt, comprising most of the modern states of Sudan and Ethiopia. So it does say it's not
Okay,
just the
okay.
people, but it's the land.
I actually slightly disagree, because if you look at the evidence again, if you look at the sources, I'm not going to argue with the source, right? What I'm going to say is this: we know that all right. He said that he used Ethiopians in the army, right? Against who?
It says Xerxes, the
All right,
Persian
Xerxes,
army,
right? Now he
in
said he
his
used
invasion of
Ethiopians,
Greece.
right? All right, watch this.
Yeah,
Let's
in his
Google
invasion of
it.
Greece.
Let's Google this, and you're gonna see my point. It had nothing to do with modern day Ethiopia. Nothing at all.
While you're looking that up, I think there's another source. If you there's an Axum ruler in the 1st century, Zoskales, and he made Greek the lingua franca of his territory, and he was the ruler of Axum in the 1st century. I think with that source, it says that as far as Adulis, which is current day Eritrea, is mentioned as a part of Ethiopia as well. So there's a connection with the Greek ruler in Axum, Zoskales, with
Let me
modern
ask
day
you this. Let me ask you
Ethiopia.
this. In Eritrea, right?
Yeah.
When was the first structure built in Eritrea? Like a building, a village. When is the first records of a village in Eritrea?
I don't know.
What people don't know, and I'm being respectful as possible. I know some people make some vague stuff when they write. That's what writers do, and I don't hold to that. What I'm saying to everybody is this: when you look at the culture of the biblical text, the culture of the biblical text is actually repeating what is unknown to the biblical writers at the time. A lot of the rewritings are done during the Greek time period. In the Greek time period, if you look at the connections, what the people have with people around in the surrounding areas in Africa, and you see how the Bibles talk about who is Ham. Ham is supposed to be, in whoever mind what it is, right? Ham's children are Canaan, Cush, Phut, and Mizraim. Phut is Libya. Cush is Nubia. Mizraim is Egypt. Canaan is where Canaan is. They don't have a reference to people below there. So what we decided to do is, as humans, is enlarge Cush to make Cush now a part that include the modern day Ethiopia, or parts of it. Remember this. This is something very important that's actually quoted in my book. And I'm going to read it, and I hope people understand what I'm reading and understand the context. So when we are arguing about a place called Ethiopia, we have to know what we're talking about from an anthropological perspective, an archaeological perspective, a historical perspective, and even a genetics perspective. Not even too much a linguistic at this point. But I'm going to read something carefully for everybody to listen.
Can't see the screen.
Hold on. No, I'm not sharing it. It's actually in my book. I actually could put it on the screen if I want to, but let me read something that's very important to everybody here.
Yeah, and after you finish, I want to say
the reason why I asked Sunchild a question is because I want people to get an idea that what was going on in the region at the time. In the time of when Menelik I was supposed to be living, right? Think about this for a second. How many villages were in that region that we call Ethiopia today? How many structures were there living? How many people, how many buildings did they have? And if you research that, you're going to get the shock of your life. There was zilch. There was zilch. No villages, no buildings, no structures, no homes, nothing. So for us to argue about they mean this part of, you got to show me evidence of in Eritrea, people living in Eritrea. This is what I would ask that scholar who wrote that. Because sometimes we are vague when we write things. But if I ask for a source, show me in Eritrea what they've dug up, they're not going to find anything. But we're going to find stuff in what we call Nubia. We're not going to find anything in where Ethiopia is. We're not. And then when we started seeing things, you're talking about the Damet Empire, 8th century BC. You're talking about that time period. And you see a king's list that's public that everybody could Google and find right now. So what are we doing? Hold on for the divine doctrine.
We're trying to force ancient Near Eastern mythology into Africa and take the ancient Near Eastern terminology of places and use those to designate either historical people or historical events. That's every time I hear these arguments, Garfield, it makes me recognize that we have accepted, a lot of these people have accepted the Greek way of looking at certain things, especially when it comes to to these types of conversations, religion, history, geography. And what they don't take into account is how much the lands were changing hands and how many kingdoms and villages were falling and being usurped or being infiltrated by outsiders. And once these places were infiltrated, they had to do what? Either die out or take on the customs of the invading kingdom, of the invading peoples. So that's going to do what? Change your land and things like that. But I don't think people actually look at history the way they should. They like to nitpick through history and find things that's going to line up with their ancient Near Eastern ideology.
I found another source, Garfield, that speaks to these subjects, especially Eritrea as well. Now, I just asked Chat GPT, which gave me a couple of different sources as well. And what it says is, yes, Adulis was part of what the Greeks referred to as Ethiopia. In ancient Greek geography, Ethiopia was a broad and loosely defined term used to describe the regions south of Egypt, often encompassing parts of modern-day Sudan, Eritrea, and Ethiopia. The term didn't refer to a specific political entity, but rather to a geographic and ethnographic area inhabited by the people the Greeks called burnt-faced. And it goes on to say Greek and Roman writers such as Pliny the Elder and Strabo and the unknown author of the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea mention Adulis and describe it as a key part of the wider Ethiopian region. And again, Adulis is modern-day Eritrea, so as far north as Eritrea, and including parts of modern-day Ethiopia were considered to the Greeks. Again, Pliny the Elder, we read that Herodotus, according to Robert G. Moorcott, Strabo, and others, and another unknown author, do include parts of modern-day Ethiopia as far as Eritrea to the ancient Greek idea of what Ethiopia is.
Who is mentioning Adulis, by the way?
Well, I mentioned Adulis because it's important to the conversation, being modern-day Eritrea, which is north of Ethiopia. So if we're going to say that Ethiopia to the Greeks is only inclusive of Sudan and, not even including Ethiopia, southern Ethiopia, then that the fact that it's north of Ethiopia speaks volumes to the fact of how broad the concept of Ethiopia was to the Greeks.
I agree with that.
Everybody mute up. Relax, calm down. Now, Ethiopia, they use Ethiopia mean from Turkey to India also. Let's not forget that. Again, I think what they're referring to when they say Ethiopians, we're disregarding what I'm saying earlier. Ethiopians and when Ethiopia is used. So you're saying Ethiopia was used to include Alduis at what point, at what time period? I don't know. You just got to come back and tell me when. And the second thing is Ethiopians is referring to sometimes a darker shade people. So the people who were living in Turkey and all the way to India, they call them Ethiopians for a reason. So that's not Ethiopia. You wouldn't call it Ethiopia. They call them Ethiopians. People below the southern part, the southern border of Egypt is Ethiopians. We're gonna have to look at each reference and see what they're talking about, because then
as far as the question of when, if I may, we're talking about Herodotus, Pliny the Elder, Strabo. I think Herodotus we know is 800 BC or so. Pliny the Elder and Strabo
Herodotus is in the 400s. He's in the
400s. 400s. I'm sorry.
What I think the brother's not understanding is,
just really quickly, Pliny the Elder and Strabo would be 1st or 2nd century AD, right, Garfield? And they are specifically stating that it's the land, not just the name of a people, but they're talking about a region when they talk about Ethiopia.
there is no Ethiopia during that time. So, and that's the thing that I think you're misunderstanding, like what Garfield's saying. The word Ethiopians is not necessarily stating that there is a country called Ethiopia where these Ethiopians are coming from. Like you said, from Turkey to India,
right.
These people.
Well, I'm not making that
argument.
Hold
on. Let me finish. I'll let you finish. When he said from Turkey to India, these people are called Ethiopians. Are you saying that there is a country called Ethiopia where these Ethiopian people are coming from?
No, not a specific country per se, but there is a broad region, including modern day.
Well, he said Turkey to India. Ethiopia. So within Turkey and India, there's Ethiopia.
No, brother. Again, there's no specific country, but what I'm stating is that it is referring to a place, a region, and a land.
So I'm saying use your comprehensive. So I'm saying you should think. If he's saying between Turkey and India, these people are referred to as Ethiopians. I'm asking you to think and tell me where would that geographic location be within Turkey and India?
I don't know. This is the first time hearing of the idea.
It wouldn't be.
I would say even
I'd have to look into it to see if it makes sense for that. But I'm not speaking about Turkey and India. This is outside of my purview.
Yeah, I understand that. But I would say even in that area, you know what I'm saying, they wouldn't be talking about modern day Ethiopia. They'd probably be more so talking about Eritrea, which was, you know what I'm saying, which is even the Oxamites themselves. The Oxamites then traveled more south into modern Ethiopia until after Oxum was destroyed during the ninth centuries or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They always.
But it was a large region though.
Yeah, well,
it was a large region.
Hold on. Too much people talking. But
it was around that it reached
I promise you, I'm not gonna shout today. But relax for 1 second. Let me do this. This is from the Wikipedia article, right? It's regarding Adulis. All right. Now look at this right here. Pliny the Elder is the earliest European writer to mention Adulis. He misunderstood the name of the place, thinking the toponym meant that it had been founded by escaped Egyptian slaves. Pliny further stated it was the principal mart for the troglodyte. What's the troglodyte? Were people mentioned in various locations by many ancient Greek and Roman geographers and historians, including Herodotus, and the people of Ethiopia. Adulis is also mentioned in the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea. Somebody mute the mic, please. A guide of the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. The latter guides describe the settlement as an emporium for the ivory hides, slaves, and other exports of the interior. Roman merchants used the port in the 2nd and 3rd century AD. It appears that the city was located some distance from its actual port, approximately 20 states away, which sources refer to as the harbor of the Adulita. Further evidence of this distinction can be seen in the fact that Adulita are sometimes mentioned separately from the Oxamites. Epiphanius, when listing the 9 kingdoms of the Indians, distinguishes between the Oxamites and the Adulita. So it seems like, you see, that this is the problem, because look at what it says right here. It says the principal mart for the troglodyte and the people of Ethiopia. So Ethiopia is not that it's this is Ethiopia per se. I think what happened is there's so much people referring Ethiopians and Ethiopia. Some people get it wrong based off of so many mentions by so many different peoples. I really don't think Ethiopia includes any of this place. I really don't. I think the Bible, and this might surprise a lot of people, I think the Bible got it right. I think the Bible actually got it right. Because if you look at the soldiers in the Persian time period that you're talking about with Xerxes, these are Nubian soldiers, not Ethiopians like we think of today. And I think it's extremely confusing. Now, what Sunchild says, I'll look more deeper into it. But again, as you see from this little option here with Pliny the Elder, the people separated the Oxamites from the Aduliter. And I mean, remember, the Oxamites were the Ethiopians. They were the so-called Ethiopians of today. They're descended from them. So it seems like they're saying a lot of people come there because it's a port city, because there's trade. But when you think of people that was powerful, you think of the Nubians. The people in Ethiopia wasn't powerful earlier on. They weren't. You had the Demet Empire, which was subjected to the Yemenite folks. Then you had the Oxamites take over in the 1st century BC. It wasn't a powerful kingdom, just to be realistic, But hey, I can be wrong though. I can be wrong. But go ahead, brother.
Why isn't the city of Du ever mentioned? The port city of Du in Ethiopia ever mentioned?
I don't know.
Because that is another trading post where they were and they've been going there for centuries. They actually had a battle over it a couple of times because it gave access to where? The Indian Ocean. So these are all areas that these Greeks, these Romans, these Asiatics were trying to control. So at different times,
let me get my brother in here. My brother, Pan
he's a
Mulatto.
troll.
Yeah, golfer. He just came to troll. I wanted to say,
well, hold on, brother. You can't skip me. The host just called me. With all due respect.
but you about to troll and derail the conversation to some FBA nonsense. We don't want to hear that today, brother. We don't want to hear no mulatto nonsense today.
Let them talk.
Really,
It's a Pan-African show. We don't need no trolls.
What do you want to bring up, Pan-Mulattism? What do you
The
want to
reason that Haile Selassie is receiving so much hatred is because he.
Ain't nobody hating on Haile Selassie, man. Nobody's allowed to hate on Haile Selassie. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Can I just say something real quick? Before I jump off?
Kwame, go ahead, Kwame.
Thank you for the show. This is a wonderful show. This is another beatdown from last Sunday. Man, this is perfect. A ball head beating up the rosters. I just want to tell you, you are now the king of Shashamane, and keep doing your thing, Garfield.
Much respect. I hear that. All right, let me do it this way. Let me get Sunchild in here because he's trying to say something. Go ahead, Sunchild.
Thank you, Garfield. Just a question. Being that Zoscheles is said to have made Greek the lingua franca during his reign, and Ethiopia is a Greek word, we know that when places are colonized, they generally do take on the language and even the names for themselves that their colonizers call them. Like even pejorative names like the N-word, we still use that and we identify as such and so on, and Ethiopia being a pejorative term initially. What are the chances, do you think, that the Ethiopians would have, or the Axumites themselves, would have called themselves and adapted the Greek language and used it locally and called themselves Ethiopians locally as early as the 1st century AD?
My sources say that didn't happen until 13th, 14th century. That's why I said so.
Hold on a second. Sunchild, repeat the last part of your question.
What are the chances that
in that era did what?
Would have called themselves Ethiopians? Not that there's a source for it, but the chances, just as far as your opinion on it, that being that we do adapt the names from colonizers, such as the N-word. And we know that Greek was the lingua franca as early as the 1st century AD. What are the chances that the locals there would have adopted these terms for themselves as well and called themselves Ethiopians as early as the 1st century?
I mean, it's possible because maybe they saw themselves. I'm not sure how in depth they were with the Bible. I know the Bible was there before Izana. It was, but not in we know that Mastar and Astar and Maren was the main people that they traced their genealogy and their lineage from before they got the Abrahamic faiths there. But I was reading a work by George Hadke, and I'm going to use that for my upcoming book. And he talks about the Geese and looking at the Geese traditions that's written down from the BC era, searching for like the Judaism or Abrahamic faiths in it. And he found a lot. He found a lot of information that I'm definitely going to use in my book. But I'm not going to say what he found a lot of, but I'm just going to say that it's going to be very, very interesting. But I do see that the Ethiopians were, if you Google Ethiopian Greeks, you'll see that pop up that they spoke Greek and all that stuff, and they have Greek traditions. So I don't know about adopting the name Ethiopia at that time. I don't know. I can't speak on it. I don't have no information. So maybe if someone brings information forward, then I could change my views, but I don't have a view at that right now. Based on George Hadke's work, I wouldn't agree with that. I wouldn't agree with that.
I understand, and again, I don't have a source to confirm that, but I think it's feasible that in the 4th century, if it's adapted as the name of the country and the identity of the people, that it would have been, from an earlier period, that it ultimately became the ultimate identifier for the people, and not just something out of the blue where they just said, okay, we're Ethiopian.
That's from Abrahamic. But hold on. Why would they adopt the Abrahamic faith in the Greek tradition? That's another thing too, because remember, Izana was the one that was already a believer in that. So it made sense for him to adopt Ethiopia. But in the Greeks, if the Greeks come, it would make sense for them to adopt what the Greek system is, because the Greek is looked at as superior as far as white supremacy at that point. They are looked at as superior, so they are adapting their culture and their ways. So I'm saying to you, why would they adopt the term Ethiopia, which is biblical, in a biblical sense, at that time if the Bible wasn't pushed? It don't make sense. It makes sense that they push Maren, Astar, and the other Eastern religions that they were following, mixed with a little Greek culture, which is what they did. That's what we have evidence of. So I look at it from that perspective. No, I don't see it.
Yeah, I understand, and I think both are probably feasible reasons given the biblical aspect and the historical aspect from the Greeks as well. I think it makes sense to put them, perhaps making them both.
No, it doesn't. That's your own personal hypothesis that doesn't make sense. Why would they take on a derogatory? Ethiopia is a derogatory term.
No, a lot of words start out as pejoratives and people embrace them.
Historically, that what you're saying is just not true. It didn't happen.
Okay.
But let's say we don't have no evidence of that. We have no evidence of that.
So why would not
I'll go ahead and jump off.
You went over the
questions I have, Brother Garfield. I'm going to say thank you.
You finished, brother? Are you finished?
Yeah, those were the only two things I wanted to talk about. So I'm done. I guess I can just jump off. And I do want to say thank you for having me on.
No problem, beloved. Peace and love to you and your family. All right.
Peace. Thank you.
Peace, bro. Hey,
peace,
Garfield. Hey, have you touched on the Haile Selassie part, or are you building up?
No, I didn't touch on that part yet. I'm trying to develop a foundation from a biblical perspective.
Oh, okay, because that's what I'm trying to. That's why I jumped. I'm trying to see what we get the whole Ethiopia background. I don't know why he was harping on that.
I want to establish Ethiopia. Why it's established as a name, and can we agree that it's not an indigenous name by the people? Although you have traditions in the Book of Aksum and other traditions that say Ethiopia comes from them. So I want to challenge my brothers and sisters who hold to the word Ethiopia and say that from my perspective, it seems to be a word that's a Greek rooted word that was grafted in as a borrowed term into the Amharic language, and then from the Amharic to the Geese and whatever. So I want to urge everybody to look up Ethiopia, and we're fighting over something that was not even in the Bible. So I'm just saying that carefully and saying it to everybody that's watching. If you believe in Ethiopia, you're fighting over a terminology that is not even original to the indigenous people of that land. And that's
that's not that. I don't even think. I mean, I feel you. That's not really important, because if they adopt the word, I mean the term, and then because that's why I was waiting to see what you were getting into with the heart. Because, well, I'm not gonna get into that yet. I'm gonna let you keep going though.
All right, I'm gonna go. Thank you, Barrington Edwards. No, it's not semantics, because if you look at it deeply, Ethiopia is not Ethiopia. Ethiopia is really Nubia, which the Bible gets 99% of the times correct. Because if you look at the biblical text, it's telling you what the guy is saying. It's saying exactly what Herodotus is saying. Yo, this shit is crazy. Let me read this to y'all.
But I'm just saying, in tying it in with Haile Selassie, like Rastafari.
No, not yet. I'm gonna get.
Okay. I was just saying that in that sense, it's not really important because they've already embraced it. That's all I'm saying.
All right. So the fight
again, Garfield.
Yeah.
When we talking about what you're trying to get across, people aren't taking the land changes, the name changes, what other peoples were calling the land. If those people in that area were calling the land Ethiopia or anything, they're not taking these things into consideration. So they're putting their feelings before the information. And that's why
when you talk about religion, that's what it's very emotional.
I'm not even talking about religion at this point. I'm talking about the land of Ethiopia and where the name derives from.
But I'm saying the people who are fighting for it, like current day, they're fighting for it from a you can call it a religion or a spiritual standpoint. That their belief.
I could partially agree with that.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying they're not looking at what the transitions, who came into power when, what was happening, the other kings, if there was another kingdom over there that's lost its power, how many other kingdoms fell, what and how things were transitioned, and what made Ethiopia separate from Eritrea, and why they did those things. And they're not looking at these things.
That's true. Because you got to understand, a lot of people.
Pause on that. The biblical text itself, as well as a number of archaeological sources, provide evidence for the position of Cush. Several biblical references referring to the position of Cush, such as Ezekiel 39, Psalm 68:31, Nahum 3:8, and Isaiah 23:5, explicitly connected to Egypt. When Ezekiel 29:10 speaks of Egypt being punished from Migdal to Syene as far as the border of Cush, we have a more precise position. Migdal was at the northern end of Egypt on the Mediterranean, and Syene was at the southern end. So Ezekiel's prophecy covers the entire country from the northern coast to the southern edge as far as the border of Cush. At the time, biblical Cush was located just south of Egypt. In addition, 2 Kings 19:8-13 and it's Isaiah 37:9 describe King Taharka of Cush fighting Assyria. He was from Egypt's 25th dynasty, a Cush dynasty that invaded Egypt and ruled from the confluence of the Blue and White Niles to the Mediterranean from 727 to 656 BC. Both Egypt and Cush were ruled by the pharaohs of the 25th dynasty who were of Cushite descent. In Aramaic, Esarhaddon of Assyria declares that he defeated Taharka, king of Egypt and Cush. In an inscription, King Taharka was buried outside of Egypt. However, in Napata, the capital of Kush, a city situated between the third and the fourth cataracts, clearly within Sudan's current boundaries, the archaeological evidence that the biblical kingdom of Kush was located in northern Sudan and the southern end of Egypt is strong and widely accepted. The biblical Ethiopia is Nubia, in southernmost Egypt and northernmost Sudan, not modern Ethiopia, also known as Abyssinia. The land of Kush lies partly in Egypt and partly in the Republic of the Sudan, but comprises only a small part of either region.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
All right. Let me play this video. We talked about Ethiopia. We've come to a conclusion about Ethiopia. Let's move on to this video about the Garden of Eden. Everybody mute up. Let's get this. Let's get it.
Place which was said to be an earthly paradise. The Bible begins its story in a land called Eden, a place which was said to be an earthly paradise. But many believe Eden was nothing more than a fairy tale, invented by Jewish writers as part of a fanciful legend. Was Eden a real place, or nothing more than a fantasy? The description of the land of Eden in Genesis 2 is a peculiar one. It mentions a land that would be a lush paradise in an area of the world that today is a vast desert. And yet, God is able to plant a garden that is even watered by a mist that comes up from the ground. So it mentions the lack of need for rain. Even stranger is the author tells us a river flows out of Eden and splits into 4 other rivers. 2 of them are known, the Tigris and the Euphrates, but the other 2 rivers, the Pishon and the Gihon, don't seem to be actual rivers that flowed out of the same area. The Gihon River is said to flow around the whole land of Kush. Kush was traditionally understood to be present-day Ethiopia, and we have no evidence of a river which used to flow from Turkey into Ethiopia. We also don't really have any evidence the Tigris and the Euphrates were once one river that split into 2. All of these issues have caused many scholars to refer to Eden as a mythical place that didn't actually exist, but was just a fantasy created by the Jewish authors. But perhaps the problem might not be with the actual description of Eden, but where we have been looking and how the passage has been translated. We have to remember the Earth is not static and is always changing. The planet we live on now was not the same 100,000 years ago, let alone 15,000 years ago. In fact, about 14 to 15,000 years ago, the continents were much larger. This was because the polar ice caps contained much more frozen water, which allowed more areas of land to exist that are now covered by vast seas and gulfs. One area in particular is the Persian Gulf, where the Tigris and Euphrates now flow into. However, this was not the case about 14,000 years ago. The geography of prehistoric Sumer was quite different. According to modern satellite imaging, the Tigris and Euphrates used to connect and form one river that went through a habitable land at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. But these were not the only rivers. In fact, there were many other smaller rivers that flowed into this one river as well. One larger river that also drained into this area has been called the Wadi Batin River, which used to run through the land of Arabia. However, in the ancient world, this area was called Havilah. This region also shows evidence of vast gold mines, especially in the area called Mud Adaheb. However, the river dried up thousands of years ago, roughly around the same time climate change transformed the region into a desert. But long ago, this would have been a lush river that drained into the same river as the Tigris and Euphrates. Surprisingly, if we go back in time enough, this correlates to the account of the Pishon River flowing into Eden in Genesis 2 quite nicely. Dr. James Hoffmeyer says, a possible candidate for the now defunct Pishon River was discovered with the aid of shuttle imaging radar technology. It evidently flowed east from the mountainous Hijaz region of Saudi Arabia. Dr. Farouk El-Baz, the geologist and director of the Center for Remote Sensing at Boston University, discovered traces of its course beneath the sand with ground-penetrating radar images from the space shuttle. James Sauer immediately saw the geographical connection between this ancient river and the description of the Pishon River in Genesis 2. This river appears to have dried up sometime late in the 3rd millennium BC. The fact that Genesis 2 knows about this river is remarkable indeed. Of course, what about the alleged Gihon River that allegedly went into Ethiopia? Well, perhaps this is based on a mistranslation. Kenneth Kitchen argues the original Hebrew word, without the later additional vowel points, can simply be understood to mean the land of the Kaziites, or Kashu, which was in western Iran. Their original homeland appears to have been the Zagros Mountains before they later controlled the area of Babylon, after the old Babylonian Empire fell. Satellite data also reveals a long river that wrapped around the Zagros Mountains that drained into the same river as the other three, which also correlates with the account of the Gihon River in Genesis 2, coming from the land of Cash instead of Cush. So in fact, thanks to modern satellite imaging, we can see at one time 4 rivers did flow into one. However, many read the account in Genesis 2 to mean there was one river that split into 4. This has caused many to look for Eden in modern-day Turkey, but with little success of finding a river that split into 4, and 2 being the Tigris and Euphrates, and another flowing into a place of gold. But as we have noted in our previous video, the Hebrew can be quite ambiguous. The same word is used to refer to the end of something, specifically the end of a long pole. So as Kenneth Kitchen notes, the Hebrew in Genesis 2 can be understood to be referring to a place where 4 rivers met to form one, instead of one river splitting to form 4. As Kitchen says, this is a snapshot type view, taken looking out from where the single stream entered the garden and looking back just upstream to the point where the 4 head rivers came together to form the single stream that entered the garden. So the area beneath the Persian Gulf does correlate nicely with the Genesis account of the land of Eden. Before this area was flooded, 4 rivers did drain into one, as Genesis might indicate. But there's even more about this area that modern science has revealed. Archaeologist Jeffrey Rose referred to this area as the Gulf Oasis because of its pristine conditions and environment. In other words, the area seems to have been the ideal place for early humans. Jeffrey Rose says, given the extent of the exposed land within the Gulf Basin, the abundance of food, water, lithic raw material, and its conscripted geographic position, this sizable inland depression is thought to have formed one of the most important oases in the ancient world. In other words, the area would have been a paradise for early humans, with abundant food, fresh water, and warm weather. Rose also notes that the area received very little rainfall, only 40 to 120 millimeters per year. However, the area was watered by a rich mosaic of freshwater springs, making this place unlike any other found on Earth today. And yet, it is interesting how well the land of Eden matches this description. John Walton notes the Hebrew language of claiming a mist coming up to water the land might be referring to springs. Given a connection to a Sumerian ID, it would actually be referring to an area being watered by subterranean springs, which still exist under the Gulf today. And we also see 4 rivers met to form one. One comes from Arabia, where there is evidence of gold. One comes from the original land of the Kaziites, or Cash, and the other 2 being the Tigris and Euphrates. All met to form one river in an oasis, unlike any other place on Earth, that was watered by freshwater springs and filled with vegetation and abundant sources of food. It is no wonder we have found an abundance of evidence for prehistoric settlements around the Gulf, which later became the cradle of civilization. Unfortunately, we can't visit this region today because later on, the whole region was flooded, and any evidence of human activity beneath the Gulf is now lost. But what is interesting is how well the description of Eden in Genesis correlates with this lost oasis that has only been discovered recently. We have no evidence from ancient Sumer, Babylon, or any other culture from around that region that describes a place like what we find in the Gulf Oasis about 14,000 years ago. Only Genesis 2 has a similar description of a place that was lost long before other ancient cultures began writing down their own histories and mythologies. It seems only the Hebrews preserved the memory of the Gulf Oasis as a land they called Eden. Now, obviously, this doesn't prove the Bible is true, or that God visited man in Eden, but it does show the description in Genesis 2 seems reliable and probably describes a place that actually existed at one time, which is astonishing because this place was probably flooded some 8,000 to 13,000 years ago and lost to mankind before the advent of writing. Because of this, I would argue the details suggest the account of Eden is much older than the time period of the Babylonian exile, where many scholars want to place it. The account says the garden was in the east, so from the perspective of the author, that would place him west of the garden, and that would place him in the area of Canaan or Egypt. It refers to the land of Arabia as Havilah, which appears to be an older name for the area. Around the time of Solomon, the area became associated with the name Arabia, but not prior to this. It's possibly referring to the land of the Kaziites, being in the Zagros Mountains, which is the most likely place where the Gihon River would have flowed through. So it would have been written down before the Kaziites ruled over the old Babylonian Empire. I'll admit this last piece of data is a little speculative, but the overall description of the land of Eden does seem to be reliably describing an area no other culture wrote about that actually existed thousands of years ago, in a place we have only recently uncovered. Therefore, it seems very unlikely this account of Eden was written or copied from mythology during the Babylonian exile, and probably is a reliable oral tradition that was preserved and later written down by the authors of Genesis 2. Thus, the archaeological record does likely suggest that Eden was actually a place that existed long ago, before all was lost to a flood.
All right. Any comments? So as far as the four rivers, I know with Rastafari's.
Four rivers. They found the four rivers.
Yeah, that sounds like a philosophy, but the even the person said that all the evidence is lost. So I mean, that just sounds like, you know, a philosophy of what it could have been or whatever. I mean, Eden is a
So now the flood is real
Eden
too,
is
right?
is, you know, it's mythological. I mean, it's mythological to me. That's how I see it. There's no evidence. It's lost.
They found the rivers connected, and they know how it got destroyed. It was from the worldwide flood that God called.
Savior, my man.
Yeah, Michael, what's his name? I didn't see him inspiring philosophy. He be getting abused.
So no Rastafari want to come on. You see, what happened is, if you look at Genesis 10:8, it does show that the word was probably mistranslated or written incorrectly. The issue here is, right, for those who don't know the story, is that it says that the rivers Pishon would circulate Cush. So when you see my African Americans or my black people from Jamaica say Cush is Ethiopia, they think it's talking about that Ethiopia. So it causes a lot of confusion because, again, the word Cush is translated as Ethiopia. This is why I got to give a foundation to where the word Ethiopia comes from, because it adds up with this tradition with the Garden of Eden. Ethiopia is involved. So the Ethiopians get obsessed with the word Ethiopia, which shouldn't be there in the first place. It's really talking about Cush, but it's not talking about Cush in Genesis 2. It's talking about Kish, which is what they claim Nimrod, which we're going to talk about right now, ruled. It's not Cush. So when he said Nimrod come from Kish, it makes more sense because Nimrod comes from Mesopotamia. So now when George Rawlinson, now the linguist, is writing in the 1800s, he now connects that Cush, biblical Cush, with Nubia and say, oh, the Cush they're talking about in the Bible is Mesopotamia, and that the Mesopotamian kingdom, or the Cushite kingdom, also ruled Mesopotamia. So you guys got to see why I'm doing this show and why I'm going step by step, because this is what they believe. They believe that Ethiopia was a kingdom that ruled all the way Turkey, India, Mesopotamia, all the way down to Africa. This is what they believe and teach in the conscious community for the last 40 years. So when I'm bringing this up, you got to see for yourself why I'm saying these things, because the Rastafarian doctrine is based on a lot of these Greek sources and a lot of these people saying these things. So I have to bring it up. Nimrod, they said in the Bible, Nimrod, hey, the Bible is very coded, by the way, too. Don't think the Bible is total bullshit, like we always say. It's not. Because the person, Nimrod built Erech. Erech is Uruk, which is a real city. We know Nimrod did not build that city. So this is how you know it's mythology. They're taking people's personalities and mapping it with other people's personalities to create this figure named Nimrod. That's what we know. That. Because we know Sargon, we know Saramsin, we know these people built. That's why Zion Lex came out. Remember when he came out, he had the whole thing about, hold on, let me see if I can go find this clip. He was saying that Nimrod is Sargon and that Jonathan Owens agreed with him and all type of crap. And I'm like, what is this craziness? This is nuts. But this is what they teach because they want to associate the Sumerians and make them black Africans. That's what they want to do. Not Smash. I don't know what Smash was trying to do. But he's a Nubia. He's into Nubia. He's obsessed with Kush and Nubia and all that stuff. But
you know what's the problem? Mm-hmm. You know what's the problem with that, Garfield, is that if we have to decipher and pick and choose what out of that book, what is like their mythological characters, and yes, they may use some real figures. They might use the mythological that like kind of fuse them together. That's where it gets tricky because you have to decipher, okay, what is this supposed to be? What is this person supposed to be? Because I've even heard some people say some of the characters are like multiple into one with the mythological fairy tale storyline attached to it as well. So that's why it's like, I know we can say it's coded, but coded to what degree? Because sometimes like the timelines don't make sense, and you know what I'm saying. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, it's a lot of anachronisms. So that's why there's a problem with all that stuff. But I'm gonna show you. Hold on a second. I think I got it right here. Hold on a second. Let me see if I got it. I could play this on the screen. Oh man, somebody about to call it ice on Garfield. Oh man.
Can I ask the panel a question?
Hold on one second.
Garfield, before you go.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. All right. The question I want to ask is,
all of my sources are listed. My book is right here. In my book, all of my sources are listed, just so the camera can see. All of my sources are listed. So there's even times in my presentation where I drew from my book, Ancient Kemet on Trial, where every single source is actually listed. The step pyramid of Zosa, which is based on what? The Sumerian model, is found globally around the world. This structure or model, which is unique to Egypt, is not unique to anywhere else because you don't find that curvature perfectly as you do find in Egypt. The step feature is diffused throughout the world. And the step feature, all people agree, come out of Sumeria.
Yo, he said all people agree. Yo, Zion was pseudo as a fuck, yo. Looking back into this, yo, he was pseudo as hell, man.
And yet you find it in Egypt. In fact, the very first Egyptian pyramid was built in a step model. Hence why I tell you time and time again, and more importantly show you, that Sumeria is that which influenced and birthed your greatest legacies. And I'm not just talking it, I am demonstrating it. We always talk about, there's things on the Egyptian wall that's inscribed that you can't find anywhere else. Here's a relief coming out of Sumeria from Jeremy A. Black, PhD holder, in his book, The Literature of Ancient Sumer, which I grabbed it.
That was never found in no damn writing by Jeremy A. Black. I remember me and Meru went through this 1,000-page book looking for this. It ain't no damn, it's pseudo, man. You got it from a website.
Notice in the picture how the DNA model in Sumeria has an ankh in it. What's interesting about that, Zion Lex? Next slide. The Sumerian ankh and Shenrin. Enki is the creator god in Sumeria. Or if you're following, like I tried to show scholastically, if you're following linguistics and etymology, when you say Enki, Enki, ankh, Enki, ankh, Enki, ankh, linguistically, etymologically speaking, you're talking about the same linguistic
Enki Unk. Yo, this pseudo-linguistic stuff was crazy back then, yo. This is like 2015, yo. Damn.
Etymological base. Why is that interesting, or why is that significant to note? The word Enki in Sumeria literally translates as life giver. And what is the Ankh in ancient Egypt? The symbol of life. And the Sumerian Anunnaki, Enki, the creator of life, that's what his name means in Sumerian cuneiform. He's holding a Shenring. I thought Shenrings are unique to Egypt, but we find the Shenring in Sumeria as well. As a matter of fact, here's what I did. There's the god Enki, the symbol, which translates as the god of life in Sumerian. He's pictured in this relief with water, which represents life, flowing from his shoulder. In this relief coming out of Egypt, you see the ankhs representing life. Like water is life, you see the ankhs representing life. And in this picture, Enki is flowing with water. And in this picture, you see the ankh as it is flowing with water. Your feet shall find no rest in these captivities, such as America, as we are in right now. And brothers and sisters, we still behind closed doors. The phrase in Hebrew, your feet shall not find no rest, is numerically equivalent to 764, which is numerically equivalent in Hebrew to African American. If you don't believe me, check this video out again when you're next to somebody in Hebrew. Some of our brothers and sisters only listen to a person if they have a Eurocentric lens on. So if you're next to a white Jew, ask him if that's the word African American in Hebrew. See if I'm making it up. If you don't believe that Eurocentric lens is the litmus by which truth is measured by, then at least come to a Hebrew who knows Hebrew and check it out for yourself. The phrase in Hebrew, your feet shall find no rest, is numerically equivalent to 764, which ironically is numerically equivalent to African American. My brother, until you can open the text in Kemet that shows me the term African American as applying to our people and our condition today, I will not quote the Torah. I refuse to. The explain to
me, how does this change the language? You can't take a shot at the New Testament and say, well, there's errors in it, but then I go to the Old Testament and show you various manuscripts that don't read.
If you notice, he showed the 3200 plateau in Susa. Susa is not in Mesopotamia. That's what he showed, right? The old ziggurat from Iran. But if you know anything about Egypt, and that's how it survived the flood, by the way, too. How did this survive the flood? But if you know anything about Egypt, mastabas are the originators of the pyramids. And they actually said that 4700 BC in Africa, in probably the Nigerian region, they had structures that were similar to the mastabas, which may have been the antecedent to the mastabas. So it might have been West Africans who were building structures earlier than anyone else that actually influenced the mastabas, which led to pyramids. I hope people know what mastabas are. This is where they used to put their dead folks. See the mastabas all the way to the bottom? That ain't get no influence from no damn ziggurat looking nonsense. Yo, we crazy, man. We crazy as a people, yo. We crazy. We crazy as a people. Crazy. But there's something I wanted to show before I even. The hell is this thing? I wanted to show He's saying Sargon was the Scorpion King. That's what he taught, right? And that Sargon, Naram Sin is Narma, then Nimrod is Narma. So this is what Zylex taught me. He taught me all these people was related. So Naram Sin, who is Sargon's son, is connected to Narma. Because Naram is Narma, then Nimrod is Narma. Yo, so this whole Nimrod thing is important again because the Rastafarians and Bible believers believe Nimrod is real. So Nimrod, by the way, Nimrod did build all these great places, right? So that's where we get all of that stuff from. So this is what Zylex has grown, by the way, all the way. He has grown as a researcher. He has grown. He still believes in the craziness, but he has grown. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's move on. Let's move on to Nimrod. Let's move on to Nimrod. Anybody want to add anything before I play this Nimrod tape?
No, you go, bro.
All right, cool. All right, here we go.
People who rely on memories of Sunday school for much of their Bible knowledge commonly think that the Tower of Babel story had a villain, a king named Nimrod, and that association goes back a long, long way. But as I pointed out in my previous video, the biblical character of Nimrod is not mentioned in the Babel story. He belongs to a different chapter, a different legend. So who was Nimrod? The simplest answer is nobody knows. No person by that name appears in any surviving historical text or inscription. As far as our evidence goes, there never was any king named Nimrod. But that's not the whole story. The Nimrod passage and its context have given scholars plenty of clues about who Nimrod is supposed to be. Let's take a look at the passage. Genesis 10, the chapter in which Nimrod appears, is not one of those Bible passages that tells a story. Rather, it gives us a list of all the nations that came into being after the flood, presented as a genealogy of Noah's 3 sons. But right in the middle of these genealogies, we get a brief narrative that can be translated as follows. And Cush begat Nimrod. He was the first on earth to be a hero. He was a mighty hunter before Yahweh. Therefore it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before Yahweh. Beginning of his kingdom was Babylon and Uruk and Akkad, all of them in the land of Shinar. From that land he went forth to Assyria and built Nineveh, the vast city, Calah, and Raisin between Nineveh and Calah, which is the great city. This short passage is full of strange vocabulary and grammatical problems that I won't go into here. There's a second passage that also mentions Nimrod, but I'll get to that a bit later. Nimrod, God or man? One problem with identifying Nimrod by the cities associated with him is that they were all founded at different points in history, with Kalu and Dur-Sharukin in particular being quite late. No single historical king can plausibly be associated with the origins of these cities.
Now look at that point, Barrington. Do you agree with that point, bro? Nineveh has been around from 6000 BC. Uruk, 5000 BC. Akkad, 2300 BC. Babylon, 1900 BC. Calah, 1250 BC. Dar-Shuriken, 706 BC. How could one man build all these cities? When does common sense kick in? When does it kick in?
All of those cities?
All of these cities is what Nimrod built.
He built all of those, and he was a man.
Yo,
and he lived in all these different times. Yeah, niggas fanatical.
At different points in history, with Nimrod, God or man? One problem with identifying Nimrod by the cities associated with him is that they were all founded at different points in history, with Kalu and Dur-Sharukin in particular being quite late. No single historical king can plausibly be associated with the origins of these cities, so Nimrod belongs firmly in the world of myth. Thus, scholars have debated whether he should be identified with a historical man or with a historicized deity. The Babylonian god Marduk and the Assyrian god Ninurta are common suggestions, while the human candidates include the Assyrian kings Sargon II and Tukulti-Ninurta I. All fit the description of a hero and a mighty hunter reasonably well, but no obvious winner stands out from among these candidates. Some of the details given about Nimrod are hard to explain if he is supposed to be one of the aforementioned gods or kings. Perhaps the most challenging is his genealogy. Earlier in Genesis 10, we are told that Cush was the son of Ham and grandson of Noah. Now, Cush was the ancient name for Nubia, the region of Africa to the south of Egypt. The other sons of Ham represent other lands in that vicinity, Egypt, Libya, and Canaan. The 5 sons of Cush named in verse 7 similarly represent places close to Nubia and the Red Sea. Nimrod presents a problem, however. We are told in verse 8 that Nimrod is also a son of Cush, but unlike the other 5, Nimrod is an individual, not a nation. These 2 verses belong to different contexts, and there is a jarring mismatch when we read them together. An even bigger problem is the question of why Nimrod, who is clearly based in Mesopotamia, should be associated with Nubia. The cities that Nimrod founds and rules have no connection with that distant land. Explaining this has always been a difficulty, and yet it just might be the key to understanding who Nimrod was after all. Scholars generally agree that the Nimrod verses come from a different source than the genealogy. You can watch episode 1 of this series to learn more about how Genesis was compiled from multiple sources. Indeed, the genealogy flows quite smoothly if we take out verses 9 through 12. Bible scholar Yigal Levin, in an important 2002 paper, writes, "Critical scholarship is almost unanimous in the assessment that verses 8 to 12 were taken from a different documentary source than the preceding verses. There are 2 reasons for this: style and redundancy. Stylistically, verses 1 to 7 are purely genealogical in form, listing the descendants of Japheth and Ham as the eponyms of the various nations. Verses 8 to 12 are not actually a genealogy at all, but rather a narrative connected to the preceding verses by the verb begot. As for redundancy, having already listed the sons of Cush and gone on to his grandsons, why return now to tell of an additional son? The obvious answer is that the Nimrod verses were taken from a separate source. Many experts think that the story of Nimrod we get here is just a fragment of a longer Hebrew story, perhaps an epic poem, about a legendary king who ruled the lands of Babylon and Assyria. The narrator tells us that the expression, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before Yahweh, is a familiar saying in his day, which would mean that ancient Israelites knew the legend of Nimrod and saw him as a positive character. Furthermore, an entirely unrelated passage, Micah 5 verse 5, refers to Assyria as the land of Nimrod. This supports the assumption that there was a well-known Nimrod legend at the time. If the Nimrod verses have a different origin than the genealogy into which they have been inserted, then the possibility is raised that the Cush of the Nimrod legend is a different Cush than the one in the genealogy. Nimrod should be connected not with Nubia, but rather with the city of Kish in Mesopotamia. This is very interesting because when it came to kingship and authority in the ancient world, Kish was, in a sense, the name above all names. The experts think that the story of Nimrod we get here is just a fragment of a longer Hebrew story, perhaps an epic poem, about a legendary king who ruled the lands of Babylon and Assyria. The narrator tells us that the expression, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before Yahweh, is a familiar saying in his day, which would mean that ancient Israelites knew the legend of Nimrod and saw him as a positive character. Furthermore, an entirely unrelated passage, Micah 5 verse 5, refers to Assyria as the land of Nimrod. This supports the assumption that there was a well-known Nimrod legend at the time. If the Nimrod verses have a different origin than the genealogy into which they have been inserted, then the possibility is raised that the Cush of the Nimrod legend is a different Cush than the one in the genealogy. Nimrod should be connected not with Nubia, but rather with the city of Kish in Mesopotamia. This is very interesting because when it came to kingship and authority in the ancient world, Kish was, in a sense, the name above all names. King of Kish, king of the world. In the ancient Sumerian king list, Kish is the first city built after the flood. It is the city where kingship first descends from heaven to earth. During the 3rd millennium BCE, Kish and its kings enjoyed a unique primacy over the other cities of Sumer. It was during this time that the legendary Sargon of Akkad rose to power in Kish. As king, he expanded his territory first southward across Sumer, and then north to Nineveh and beyond, establishing what seems to have been history's first empire in Mesopotamia. Eventually, Sargon moved his capital to Akkad, the city from which his empire, the Akkadian Empire, derived its name. He retained the title King of Kish, but he used it in a new sense to mean King of the World to reflect his unparalleled authority. We see this in the way Sargon's title was written in cuneiform. Normally, the word Kish would be written with the key determinative. In Sumerian and Akkadian, this was a silent symbol that would be added to words to indicate that they were city names. However, Sargon and those after him removed the determinative, turning Kish into a generic term of universal kingship. In Akkadian, the lingua franca of the ancient Near East, Kish had the meaning of totality. After the death of Sargon's grandson, Naram-Sin, the Akkadian Empire passed from history into legend. Its monuments remain throughout the land, inspiring future generations of kings and conquerors. In the minds of the people of Babylonia and Assyria, the history of kingship began with Sargon and his glorious mythic empire. Sargon and Naram-Sin were widely venerated, and people even continue to write new stories about them. Most of what historians today know about Sargon and his grandson comes from legend rather than history. Even Sargon's real name is unknown to us. Sharukin, his name in Akkadian, was just a throne name. The title King of Kish also remained in sporadic use, but it was the Neo-Assyrian kings, more than 1,000 years after the fall of the Akkadian Empire, who revived it as a royal title and claimed continuity with Sargon's empire. The king as hunter. It was also the Assyrians who introduced the motif of the king as a mighty hunter in Mesopotamia. Tiglath-Pileser I was apparently the first to boast of his hunting prowess, but the theme is most prominently associated with Ashurbanipal, a remarkable set of reliefs that originally spanned the walls of several rooms in Ashurbanipal's palace in Nineveh shows the king slaughtering lions in a ritualized hunt. The reign of Ashurbanipal would have been a formative period for early biblical traditions. Samaria had been annexed by the Assyrians, and Judah survived as an Assyrian vassal state under kings Manasseh, Amon, and Josiah. Biblical parallels to Mesopotamian myths. As I've shown in my previous videos, the Hebrews learned and adapted the myths of the older civilizations around them. The creation of the world and of man, the Great Flood, and the building of the first cities were all widespread Near Eastern stories with biblical parallels. It seems quite possible then that another legend about the divine establishment of kingship, the reigns of Sargon and Naram-Sin, and the importance of Kish found its way into Israelite mythology under influence from the Assyrians. This is the view espoused by the aforementioned Yigal Levin, who argues that Nimrod was a composite character based on the Akkadian kings, especially Sargon and his grandson. This legend was transmitted to Israel through the Assyrians, who revived the title Kish and added the motif of the king as a great hunter. Unfortunately for us, the biblical editors kept only a brief summary of this tale when they were compiling Genesis. And because they mistakenly identified the Kish of that story with Cush the son of Ham, they chose to insert it after the list of Ham's descendants in Genesis 10. Thus, the true legend of Nimrod became lost to time.
And Cush begat Nimrod, and Nimrod was king. And he set to build a tower that would soar like his pride, a tower that would reach unto heaven.
Are we back? Does anybody want to challenge who Nimrod is? And that he's from Nubia. Anybody wants to go off? You see that talk from the Rastas. Nimrod is on topic. It's about Nubia and Ethiopia. It all falls into place. All right. So now I'm going to, anybody have any comments? Anything anybody want to bring up about Ethiopia? So now with the Aksumite Empire, right? So we have a genealogy. We have a genealogy that we could go by. And, there's some things we could look at. I'm not going to deal with the Kish versus Kush stuff or the linguistic stuff, but I want to deal with a chronology of Ethiopia. Well, I want to deal with a chronology, and the chronology includes going back to this article here. We'll go back to this Wikipedia article, right? We see in antiquity, the main article is Dimit and Kingdom of Aksum. So in 1980, Dimit was established in present-day Eritrea and in the northern part of Ethiopia, the Tigray region, and is widely believed to be the successor state to Punt. Okay. Now watch this right here. I'm going to click on Dimit because there's two Dimit. If you look at the map, look at how big Dimit is compared to what it is today as far as Ethiopia. We know it wasn't that huge. And it didn't include Yemen. All right? Lion of Judah. Dimit was an Ethio-Sabian culture. Kingdom located in present-day Eritrea and the northern Tigray region of Egypt. The exact dates of its existence remain unknown. However, a time frame spanning from the end of the 8th century BC to the 6th century BC is a hypothesis. Now watch this. To my brother in the audience, Barrington. And you know he's Jamaican because only Jamaicans call their children Barrington. Barrington, who has a white man's name, is complaining about people being white or the white man. I don't understand this Barrington guy. Where did your family get the name Barrington from? Huh? I'm very interested. But I'm waiting for somebody from the Ethiopian side to show me them teaching the Bible in that region at this time, between the 8th or the 10th century and the 6th century BC. Few inscriptions by or about this kingdom survive, and very little archaeological work has taken place. As a result, it is not known whether Dimit ended as a civilization before the kingdom of Aksum's early stages, evolved into the Aksumite state, or was one of the smaller states united in the kingdom of Aksum, possibly around 150 BC. Given the presence of a large temple complex, the capital of Dimit may have been present-day Yeha in Tigray region, Ethiopia. At Yeha, the temple to the god Ilmaka is still standing. Now, let me ask everybody this question. Is Ilmaka an African god? Let's talk about it. Almaka was a national deity of the Sabians of the pre-Islamic Yemenite kingdom of Saba. Saba, as some authors have concluded, is where the tradition of the Sheba tradition comes from. Almaka represented the moon or the sun god. He was also worshipping Dimit and Aksum in Ethiopia and Eritrea. The main center for his worship was at the Awan temple, which remained in use until the 4th century. So, you're worshiping a pre-Islamic deity called Almaka from the Sabian culture. And you in the chat talking about we don't want to be black or African. What's going on? Come on, Barrington, man. 2025, and this is your focus. All right. Barrington, first of all, Barry. Come on, Barry. Come on, Barry. Let's go jump on the panel, man. Let's talk about this. This is just from the Wikipedia article. This ain't no major scholarship. I mean, you could look at Stuart Monroe, who you say is a black man. That's the guy that I use for my book on Ethiopia. Because you guys have a color problem. That's why I keep saying black, white, whatever. I'm using these stupid terms because that's what means a lot to you guys. Who are you? Which white man are you? You can't handle the truth. Come on the stage. As a matter of fact, this is what I'm going to do, man. I'm going to time you out. Because anybody who argues with me in the chat, I always time them out and force them to come on. I think you're a troll And I think you're hiding behind somebody else's name. That's not your real name. So come on down and let's do this. Come on, Barrington, man. Come on. Don't run, my brother. Don't run. Click the link, brother. Don't run away. Now, I'm saying this to everybody. I overstand now. Governments are absolutely Nebuchadnezzar. Bad Marsh, come on. All right. So let's take a look at this, by the way, family. So they are worshiping a Sabian deity. Why? Why are the people in modern day Ethiopia, small kingdom called the Demit Empire? Why you can't? What happened? Look at this right here.
Because the Muslims were already there.
No, there's no Muslim at that time. This is 8th century BC to 4th century BC. There's no Muslim. If you look at this right here, it says, given the presence of a large temple complex, the capital of Demit may have been present-day Yeha. At Yeha, the temple to the god Almaka is still standing. The kingdom developed irrigation schemes, used plows, grew millet, and made iron tools and weapons. Some modern historians, including the black guy you told me about, the Stuart Monroe Hay, Fatovich, Beccari, Cain Felder, and Ephraim Isaac, consider this civilization to be indigenous. Ephraim Isaac lives in Jersey. He's a good linguist. Although Sabian influence due to the latter's dominance of the Red Sea, while others like Joseph Michael have viewed them as a result of a mixture of Sabians and indigenous people. Some sources consider the Sabian influence to be minor, limited to a few localities, and disappeared after a few decades or a century, perhaps representing a trade or military colony in some sort of symbiosis or military alliance with the civilization of Demit or some other proto-Aksumite state.
Interesting.
So let's look at this. So now, ladies and gentlemen, and this is also in my book, The King's List. They have a king and a queen, right? And the note says they are contemporary with the Sabian king and queen, or Sabian king, Mukarib Karib il-Watar. Then you have another name and a queen. You have a king and a queen. This is from 700 BC to 650 BC. Now, when you look at the 25th dynasty of Kush, you'll see that these are different names because they're different people. This is when Taharka was ruling. So when we get to the King's List, the Ethiopian King's List that the white guy wrote and gave it to Selassie, we are going to see that the King's List included Nubian kings, which it shouldn't, because it should include these kings and queens, because the person is falsifying information to talk about a continuation of rulership from 4000 BC, which don't exist. It's a lie. This is why I talk about Ethiopia first, so you could see how the Greeks are the ones with that term and how that term is connected to Kassapoi, or whatever her name is, Kassapoi, who is also mythical.
Yeah.
But it's also on the, but it's Kassapia, whatever her name is on the Ethiopian King's List, and it's a fictional person. How did she get on the King's List? Ethiopians. It's crazy. But I'm working for the white man. Yeah, I get my check next week. Yeah, I get it. But anyway, this is what's left of the Demit Empire. And we know the Temple of Yeha. If we Google the Temple of Yeha, I'm going to Google it right now. Temple of Yeha. Let's go to the Wikipedia article. Let me see what y'all seeing. Y'all see what I'm seeing? All right. Now look at this right here. The Temple of Yeha. Where Gola at? Gola knows about all of this history. Man, we used to build on this all the time. If you look at Yeha, right? It's Old South Arabian, is a town in North Central Zone Tigray in Ethiopia, right? The oldest standing structure in Ethiopia. Why is this the oldest standing structure? Since y'all had kings from 4000 BC, how is it the oldest standing structure is a temple, Yeha, which is a South Arabian temple that was built around 700 BC. How comes Menelik the first never built anything? Or Sheba? Where's Sheba there? Where's Sheba there? This is a tower built in the Sabian style. And why is it being built in a Arabian style? And dated and you're worshiping an Arabian god. Why? Come on, my Rastafarians. We black. We ain't no Arab, right? Now watch this. And dated through comparison with ancient structures in South Arabia to 700 BC, although no has been performed on samples from that. This date for the Great Tower is supported by local inscriptions. All right. Look at this now. Additionally, Yeha is the location of an Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church monastery. It's founded according to a tradition by Ab Aste, one of the 9 saints in his account of Ethiopia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is Yeha, the ruins of the temple from Tigray. Look at that. 700 BC. 700 BC. And then they find inscriptions. Sabian, hold on a second. Where is the Amharic, the Geese that y'all brag about? All that stuff. Where is those inscriptions? Why are we finding Sabian inscriptions? Very interesting. Come on, family. Where y'all at? Why we can't find no? And by the way, to the Queen of Sheba, one of the arguments is that Queen of Sheba is really Saba, the queen from Saba. And what happened is, ladies and gentlemen, they used to trade with the Levant. So you find South Arabian inscriptions discovered in many Judah sites provide definite proof of the close links to Arabia at the time. The kind of proof can also be found in Jerusalem. In the city of David, 3 ostraca with a South Arabian script were discovered. They presumably testify to a resident Arabian community in Judah, since they were carved in traditional Judahite vessels rather than imported styles. A South Arabian name appears on an otherwise traditional 7th century Hebrew shield. Wow. Is it possible that this was a military alliance aimed at bolstering Judah's economic ambitions in the south? May the Queen of Sheba's visit to Solomon in Jerusalem in Deuteronomy have been motivated by the cultural relations and economic interests of another Davidic king in the 7th century. Very interesting, family. All right. Any comments? No comments? All right. All right. Rassia text me. I want to listen to that while I'm up on the show. Who else? Come on, Barrington.
We got to get to the IROS.
Where's the smart guys at? So now we're looking at the history, and we're finding out that there was a South Arabian script that was used to develop what's called the Musnad. The Musnad is the style of writing that they have. So what we find there, ladies and gentlemen, well, let me find my book. My book have all this information. I got all the daggers in my book on this topic. Instead of reading to debate, read to understand more. That's what I suggest people should do. In Nubia, when you compare Nubia and Ethiopia, they are separate countries. And I mean, we could prove that easily with the king's list and everything, right? What the issue here is, the elite of Demat, which is modern day Ethiopia, smaller version, emulated the high culture of Saba and built temples based on South Arabian prototypes and erected inscriptions in the Sabaic language. Much like the Kushite elite modeled their art, architectural, religious, and ceremonial life on Egyptian prototypes, to the point of erecting inscriptions in the Egyptian language and building pyramids over the tombs of their rulers. Expatriate populations embodied in Demat by merchants and artisans from Saba, and in Nubia by Egyptian civil servants who took up whatever. However, Egyptians in Nubia and Sabians in Ethiopia have always been small populations, and their cultural influence seems to have been mediated to a large extent by locals. It should be noted that Saba never governed Ethiopia in the same way that Egypt ruled Nubia. Furthermore, the internalization of foreign influences had little impact on the Nubians and Ethiopians' independent cultural creativity over time. This is most evident in the invention of new scripts for the purpose of writing local languages by both peoples. Thus, beginning in the late 2nd century BC, the Kushites wrote in Meroitic, a language of unknown origin but most likely Nilo-Saharan, using a simplified form of hieroglyphics, and later a cursive script, while the Ethiopian, following the rise of the Aksumite state between 150 BC and the turn of the Common Era, wrote in Ge'ez, an Ethio-Semitic language using a cursive script. All right, hold on there. All right. So Nubia and modern-day Ethiopia were separate countries. All right. Barrington, if you're not going to jump on the panel, I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear you at all. I'm going to put you in timeout again. Walter Stone, I don't care about nobody being black, white, brown skin or anything. Everybody in that era was brown. Majority of them was brown skin people. Whether they're in Edom, whether they're in Arabia, whether they're in, you're near to the equator. So, I mean, come on, man. Stop the foolishness. All right. Now, let's get to, so now we're talking about Ethiopia. We're talking about the name. We talked about the Nimrod story. We talked about the Garden of Eden, how it couldn't be Ethiopia. We talk about the traditions of scripts, traditions of temples, traditions of worship. So if you worship Rastafari, you worship Yahweh, right? Where in the history of Ethiopia, whether it's the Demet Empire, the Aksumite Empire, do we have a records of Yahweh or the Bible being used in the BC era? Where do we find that? We don't find that anywhere in the BC era. All right. So now let me move on to the next subject. So now we're going to get to Aksum, because this is where it gets very important now. Let me find this right here. All right, so we have all right, so Aksum did not exist until late 2nd century BC. Hold on 1 second. I'm not getting to Haile Selassie yet. We're going to take our time and get to Haile Selassie. I'm going to go to the New World Encyclopedia. And I'm going to, where is that at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? We're going to look up Aksum. All right, so let me share the screen. Nobody want to add on? We're going through this chronologically. We're going to take our time. Take our time. Look at it right here. New World Encyclopedia. This is not Garfield's website. It's the New World Encyclopedia. All right, let's get it right here. All right. So the Aksumite Empire, sometimes called the Kingdom of Aksum, was an important trading nation in Northeast Africa, growing from the Proto-Aksumite period, 4th century BC, to achieve prominence by the 1st century CE. It is also alleged resting place of the Ark of the Covenant and the home of the Queen of Sheba. Alleged. Alleged. All right. Converting to Christianity in the 4th century. So before the 4th century, did they know the Bible? All right. So let's look at the historical origins, the Ark of the Covenant. Let me see what they're talking about. Let's look at the religion. I want y'all to read this with me. Anybody on stage want to read this with me? It says, religion, before its conversion to Christianity. Read carefully now. The Aksumites practiced a polytheistic religion not unlike the Greek system. Astar was the main god. Was it Yahweh? Astar was the main god. Was it Yahuwah? Was it Yahushai? Was it Moses? Was it Allah? No, it was Astar, was the main god of the pre-Christian Aksumites. And his son, Marem or Maher, was who the kings of Aksum traced their lineage. Whoa, they didn't trace it to Solomon? What's going on here? They didn't trace it to Solomon? I thought the Solomon lineage goes all the way back. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say it again. The god that they worshipped was Astar. It was the main god for the pre-Christian Aksumites. And his son was who? Marem, was who the kings of Aksum traced their lineage. You know when they say you trace your lineage back to Solomon, Selassie, so Selassie, you can't trace back to the Aksumite kings because they trace back to Maren. That's what kills this whole Solomonic dynasty garbage. It's made up. And the reason, I'm going to get to the reason why he made it up later. He couldn't trace it to, you can't trace it and you trace this bloodline that they were claiming at that time, they trace it back to Marem. You can't get around that. I didn't write this article. This is the encyclopedia, New World Encyclopedia. I didn't make this up. How could Haile Selassie trace back through Aksumite kings when the Aksumite kings trace back their roots to Marem and not Solomon? It makes no sense. Somebody's lying. Somebody playing tricks on you. Look at this. In about 324 CE, Barrington, get out my chat. Get out my chat and come on stage. Come on stage. That's what I want. And come on with a real phone, not no bootleg phone. Now, King in about 324 CE, King Izana II was converted by his slave teacher, Frumentius, the founder of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. That's when y'all start propagating this Christianity. While he was young and at some point staged the conversion of the empire, it is known that Aksumites converted to Christianity because in their coins, they replaced the disc and the crescent So like Islam with the cross, Frumentius was in contact with the church in Alexandria, was appointed Bishop of Ethiopia around 330. So he was in contact with the Roman church, but the people that were in Alexandria who were closest to him, he contacted them. All right. Any questions?
Why you stop with that Ark of the Covenant stuff?
I'm gonna get to that in a minute.
You skipping the good stuff.
Nah, we're gonna get to that in a minute, brother. We're gonna get to that. Now, what happened now, family? I just showed where we could find primary sources on the Aksumite Empire in the 1st century. By the way, the Aksumite Empire was called the 4th largest empire in the world at that time. So the Aksumite Empire, let's take a look at how it looked. Take a look at the map to see how big and huge it was. Let's not gloss over this African empire, how huge it was. Let's not gloss over that part. Let's get back to that. All right, so Aksumite Empire was all the way over here, took over Yemen and all them places, South Arabian places. So this is what it looked, the Aksumite Empire looked like. So we can't gloss over that. We cannot gloss over that. The Ethiopian lineage was hijacked. Oh, man. Now watch this, family. Watch this. Let me get back to this right here. So now, if we look at the coins, these are the coins that they had. This is primary coins. These are Africans, African kings documenting their history. This is not Garfield. These are Africans documenting their history. Not Garfield. All right. Let me make it clear. Now, this is Egyptian woven woolen curtain or trousers, which was a copy of a Sassanid silk import, which was in turn based on a fresco of King Khosrau II fighting Aksum Ethiopian forces in Yemen, 5th to 6th century. So you could take a look, draw your own conclusion. I guess you want to say the black people are Ethiopians, white people are the Sassanids. You know, that's how we think in our limited mindset. All right, let's get back to this. All right. Aksumite obelisk, Ark of the Covenant. All right. All right, I'm gonna stop sharing that. So where are we now? We are in the 1st to 4th century. We are at the 300s with Izana. What is Izana doing? Izana, the country is not called Ethiopia, it's called Aksum. Why is it not called Ethiopia at the time? Anybody want to try and answer that one? Why is it not called Ethiopia? Why is it called Aksum? Very interesting. Okay. All right, let me get to the Feather Negas. Let me read this from my book. Say Garfield is just regurgitating historical information. The man, he has no spiritual grounding at all. Well, and if I did have a spiritual grounding, what that means? That I'm stupid if I'm spiritual? Does that mean when you're spiritual, you don't have any sense? All right. So we know the Ethiopians coined that term. They got that name because of the conquering of the Kushite kingdom. They didn't call themselves Ethiopia at all. So in my book on page 173, I showed a map of Ethiopia before the invasions and after invasions by timemaps.com. I also show the Demet kings who lived where Ethiopia, modern day Ethiopia is, and compare their kings list with the Nubian / Egyptian 25th dynasty kings list, and you could see the differences that the kings couldn't have been in both. When we look in the first century, when we look at 10 BC, we have Bazin, that's in actually the Selassie's kings list. And we also have Nubia Kush, Queen Amanashikuta, and we have different queens who ruled. We have different kings who ruled. So we have the records, and it's not the same people on the same list. So Nubia and Aksum are two different cultures. All right, the Ark of the Covenant. Let me get to the Ark of the Covenant real quick. Let me put it on the screen. Let me put it on the screen right now. Come on, brother.
Excuse me. Sorry, Garfield. May I say something?
Go ahead, sis.
I just want to say that now, because of what you're because of the clarity that you're stating, it's safe to say that Ethiopians cannot say that Ethiopia has never been conquered.
Yeah, that's fine. Ethiopia as a culture they were conquered for 5 years though by the Italians. The Italians did rule over them for 5 years. So they were conquered in recent times, but as far as ancient wise, yeah, they definitely were conquered as a culture. I think one way you conquer people is by ruling them by the religion that they push. So once Christianity took over, they became pawns for the Roman Empire. In fact, the Ethiopian soldiers were used to fight against the Persians. That's the picture that you were seeing there earlier in certain wars. The Romans had them fight the wars for them. So they were conquered. I don't play games when it comes to that conquering part, because that's just the reality. Gideon, what's up, Gideon?
All praise to the Most High. Just listening to your presentation, I'm trying to get a grasp of what you're saying, but I mean, I agree with some of the stuff you're saying, but I don't know the totality of what you think. But just to sum it up, yeah, there definitely was Israelites in Ethiopia, and I posit that's where most of the Israelite slaves that came to the Americas come from. A lot of people like to say they come from Spain, but we come from the sub-Saharan polities of Israelite.
So you're saying the majority of the slaves came from the Ethiopian region?
No, the majority of the Israelite slaves that came into the Americas.
So how do you? All right, let me ask you this. This is a good question, right? And how much time do you have, by the way?
I got 30% on my phone.
All right, let me say this. We know that the records for the African Americans is well documented, right? In fact, I could, you know what, Gideon, mute your mic, and I'm gonna get right back to you. Let me just finish doing this part. We're going in chronological order. I'm gonna get to that in a second. All right, I'm gonna get to that in a second. Let me just deal with the Ark of the Covenant, because the brother wanted me to deal with that, and let me just get that out the way, and then we're gonna get back to some other stuff, because I want to deal with this chronologically. The Ark of the Covenant. Is there a Torah inside? Why was this Torah created? Let's look at it. According to the historian and author Harold Marcus, the Queen of Sheba myth adopted by Christian Ethiopians was originally created to legitimize Yukuna Amlat's rule of the late 13th century AD, who had killed the Zagwe king to obtain power. Now, this is a quote from Harold Marcus' book, page 16. And anybody in the chat who think they got greater knowledge on this than me, come on and teach and let me shut up. Stop being in the chat like a sideline little girl and come on the chat and talk. So Walter Stone, now what am I telling my children? I'm a sucker. Oh man, disrespectful, guys. Disrespectful. All right, now Hey, peace to the brothers UK, by the way, man, in the building. Shout out to that brother right there, man. Peace and love to you, my brother. According to the historian and author Harold Marcus, the Queen of Sheba myth, okay, so as a usurper, the new monarch encountered considerable resistance, and in order to win over the Tigray with its many Oxamite traditions, he and his supporters began to circulate a fable about his descent from King Solomon and Makeda, Queen of Sheba, and their son, Emperor Menelik I, a genealogy that, of course, gave him traditional legitimacy and provided him the continuity so honored in Ethiopia's subsequent national history. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the person who created this whole thing. Who do you have before that's telling this story? This is what Harold Marcus. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we was at King Izana, so I leap forward. Fedenegas, Kebrenegas, if y'all want to talk about those, I could get into that. Created to legitimize Yukono Amlak's rule of the late 13th century AD, who had killed the Zagwa king to obtain power. So now he had to convince them with this whole genealogy and legitimacy stuff. And remember, they had converted to Christianity. So these Christian monks, they're like, yo, we got to come up with a story, man. The historian Edward Ullendorf describes the uninterrupted lines of kings descending from Menelik I, who was, according to Christian Ethiopians, the son of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, as a historical fiction that has become a powerful and influential saga among Christian Ethiopians. Oh my God. Not me. This is what the scholarship is saying. But I don't trust this man. I don't trust him. The historical fiction of uninterrupted line of kings descend from Menelik, the son of King Solomon and Queen Sheba, has very deep roots in Ethiopia. Must be one of the most powerful and influential sagas anywhere in the world. Although it's claimed by Christian Ethiopians, the ark is never shown to anyone outside of the priest who guards it. Historical fact is, it has been shown. In fact, Professor Edward Ullendorf, an authority on Ethiopian history and religious scholarly, had obtained access to see Ethiopian's ark in 1941, and he dismissed it as a fabrication. He went on to describe the Ethiopian ark as nothing more than a wooden box that was empty inside and one that was of middle to late medieval construction. Ullendorf went on to say that the priests and the Ethiopian government keep perpetuating an aura of mystery around the ark, mostly to maintain the idea that it's a venerated object. Ladies and gentlemen, game over. Professor Ullendorf, the first incumbent of the only chair of Ethiopian studies, and by the way, this guy is Jewish, and you'd probably call him white, but who rewrote Haile Selassie's biography in Ge'ez? Who did he authorize to do it? This guy right here. Why did Selassie, your God, do it? Because he respected Ullendorf as a historian. Now, as far as the Ark of the Covenant, we do know that concept actually comes out of Kemet. I'll actually admit that live. The concept comes out of Egypt, the Ark of the Covenant. This is what historians have agreed on. Now watch this. The Ark of the Covenant is in the Bible with Josiah. So how could Menelik I have the Ark of the Covenant when in the Bible Josiah had it in the 7th century? Somebody's lying. Somebody's making shit up. Garfield, you trust the white man. Selassie did. Daggers.
Hey, Garfield, you cooking with grease now, bro.
Oh, man, watch this. Watch this right here. The first incumbent of the only chair of Ethiopian studies in Great Britain. His book, Ethiopia and the Bible, published by Oxford University Press, is acknowledged as the classic scholarly work in the field on religion in Ethiopia. When Graham Hancock's book on the Ark in Ethiopia, The Sign and the Seal, was first released, the press sought Ullendorf as an expert to give his evaluation of Hancock's theory. In an interview with the Los Angeles Times, Ullendorf, after calling Hancock's book a sad joke, declared that he had personally seen the object in Oxum. They have a wooden box, but it's empty, middle to late medieval construction. When these were fabricated ad hoc, Ullendorf went on to say that the priests and the government perpetuate an aura of mystery around the object, mostly to maintain the idea that it's a venerated object. Yet Hancock and Cornock, as well as other Westerners who have visited the site, have claimed that no one is permitted to enter the church and view the ark. Ullendorf, to the contrary, said this is simply because they were Westerners who had no knowledge of Ethiopian language or customs. I've seen it. There was no problem getting access when I saw it in 1941. You need to be able to speak their language, which is classical Ge'ez. You need to be able to show that you're serious. Therefore, according to this expert witness, the object in Aksum is a medieval relic that can be viewed by anyone who the priest choose to let see it. Because the Kebra supports the claim of the royal house, it has become the national epic of the country, and the possession of its ark is essential to maintaining Abyssinian Christian supersession. It is also held to be the ark by the faithful and generally acknowledged as such by the entire population, who regard it as part of their national pride. Therefore, regardless what is in the Aksum chapel, the Ethiopians still claim it is the ark. Searching for the Ark of the Covenant by Randall Price, page 177. Historian Edward Ullendorf, too, spoken at great. Hold on, let me stop for a minute. Let me see what the audience is pouting about. Let me see what y'all mad about now. What y'all mad about? All right. You know what, Barrington? I'm gonna time you out again. Time you out again. Time you out again. But listen, historian Edward Ullendorf, too, has spoken at great length about the source material of the Kebra writing. Ullendorf, who was through and through admirer of Haile Selassie and Greater Ethiopia, who immortally dedicated his book, The Ethiopians, to Haile Selassie, even writing it in Amharic, and who translated, this is what this guy did, this is how much Haile Selassie respect him, you know, who translated Haile Selassie's autobiography, Hiwetinaye, Ethiopia, My Life and Progress, from Amharic to English, and who can be accused of misrepresentation, said this in his book, The Ethiopians, page 61. The historical fiction, let me repeat, the historical fiction of uninterrupted line of kings, descended from Menelik I, the son of King Solomon of Sheba, has very deep root. The historical kernel of this legend no doubt derives from the identification of the Ethiopia dynasty with Hebraic Jewish elements in the Abyssinian past and their insistence on the Semitic or Semitized ethnic relationship. Let me go some further. Let me go even further. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, so let me get off of that. Here's something somebody had asked earlier that I wanted to show. All right, let me get off of these slides right here. All right, any comments?
I would say, well,
Nah.
that's definitely true when you're looking at Josiah, the king of Israel. One thing we got to understand is that when we're dealing with Ethiopian Jewry, or rather the Israelites in Ethiopia, it's a lot of oral tradition and folk tales and lore, L-O-R-E, that goes along with it. But when you look at it in the totality, they were Israelites in that region.
Whether they were Israelites in that region or not, right? And I want to get to that when I get to the 20th century. We're going to get into that. What I will say regarding that, it's very important that we understand anthropology and people traveling and moving and migrating and trade. One of the best places to live in the ancient world was where Ethiopia is, on the borders, because you had a lot of spice trade. You have the East African trade, where they were trading spices. So we know that. But as far as Ethiopians on a whole, I don't see Ethiopians coming here as far as the Israelites that came here. I don't see that at all. And there's several reasons why I do have that. I don't think so. But maybe you have something today that's going to change my mind. All right. But let me get back to this carefully. We just talked about the Ark of the Covenant. We're around 13th century. Does anybody have any source before 13th?
Garfield, I just wanted to say something though. With the Ark of what you read, is that like one of the only people who have said that that actually recorded that they witnessed and they visibly saw what is
One of the few people.
so-called supposed to be the Ark of the Covenant? And how did he gain that access? How
He gained,
basically
that
if it's
he gained that access because again he said he respected the culture, and what happened is he knows the culture of the people. So he's a Gi specialist. You see, he's so trusted that Haile Selassie they say, "Yo, I want you to translate my thing from Amharic to English." He's so respected in the culture. This Jewish guy, because remember, Faitlovich. This goes back to Faitlovich and the Jews. Because remember, Faitlovich was trusted by them too, by Menelik II, because again, he could speak Geese and he respected the culture. So the color of the skin don't matter. You coming from the Western world and saying the Ark of the Covenant is here and they don't let you see it because you're not a part, you don't know the culture. You think these people are going to let you in? This is somebody who Haile Selassie respected. So he was given access. That's all it is.
okay, and then
he's an inside guy.
Okay, and then also, because I know what you read didn't talk about it, but you probably got to give a little background too for people who don't know. Why is the Ark of the Covenant even said to have went to Ethiopia? For someone that's a naysayer that say, because there's people that say the Ark of the Covenant is not there. So what is the whole what is the where did that even come from? Because this person is saying that it's false, but then of course you're gonna have people that's saying like Rasta, they're gonna say it is in Ethiopia. So it's easy just to say, well, who this guy? Maybe he don't know what he's talking about. So how would you, I guess, support or defend that?
It's something that's supported by the government, though. So what happened is the government, people died the other day at St. Mary's Church, said they're protecting the Ark. So there's this aura within the government and with the priesthood that's saying that here the Ark of the Covenant is here. They're always going to teach that. You're not going to convince a believer that it's not there. Now, this gentleman said he went there and he saw it and he said it was empty.
Mm. So what I used to hear, because when I was younger, I ain't gonna lie, bro, I was kind of into the movement. But I was used to hear that it was like in Addis Ababa. Is that not really that's not really a thing that people go by no more?
Nah.
Okay.
Well, they still have the guardians in those churches in Ethiopia that watch the what they would call the Ark of the Covenant. But one thing I would like to say real quick is that when we're looking at that tradition of let's just say Jewry, we're looking at the conquered Jews that accepted Roman Catholicism. The true Israelites, they was always at war with those in Axum, the true Israelites. So a lot of people tend to focus on that history because that's the one that's more known. But those were actually converts and vassals of Roman Catholicism, and you can see it when they convert. So, yeah, just look up the. You familiar with the Simeon dynasty? Just look up the Simeon dynasty, and you'll see that was the faction that was strictly committed to staying Israelites and not bowing down to Rome. And those wars lasted all the way up to like the 16th century.
So those people left from Ethiopia and came on the slave trade?
Well, they left after the dismantling of their nation, and they moved westward, and they just assimilated. And
we have evidence of them in the 19th century marching literally on foot to Israel, bro.
Wait, say that again?
We have evidence of Israelites marching on foot from Ethiopia going to Israel.
Yeah.
So we have. So how could you say that community is saying they're Israel? How are you now saying that they came over on the slave trade?
Because those Ethiopians, they fled west. You had other
Where is your evidence of this? Let's look at this. Let's look at the map. Let's look at Ethiopia. We're gonna slowly walk through this. I'm gonna put a map of the world on the screen. Right? I'm gonna put this map on the screen. And we know where Ethiopia is. Ethiopia is down here. All right. So we have Ethiopia down here. So you're saying that these people in Ethiopia, they fled from here, this area here. They fled where? West is going towards West Africa. So you're saying,
Correct.
so where's the evidence of them fleeing?
Well, you can see it in the decrees of the
What decrees?
Of the Ethiopian Jewish kings at that time. It was one.
Which Ethiopian Jewish king?
I'm trying to recall his name, but it was one that made a decree that made them all what we call falasha. But that term means legally, when you're speaking with Ethiopians, that means they are outcasts. So they were outcasted from their land, and they was banished from their land.
Bro,
and when wait, hold on, and let me finish. You're asking me how did they get there?
Go ahead.
And when you
give me the source. We're gonna deal with sources.
Hold on, and when you look at, you had other Israelite chiefdoms and kingdom states in West Africa already as early as the 13th century, evidenced by Congo.
Kingdom state, man. Stop it, man. Ain't no Loango, no kingdom. Stop it.
Yeah. Well, kingdom, posse, clan, chiefdom, whatever you want to call it.
What is
they were Israelites in that area.
Let's slow it down. Let's slow it down because everything you say, I don't accept it. All right? I don't accept it off the job because you're not going to provide a source for it. Let me ask you this before you speak any further. Are you going to provide a source that we could look at with the rest of the conversation?
Well, I mean, I'm on my phone right now. I mean, but if you just study, the history of Ethiopia, you'll see it.
No. We have been studying the history. I'm Jamaican. I've been studying it. I'm asking you to give me a source that people in Ethiopia from a Jewish community migrated over to West and were taken as slaves. Give me the information so I could follow it chronologically. Like today, I'm showing the word Ethiopia, the oldest usages, where we find the origin, where we come from. Then we talked about Nimrod. Then we talked about the four rivers. Then we're going chronologically. Then we got to the Dimit Empire. We got to the Temple of Yeha. They're worshiping Almaka. We talk about their language that they're speaking. They're speaking a South Arabian dialect. Then we come down to the Aksumite Empire. Who do they worship? They're worshiping Astar. They say they trace their lineage to Maren, which is nothing to do with Solomon or nothing. This is that their tradition is. They trace their lineage to some royalty. Then we come to the 4th century with King Izana. Then with King Izana, we get to the Kebra Negas, we get to the Solomonic dynasty tradition, and we get to the Ark of the Covenant tradition. This is where we're at. You're telling us right now that there's some secret cabal group of Jews that came over on the slave trade as Jews, African Americans. I would love to see this.
Yeah, I don't think that's documented anywhere.
Yeah, when you say a cabal of Jews and like that, don't even
a group of Jews.
I don't. Yeah, that to me that don't make sense how you say that. What you mean?
I mean a group of Jews who traditionally are Jews. And by the way, I don't think any Jews, as far as how we look at Jews, was in Ethiopia per se. I think eventually, because of trade, you had some people lived within that community, and I could prove that. I could prove Jews who believe in some sort of Torah or practice some sort of trade who were Jews lived in that area. But again, the people who are traders are normally not traded. It's just like in Senegal, we have the Jewish communities who are traders. All of a sudden, people are saying that they were traded. It doesn't work like that. And we have the continuation of the culture within Senegal and Gambia. We have evidence of that. So you saying that this is just wishful thinking on your part. That sounds good, but you can't prove that.
Right. So when you're looking at, when I say the nation of Ethiopia or the nation of Israel or whatever you want to call it, clan, whatever, it was a polity of people, a large amount of people in the myriads.
How much? Large amount of people, like how much?
When I say myriad, that's in the tens of thousands. You have
Fuck out of here. Get off my panel. I ain't listening to that shit. Nigga, you've been making up shit for 15 years now. Stop it. Give me a source. Give me one source that agree with you. One source. You see, this is what happened. I don't deal with lies. I don't have to lie to be an Israelite. I could prove I got Jewish Ashkenazi DNA in my system. I've been intermixed with Jews. So I'm not fighting to be that. The issue is we need a source, not belief.
Because wasn't the Christian church put up in Ethiopia first before there was any Jewish like synagogue or anything over there?
Facts.
Yeah, so I mean that kind of eliminates that. I mean,
where did Jews come from? Why are they going there? The only reason why people saying that they're in Ethiopia. I'm gonna tell y'all this right now. When Eldad the Danite, Waterstone, me not tell you something, me go easy right now. Me not gonna tell you that. Me just gonna relax. Because they say the truth hurts. There's nothing that I'm saying here that should hurt anybody. You should receive it. And if you decide to say Haile Selassie is God, that's on you. You want to hold on to that, that's your business. But I'm not saying anything wrong. Nobody has challenged what I've said, though. Nobody has challenged what I've said. If I'm saying something wrong, come and correct me.
It's just a to me, it's just a cultural expression of, you know, it's just a cultural expression for those who want to deify him, and that's their choice, because it's, to me, that's better than deifying some mythological character that, you know, but so to me, that's how I look at it. Like, it's not really nothing to, like, because some people try to connect it to Bible, whereas some people, they just say that man is what they deify, who they believe to be God in their lifetime, which that is better than, you know, just you know, worshiping or praising some mythological characters that you just read about in the book. If you take away the whole book aspect.
Ethiopia, right? In Ethiopia, for those who don't know, right? Based off the information that we have, they got the T marker, the males, they got the J marker, they got the E1B1B marker, they got the B marker, and they got the A marker. These are Ethiopian white subclades. Now, they don't really have E1B1B. And if y'all know that in America, 60 to 70% of African Americans have E1B1A. E1B1B is in America, but it's very minute. So that means if we're looking at it from a modern day perspective, we look at the markers that is in that culture. I think 93 is A. So 93 could claim he's Ethiopian. I don't know if his DNA traces back to that era. And by the way, too, just because you have a marker don't mean you come from a certain area.
Nope.
You could have a tradition of J in Europe that's rooted in Saudi Arabia or Yemen or even Ethiopia, and you don't even know. People travel for work. People move around. People wasn't just stagnant. Just because we have a marker don't mean you are that person or you are that culture. Show the markers and show the culture of it being practiced. Then you can make an argument. Another prevalent lineage in Ethiopia belongs to haplogroup A, occurring at a frequency at 17%. It's almost characterized by its downstream sublineage, A3B2. I don't think 93 is A3B2. This is another part, is a different A that he's a part of. Then you look at the maternal, they got L0 to L6. African Americans, what L do you have normally? You see, those are the things you got to look at. And then when you're showing that, you show me that these people transfer. There is a tradition of the Alaman and coming from Yemen, but that's not from Ethiopia. That's from Yemen. And that tradition, scholars widely disagree it makes any sense. Made up. People make up shit all the time. So, if he wants to, that's on him. Rebel, what's up?
Fire.
You burn a fire for me?
No, I'm not burn the fire. You know, say we just have call the just a call, you say, Rebel, what's up? I'm going to say, well, go on, you know, answer, you know.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
Nothing up on my mind, but when I look upon, in the sense of certain things, say, you love sources. And do we know, say, some of the sources, them where we are dependent on more time, the man, them is not so ancient. The man, them is some new age scientist, new age archaeology that's coming up with what you call it? The census. See, we just have to pull over on the side. And we are take the census as some people when they even know what are going. And we dip on the live attack like them people they so personal to the information when centuries and thousands of years don't pass by certain things. So some of the things where we are arguing technically, nobody know who the right or the wrong is. It's just some people going off of them scientific census. And if you got scientific census, then you know, say, some people say yes, some people say no. So which one of them right?
All right.
You see?
So let me ask you a question. You talk about the consensus. This is not a situation where we're talking about a scientific consensus. This is about belief.
Right.
But what I can do is, we know when the Aksumite Empire ruled, and that's where Ethiopia is today. We know that their kings worship Astar. They didn't know nothing about Yahweh. They didn't know about no Yahweh. They didn't know about no Solomon. They didn't know none of that nonsense. They didn't know none of that. They said they traced their lineage to Maren. Now, what I'm going to do, family, I'm going to put Maren on the screen, right? And we're going to read who Maren is. Because that's what we need to figure out. Who is Maren? Why were Ethiopians at that time worshiping Maren? No, I'm sorry, not Maren. Astar. I'm sorry. Astar.
Ishtar, yeah. But Garfield.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
We know, remember, you know, when the girl Seba saying, when she go check the youth in the story Solomon, remember she done tell you, say, yo, them a worship the sun, moon, and stars, you know. And so she left the sun, moon, and stars for the boy Solomon belief and him whole thing in a monotheism and the God. You see what I mean? I show you so.
Nope. That's tradition.
What you mean?
That's
in the story, me I talk the history of things. Me I talk the story when they put it in the Bible when she left Ethiopia and she gone. And the boy, the Middle East.
Yeah, talk about the tradition. But she never,
Yeah.
for one, there's no evidence that she had sex with Solomon. That's just people, that's the Kebra Nagas put that in there.
Right.
That's the first thing. So we saying that they had sex, that's something that's made up over 2,400 years later. So hold on, let me get the match right. Yeah, about over 2,000 years later, they make up that story there. So we can't say that's tradition as far as what's not in the Bible is in the Bible, because the Bible, they're trying to imply that Menelik the first had the ark. But in the Bible, the same Bible that they use as the main storyline says that Josiah had the ark in the 7th century. So all him have the ark and Menelik have the ark. That don't make no sense.
No, you know, say, I don't believe in them thing, the Rasta. I hear Rastafari, but at certain point, I listening so much of information, you got to grow beyond a certain sect of humanism. Because when we check, say, Rasta, Anglican, Catholic, all these things are sect of people who decided to think in a one set, one vibration kind of things. You know what I'm saying? Even though they know so the history is not right, they keep believing in the dogma. So we dropped them thing there, but at the end of the day, we started off as Rastafari. So we hold in anciency to His Majesty, Haile Selassie, for the things that he have done in this time. Yet still, the false history are the history that's been created in certain way to suit the Bible and to suit the boy Jesus and the whole of them now. And I drop them philosophy right this now when I talk to you. See? So we know, so the boy Philip, when them talk about catch the Christianity from Ethiopian monarch and Ray and Enoch and them thing, we know so them thing there are some story, make up things. You know what I'm saying? So we beyond them thing there right now. That is why we dip on the channel. I show you say, yeah, we like the I story, the history of things. Yet still, we have to be careful as to who giving us our history, even though we trust them to an effect. But these people shape our history to the fact where we don't even know where we coming from.
Throw out everything. Throw out everything.
True.
Throw out everything. I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. Haile Selassie, the genealogy that they show towards the Aksumite Empire, I think every scholar or every person agrees with the Aksumite Kings list. But the Aksumite documented themselves. So we can't say the white man made this up or some man have tried trick with. If Haile Selassie trace his roots back to Aksum, him kill himself because Aksum trace himself back to Marin. Them don't know not about no Solomon. He might make that up. Or whoever made the King's list make that up. That kill him. That's what I've been trying to tell everybody.
But listen,
Hold on, my brother. Hold on.
Yeah.
Solomon dynasty is a creation. It's a literary creation to make a point, because the guy had killed the guy who was in authority, and he had to show that he had authority over the kingdom by saying, me have a lineage to Solomon. That's what started that whole Solomon thing. And then on top of it, Christianity was prevalent in Ethiopia at the time. Islam never took over as much as it take over today. So it was all about Christianity. So the Bible was sent front and center in the culture. So that's why the Solomonic dynasty made sense at that time. That's why it makes sense at that time. But it don't have but because him kill off the king, him have to say, yo, me have a right to be king in it. Like me come at your yard and kill off your house and say, yo, you have a right to live in that house and take over that house now, because me a really rebel uncle and him don't know yet. And Ray, but who come from royalty and take over your house. That's basically what it is. Cause
that me go for sure you say, okay, listen, you could have traced your lineage to a certain effect because your granny or your great-grand tell you there you come from, but when you really check it out and you start go deep now, you get to realize it gone beyond. So sometimes people claim the lineage to certain distance where them can figure out, or some people even make it up to. But we know say it's not wrong to say, hey, 5 generations ago you can trace, but then you can't trace beyond the 6. So guess what? Now when you gone in at the 6 and do your research, now you get to find out, say, 15 generations down the line, which means that through you do your research and the people that give you the information did not do a proper research, then you find out that there is more to your history than where you was told. You see what I show you? So sometimes, well, how we are look on the thing so clear cut like is a square, a circle, a triangle. It's not like how, because histories have gaps in it. And we know upon the channel left to find ourselves, use for we common sense, use for we brain, use for we head. Where the next story go, where's the thing go? Because we are read books that these guys don't even really fully understand yet. Them give we a little glimpse into what's going on, but them the overs themselves. Even that guy you're talking, that His Majesty, trusted with his biography. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes these people, we understand, say, hey, them give us our history, but we don't have it clear cut. So we can hear ice cuts on the panel, but yes, still we have to be clear, open-minded, say, hey, it could have been somewhere else, somewhere else, because we don't have the clear history. That may I say, you know?
I think the Aksumite Empire exposes the whole history. I think that how they were recognized in the world as the 4th largest empire, probably even the biggest empire. You know, but at the end of the day, I think that provides more than enough information of what we believe, the people who live in there believe, and where we should go from there. But anyway, I'm gonna move on to the Kebra Gas. We talk about the Fedem Gas. We talk about the Book of Aksum. So let's talk about the hold on, there's one more thing I need to talk about. We need to talk about Haile. Now we can get into Haile Selassie now, right? Okay, you think your background loud. I'm muted. Yeah, I got you. I'm muted. All right. So let's do this now. What about Haile Selassie now? A lot of people made their comments about Haile Selassie. How you guys feel about Haile Selassie on the panel? Haile Selassie has been considered many things.
You said Haile Selassie? How we feel about him?
Yeah. Y'all could talk. I'm gonna mute up for a second. Go ahead and talk.
I mean, for Rasta, he was I guess he's the emperor who rose up out of Africa at the time, and he was an inspiration for those people, for Jamaicans. So I mean, to me, that's good. You know what I mean? I don't know. The only thing, obviously, he's not, who they probably originally believed as far as being Jesus Christ, being the Messiah or whatever. But like the guy was saying, wasn't that Rebel? Like Rebel was saying, it's like it ain't even at this day and age, it ain't even about that. He don't really symbolize that no more. It's just more so the uprising that was coming up, and then it's still that whatever that energy that created, that's what what I'm saying, the whole the eye, that whatever that energy that created it uplifted them and uprooted them. It inspired them to probably live a better lifestyle and eat better and take care of themselves better. And because right now it's not really, he doesn't symbolize nothing, because he doesn't fulfill a prophecy, a Bible prophecy anymore. But he's still regarded as one of the the great African leaders, what I'm saying, all time emperors. So that's how I feel. That's how I feel about him. And if people want to worship him as a god, I mean, if that's the person, if that's the figure, the historical figure that people want to regard as a expression as God for their culture, because people pick the God that they want to serve or worship. You know what I'm saying? And then some people don't pick anything. They don't, but if that's what's giving them inspiration to live a certain lifestyle, and let them do it. To me, it's better than, like I said, it's better. They created that that person to be their deity. It didn't get passed on to them from somebody else. They didn't get conquered and say, oh, you got to identify this person as God. They chose that person at their own time. You know what I'm saying? And that to me, if that helped them to live a better lifestyle, and that's good. And it's an African person. So hey, that's better than, what I'm saying, praising and worshiping somebody out the book. I wish they didn't have to use the book to make the connection at first, but we're past that. That's a long time ago.
Yeah, can I push a little talk about His Majesty same way?
Go ahead.
Well, we know, right? His Majesty is one of 9. So His Majesty is like a mythical being in itself, where it took 9 brothers and sisters before him to come and pass away, where he come and fulfill life, fulfillment. So he was one of 9 to start off with. That is the struggle His Majesty started off with, because his parents, his mommy couldn't have no babies like that. But he grew up now at the years at 12-year-old. He was already the doorkeeper, the desert match. In 1928, he was the king. In 1930, he was crowned King of Kings, Emperor. He and amongst Africans designed AOU. There is so much high story. His Majesty was in the Mason order, that if he went to England or any Scottish rites, Masonry, he was regarded as the top head Masons out of all the Masons globally. So His Majesty got position. Is just how we as the people them look at it. Because if we go in the history and the videos, we would see the King of England at that time. I don't remember if his name is Philip or whatever, but You know, he had cleared the space for the top architect. You know what I'm saying? So, in a sense, His Majesty being deified by Rastafari as the God because of the story that Marcus Garvey, the play that Marcus Garvey wrote, saying, look to the east, you know, for the crowning of a black king. And in that time, when we saw it, we did see Howell told us that it's His Majesty that Marcus was talking about. So that is where the Rastafari kind of begin, the 1930 era, where we were looking forward for a king, a black king, to be crowned. And when His Majesty was crowned in 1930, November 2nd, we as black people in the West, looking for a savior, a redeemer, we regarded His Majesty in a deification form. But today we hail His Majesty for the works He has done for the African nation and for the people globally of melanin skin. And you know, we give highly highs to Him, because if it wasn't for Him and His courageousness among with help globally, then we don't know where the black race would have been today. Give thanks.
Give thanks, brother. Yeah, hell yeah.
What's up? Hell nah, that was some confusion.
Confusing. Nah, that was
Y'all
perfect,
mute up,
bro.
y'all mute up. Let me get Pitar in here, man. Let me get the real teacher for the Rastafarians in the building, man. Pitar, how you doing, my brother?
What's up? I brought my chalkboard today so you guys can learn.
They could learn, they could take notes. That's right. That's right.
I think that was good.
No, I just wanted to mention real quickly. You guys can continue. He mentioned Freemasonry. I just want to make sure we're clear on this. Haile Selassie was not a Freemason. It's arguably the case that he even criminalized Freemasonry in Ethiopia, but I just wanted to make that point clear. He said a lot of good things. He just mentioned Masonry. He wasn't involved in Freemasonry, and I have the sources for that. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to hold on. Let me see which video this is right here.
Can I say something about Garvey? I mean, not Garvey. Sorry, Haile Selassie.
Go ahead, my brother. Be respectful as
Okay.
well.
Okay, I'll try to be respectful. Okay. So what baffles me is that we have people in Jamaica, primarily descended of West and Central Africans, worshiping someone who did not consider himself or his family to be, let's see, the closest people that we would be proximate to in that area would be the Bantus. Now they have so his people in particular have very negative views on Bantus or quote unquote Negroid looking people. He never claimed to be a god. And whenever he was pressed on this, he respectfully declined his godhood to the people, but he admired that their respect of the Ethiopian monarchy and everything like that, the Solomonic line. My question is that why were we to dig up somebody from who historically has no connection to the places where our ancestors are from, instead of digging up someone? I don't think you should dig up any man, but it's funny that we are always going to East and North Africa to find some type of power when we don't primarily descend from those people, and those people have historically looked down on people who look like us who happen to be in those regions. So it's just funny. I mean, there was this documentary about kids and everything like that during they were high schoolers, but they were like from different continents. There was one brother that was Ethiopian, and he says that, you know, quote, "We are not Negroes, we are sunburnt Jews." He was from a royal class among the Amhara people, the same people that Haile Selassie would have been part of. So the views of our people to their people, because nobody came down from their mountain preaching any type of Christianity that they had to a West African. So we got to understand is that we may be worshiping and having reverence for something for people who do not like us, in order to free ourselves from white supremacy and everything like that. So we go find one oppressor to go in the arms of another suppressor. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, I can respond to that if you want.
I want to say something too.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, because I wanted to say that but you got to look at those people they were descendants of slaves, and what they were given for
Who was the
religion
same
for
place? Which four people?
the Jamaicans, Marcus Garvey.
I know, but Jamaicans, he's not talking about that. He's talking about the people in Ethiopia. They didn't send from no slave.
No, no. But I'm saying, oh, okay. But I thought you were talking about from the Rasta aspect. You talking about just the Ethiopians in Africa?
That's what
Yo, well, the Ethiopian, right? The Ethiopians in Africa, yeah, they were never. I won't say they were never slave, but they were part of the transatlantic slave trade. That's what I'm saying. And I don't know why we descended of enslaved people from the transatlantic slave trade from West Africa and Central Africa. Why we have reference for people who are not really connected to on a historical basis.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like Marcus Garvey, right? I'm saying that he's a descendant of slaves, and the reason that he was looking to Ethiopia, to Africa, for that is because he was taking it from a biblical sense, and then he was looking for uprising, the guy was saying, rebel. He was saying that looking to the east. That was just.
Didn't Selassie turn his back on him?
You said that the Selassie turned his back on Marcus Garvey?
Yeah, didn't Garvey say a lot about Selassie that was negative?
I mean, I'm just saying what started it though, and then like I'm saying, like they were saying, they just held on to it because it was just something that I don't know. I guess it just inspired an uprising, and they just held on to him for what he did in his lifetime. Now, if you're saying he turned his back on Marcus Garvey, I ain't gonna lie, I don't know too much about that.
It's debatable. It's debatable whether His Majesty snubbed, quote unquote, snubbed Marcus Garvey. But it is true that Marcus Garvey interpreted what happened as a snub and then wrote hit pieces against Haile Selassie. But this was, of course, before the war even ended, and Garvey died before Haile Selassie even reclaimed the throne. So it's kind of like, I don't know. It's neither here nor there. I know the guy Barrington Edwards, though. He's staunch Bobo Shanti. He would probably defend Garvey more than I would. But that's the fair and balanced approach. I just wanted to mention to James Corvus, because he said that people in the Caribbean are worshiping the emperor and people that don't even agree with them, etc. I just wrote an article recently called Rastafarians Are the True Israelites, How a Mistranslation Fulfilled Biblical Prophecy.
Whoa.
And what's that?
I said, whoa.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I just wanted to explain real quick to him that I'm citing in this article Lloyd DeMoss's Psychohistory, which basically talks about how groups of people can create basically religious fantasies based around trauma. Essentially, he Lloyd DeMoss deals more with like child rearing and like child trauma, but in the sense of like a group fantasy, it can also mean like why people focus on certain religions or movements, and basically, in short, what our position is, at least my belief, is that the all-knowing mind of God leveraged human psychology so that the traditional Rastafarians would worship Haile Selassie as the reincarnation of Christ in order to fulfill the prophecy of the Bible concerning the nation of Israel. So there's different ways to look at this. I just want maybe James Corvus to maybe just think about it in a different way,
I can respect that. I can respect that viewpoint. I mean, like I look at it from a historical basis, but I can respect that viewpoint if you want to. I don't want to say spin it, but if you want to give it an alternative or a reason as to why, theoretically, I do like that. I mean, it may not be that, but I do like that explanation.
And I can go into more detail, but I just wanted to come on because somebody said Haile Selassie, so here I am.
I think Rebel has some back. Okay.
Garfield did a good job explaining Ethiopian history up until the emperor, so I figured I'd just come on and offer my services.
Yeah, I'm gonna touch on 1700s and 1800s and the roots a little bit, but I'm gonna have you guys build for like 2 more minutes. I'm gonna jump back in.
Okay. To the brethren, where say him got the Rastafari eye story. I don't know if you have looked in the archives of His Majesty, where all leaders of the world have to give way to the King of Kings. And also, I've been working in the backyard garden and watch it. I want you to kind of tell me, say, because you see the Christology you're talking about in Rastafari, that is just a recent history where people have placed Jesus Christ or His Majesty as the returning Christ. But if we're going on to the ancient Rastaman, before groundation time, and at groundation time, before Rastafari was proclaimed, these Rastafari did not believe in the Christology like these Rastafari today. So we need to know where the origin or the groundation of things really started from. And from there now, it kind of laced itself into all kind of different Rastafariologies.
Well, if I may, Leonard Howell, in his book, The Promised Key from 1935, he had mentioned that the emperor is the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, King Alpha, and Empress Menon is Queen Omega.
Queen Omega.
Yeah, so we have a biblical narrative, even in like the earliest, because Leonard Howell is technically considered the first Rasta. Am I right? So
yeah, in a sense, well, I would say he's the first Ethiopianist. Put it in a sense where after His Majesty was crowned, that's where the Rastafari kind of name came from. But in that sense, Howell was like an Ethiopianist before he was Rastafari, if we want to be technical, you know?
Sure, but I mean, as early as 1935, we have a Rastafarian book, a theological Rastafarian book associating Haile Selassie with, the biblical narrative of Christ incarnated, King Alpha, Queen Omega. We have the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. I mean, these are all biblical appellations.
But you're talking that's 5 years after his crowning, though. So it's just like, hey, after 5 years of his crowning, which you're saying, the book came out. But that is when people start going into the mythologies of the whole groundation living. So if you want to look into groundation before Rastafari, you would see like that is the head of Rastafari, you know? That is the start of Rastafari in the sense of a heretical level where we didn't look at any God. The Rastaman in the hills, he didn't look at the Bible. He smoked weed with the Bible pages versus read it, because he lived the life of a life man in life. He didn't just look at the book to live his life. You know what I'm saying? He was the life that the Bible or anybody was looking at. You know what I mean? So yeah, bless.
But so
hey,
also,
Rebel,
sorry, I just really quickly, Obi, I'll let you go. I just wanted to say, ultimately, Haile Selassie told the Rastas to read and study the Bible. So I don't see a cogent argument to disconnect the Bible from Rastafarianism. But that's all I wanted to say. You can go ahead, Obi.
No, I just wanted a clarification because I'm hearing that a pre or ancient Rastafarian, or you Rebel was saying groundation. What is it? Who is that supposed to be? Because like I was under the same impression that it was Howell, who saying is the one with the like the original Rastafarian thing. Is there something before that?
The commandment keepers in the Morse Hebrew Israelites is where Leonard Howell got that knowledge from.
Who was the name?
Leonard Howell went to North America, and he said in one of his statements that he got Rastafarites, the tenets of Rastafari from New York and Chicago, from the commandment keepers and from the Moorish Hebrew Zionists.
What up, Zion?
Shalom.
So you saying that he got the concept from people that was already
That's what he
in
said.
Hold on, guys. I'm gonna get to that in a second. Thank you, Zion. Mute up, everybody. Mute up. Let me get my guy Silver Boss. Who are you, Silver Boss? Silver Boss, you freeze up.
Yeah, he just froze.
Godfrey, I would like to go. Remember, I was waiting for the Selassie segment.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that in a second. There's one more thing I gotta do before I get to Selassie. All right. So give me a few. I'm gonna get to it. It's now 2:00. We've been on for almost 4 hours. I can't believe it. But sister, since you know what, you want to say what you gotta say and leave, and then we get back to it later on.
Yeah, I'm going to say something that no one in this panel never said. The first thing I would like to say is that nothing spiritual came out of Europe. So I don't understand how when Kemet was standing, so-called Greeks didn't have an alphabet. So I don't know how we have these Europeans scholars talking about melanated issues when Greek didn't even have an alphabet when Kemet was built. Secondly, I'm going to say to be host of hosts means that you are a vessel hosting the spirit of the Most High. Second of all, I would like to say that Haile Selassie was the reincarnation of Yahshua. And that's something the panel hasn't said. Now we are in Revelation. God is revealing himself. Selassie never said he was God. That's right. But he wasn't. He was Yahshua, the messenger that God sent, the vessel that God sent to host the spirit. Now, moving forward.
I can't let you go forward though, because I don't
Hold
agree with that.
on. You can't interrupt her. Let her finish.
Sorry.
She been waiting for 4 hours, yo. She was the first person on the panel.
Okay.
These European, respectfully, these Europeans with tie and their plausible deniability, laughter. You cannot laugh if you need sunblock to be on this planet. Moving forward, when we talk about reincarnation, Aramis, remember, it says we shall have a Messiah and call him Emmanuel. I don't know how we got this Jesus when there was no J back in the days. So when we look up Nipsey Hussle's name, his name is Aramis. Aramis means God will rise. He comes from the zone of Eritrea, who is connected to Ethiopia. So moving forward, when we see of Selassie was a vessel that all knees had to bow down when they saw him. That's on record. The Europeans had to bow down when they saw Selassie I. That's on record, period. And that is my source. And I digress.
If I just may, real respectfully, I just wanted to say the reason I don't agree with her is because she seems to be coming from the traditional Rastafarian perspective, where His Majesty is Jesus Christos, or the Trinitarian Yeshua, the messenger, the vessel, right? I just want to say that we believe that His Majesty is the God and Father of Christ and not Christ. So our interpretation of Rastafarian beliefs is Unitarian in nature. We don't actually believe in the Father, Son, Holy Spirit Trinity. We believe that the Father and Son are two separate people, and that His Majesty is the Father and the heavenly Father of Jesus Christ, who is the man Primus St. Croix from St. Lucia. But that was the only thing I wanted to say. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
Hey, Silver Boss. Let me see if I can't hear you. Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up. Silver Boss, turn off the background, my brother.
That was the only thing I wanted to say. I didn't mean to interrupt.
All right. Silver Boss, do you want to say something? But your background, you have the background noise in the background. If you want to say something, brother, you could get off mic, because you came on, you got chipped out. Come on back, brother. Silver Boss, the floor is yours, brother. Zion, big up yourself. Big up yourself. Silver Boss, it's on you, brother.
He seems to be freezing up a little bit.
He listening to the recording. That's what it is. He listening to it. Rasta smarter than this, you know. Rasta smarter than this, you know, Silver Boss. Well, go on. All right, I'm not ready yet. All right, let me get.
So yeah, let me respond to that too.
Where I'm at though. Respond to that, and then what I'm gonna do is
Yeah.
I'm gonna let everybody know. I did a presentation on Baba TV a couple of years ago called the Nat Turners of Jamaica, right? And I went into Taki. To me, I look at Rasta I evolved in the understanding of what a Rasta is. A Rasta is a freedom fighter, first of all. That's the first and foremost, right? Before we get into the religious element. And people might say, how is there a Rasta before Rastafari? Rastafari is developed from a spiritual connection to the Most High, or to the condition that you're in that brought you into existence. Because if you look at the four guys, that the main Rasta guys, Bedward was an influence. You look at Sam Sharp and Paul Bogler's influence. Taki was an influence. So you see, even the guy that became the part of the Order of the Garden that was in Guyana or Trinidad and then came back, Dunkley or Bieber, whichever one it was. These guys are influenced by freedom fighting. They are freedom fighters fighting for freedom, justice, and equality for other black folks in the time period that they live in. So now, Selassie being king, and we connected through the colonizers to the Bible, we say, yo, here's the coming of the black king. Him and the man that come to save we. So once that started circulating, that's how Selassie and the Rastafari movement started moving in a whole different direction and moving forward. But I'm gonna let Silver Boss, you could unmute and say what you gotta say, bro. Silver Boss not here. Zion, go ahead, respond to the lady.
All right, yeah. So yeah, that's like the Haile Selassie is Jesus Christ thing. A lot of 12 tribes, Israel and them used to teach that. I'm LOJS, I'm a Lion of Judah Society, and EWF. So we don't really teach that necessarily. However, we do say that Christ, speaks of him being in us and the Holy Spirit in us as well. And we see that in his majesty as the king. The early commandment keepers and the Moorish Hebrew Zionists, they saw him as a Messiah. You know what I'm saying? Because he was the king of Judah. You know what I'm saying? They really didn't teach, that he was the incarnation of Christ. On the other hand, I digress from what the brother was saying, that he's the father, which is absurd. And from my perspective, or that Primus of St. Croix is Christ's return. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't even match up or align with scripture. And you'd have to actually do some research on that, biblically. But more or less the comforter, according to the scriptures, the comforter will come. Now, if you go back into scripture, not to get too deep into it, you go into Revelation 11, you have the two witnesses, and also in Ezekiel, you have the two witnesses, Christ acting as priest, and then a lampstand as a king, as that comes to be a lampstand and a light unto the world. So, I kind of object to both of those positions on his imperial majesty. Haile Selassie himself said not to confuse the flesh with being emanated from deity. So to call him the father, you know what I'm saying, that's kind of wild. But we see a lot of that too, with like the Bobo Shanti would say that their trinity was Marcus Garvey, Prince Emmanuel, and Haile Selassie. We see some different variations of how they cite the king. But real simply, even if you go back to the early ancient beliefs of the Nile Valley traditions, the God King is rooted. That's the origin of that divinity of your divine king, the God King or king and priest. That goes way back to antiquity. So his imperial majesty at the very from an objective standpoint is still holding that tradition as the last reigning God King of the Nile Valley.
All right, that's what's up. Hey, Wall Street Willie, Peter,
What's going on, family?
Second. Wall Street Willie, what's up? What's in your mind, bro?
I just more or less had a question to kind of get started. Like, so when we connect him to the reincarnation of Yeshua and Jesus and things like that, my question is Selassie, is he on record saying that he believed he was these things?
Nah.
Right.
I'm gonna get to that in a second. I'm gonna get to that in
Yeah,
a second.
I want to answer that. I would like to answer that real quick. It's real.
Go ahead, sis. Answer it,
I'm
sis.
not long-winded like these men on these panels.
These
What I
horrible
think
men. These horrible
is
men
real,
on the panel.
it's
Horrible.
real simple.
Long-winded.
It's real simple. Check it. It goes like this. Yes, he did change his name from Rastafari to Selassie, which means power of the Trinity. Another thing I would like to just say real quickly is that the FBI was started for fear of a black Messiah. They know what's in the Vatican, locked up in those basements. They know the Messiah is coming from the United States. So when you look up FBI and you see how it's founded, it was because of a fear of a black Messiah, which is Nipsey Hussle, Aramis, who comes from Los Angeles, and you already know the rest.
All right, sis. Silver boss, you up, bro? Hold on, Nicola.
Yeah, big man.
Go ahead.
You hearing me, right?
I can hear
Okay,
you, bro.
people. All right. People talk about Trinity and all that stuff. All that stuff is
Yeah,
man-made.
he seemed to be having some technical difficulties.
I could hear him.
No,
I
man.
could hear him.
I'm saying the Trinity and all that stuff people be talking about, all that stuff is man-made. You know, we got to go back even to deeper history. You know what I mean? What I'm saying is this: no God ain't coming down on this planet to eat sheep, eggs, cornflakes, milk, and all this stuff what Haile Selassie used to eat. You know what I'm saying? And let me tell you something. Haile Selassie married a woman called Wazaro Menon, right? She was married twice before. And there ain't no God coming to marry no woman who divorced or separated from her two husbands before. Four children. Four children.
He couldn't find a woman for himself.
I mean, but when I asked the
Oh God
question, it
ain't
was
coming
from the
to take
premise.
no woman that had four children already with two previous husbands. Come on. Even Haile Selassie had a woman before with one daughter. Do you know that? Do you know that? That's history, bro. Real talk.
Three. If I may, she had
I
three.
used to cook. I used to cook for Zara Jacob, which is Haile Selassie's grandson in Manchester, England.
His
Ask
Highness
anybody. Right? I used to cook for Zara Jacob in Manchester, England, 14 alongside Peel Grove, Manchester, living with Haile Selassie's grandson, cooking for him. And I'm telling you, no God ain't coming to take no woman that was married 2 times previously with 4 ready-made children. No God ain't doing that.
If I may,
Kind of the premise behind my question
Hold on,
was,
Peter, hold on 1 second. Let him finish because his signal is bad. I want him to finish what he's saying. Go ahead, brother. Finish up what you're saying.
Okay. We still gotta ask ourselves where these books come from Genesis to Revelation. When we see names like Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Timothy, Paul, and all these kind of names, we gotta ask ourselves where all this, you know. Even the Ethiopian Bible says it's so ancient. It's copywritten by something called by a person called Raha Kohen. That's Jewish. Check it out. You see for yourself. You know what I'm saying? So all this information. Sorry?
No.
All this information people basing their knowledge on coming from these books, I think is very, very incorrect. It's carrying us our Cubans, right, astray. You know, we got to get to our real ancestral history. You know what I mean? And know the events and the practices and the cultures and times and the peoples of Africa. You know what I mean? And divest ourselves from all that Roman Greek stuff. You know what I'm saying? All this Jesus stuff. I mean, Haile Selassie come with titles like King of Kings, Lord of Lords, Lion of the tribe of Judah, Might and Power of the Trinity. You know, where all that stuff coming from? That stuff comes from the Bible. That stuff comes from the Bible. You know what I mean? And I told you already, if Adam and Eve was a myth, Cain and Abel was a myth, Methuselah was a myth. Enoch was a myth. You know what I mean? King David, Solomon was a myth. They ain't got no burial grounds to King David and Solomon. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying though, if
boys.
Jacob was a myth, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Isaac, Charles, Zebulun, Dan, Asher, Natali, Joseph, Benjamin, Sister Dinah, they're all myths, right? We got to get serious. We do in Africa. We got to divest ourselves from all that religious crap, right? And get into real. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, go back. Get rid of them people in Africa. Get rid of those aliens. Get rid of them aliens down there. We got to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. I'm talking from Trinidad right now. But as I said, I used to cook for Zari Yankov, Haile Selassie's grandson in Manchester, in England. All right? I ain't got much to say. I just saying, people got to wake up. All these books are carrying us astray. All these books are carrying us astray.
All right, got you, brother.
I gotta respond. I gotta respond, Garfield.
Go ahead. Yeah, respond, bro.
Before you respond, right? What I'm gonna do after I want Gullah is supposed to come back in because I know Gullah had something to say. But let me say this to everybody, man. Listen. Everybody have their own opinion about Haile Selassie. What I'm trying to do is bring a historical element to how we got to where we got. I'm going to show like the four people. I'm going to get into that right after this, after Pitar, and then I'm gonna let my brother Mayat speak, and then Pitar, go ahead. You wanted to respond to him? Go ahead, my brother.
Real quick, are you able to put my chalkboard? Like, are you able to make it bigger so I can just elaborate on this point real fast? Like, can you make me bigger than everyone else for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, just real quick before I get to the chalkboard. The honorable lady said to the question, did Haile Selassie claim to be God? No, Haile Selassie did not claim to be God, and she countered that by saying that he took the name Haile Selassie at his coronation, which means power of the Trinity. However, that name was actually given to Haile Selassie at his 40-day baptism. I think he was baptized on the 43rd day after he was born, according to Ethiopian orthodoxy. But that name was given to him. So when he ascended the throne, typically rulers in Ethiopia would take on their baptismal name because orthodoxy is the religion of the state. Just to be clear on that point. So no, Haile Selassie did not claim to be God. Real fast caveat on that is just because Haile Selassie did not know that he was God in the flesh does not take anything away from his divinity. The gentleman that was the cook for His Highness Prince Zada Yacob, he was saying that Haile Selassie married Menin, who had 2 previous marriages. I believe she had 3 marriages previously. She had children in 2 of those marriages. She was married at the age of 11 on her first marriage. But basically, back then in that era, there was a lot of arranged and political marriages. So the fact that Haile Selassie married a woman that had children and marriages previously really means nothing, because actually it was his cousin Lijiasu, who was the deposed emperor from 1913 to 1916 after Emperor Menelik II died. He actually arranged the marriage between Empress Menin and Haile Selassie, and basically Menin and Iyasu are related through Menin's father or grandfather. Don't quote me. I don't have the tree with me right now. I don't have it's over there on the other side of the desk. But basically they were related. It was
hold on. Let him finish.
Real quick.
I told you they're long-winded.
Let me finish.
Well, you guys said a lot of things. I just have to address just one more point before I get to the chalkboard, and that is the what was the other thing you guys said? You said, Barrington Edwards said that Haile Selassie is the conquering land of the tribe of Judah. I mean, I could get to that right now because I can't remember everything. I was trying to take notes on everything you guys said. So anyways, if you see my chalkboard here, maybe you can make it bigger.
Don't respond to the Judah part yet. Don't
okay.
respond. I'm gonna get to that.
Okay, we'll get to the line of Judah part. But the last thing that they said was another inaccuracy. Basically my point is with the arranged marriages is that even though Haile Selassie was in an arranged marriage, I mean that takes nothing away from his divinity. What I want to tell Silver Boss is that his preconceived notions of how God will behave when he manifests on earth are wrong. Like your preconceived notions about God, like it's impossible for him to marry a woman that has children and has had previous marriages. I mean, that's just, I don't see any justification to say he can't be God because he was involved with a woman who already had children or something. You see what I'm saying? So that was just one of the points I wanted to make.
All right,
I
thank
get
you.
that.
Have a good
Now,
day.
I did want to
Hold on,
ask him
hold
a
on, hold
question
on.
about
Time out,
something he
time out,
just
time
said.
out, time out, guys. Time out, time out.
Garfield,
Let me get Matt Ross tweet on. Go ahead, Matt.
give thanks, Garfield. How you doing, Brethren? Give thanks. You know, it's something that we as people, and I'm somebody who have learned a lot from yourself, Garfield, so it's the first time on the panel and so forth. But one of the biggest issues and problems is, as you know yourself, is that people don't understand what is myth and what is tradition. And there is a wonderful documentary or lecture, in fact, by Prince Amias, His Imperial Majesty's grandson. And he speaks very, very, very clearly and implicitly about the difference between myth and tradition and what is fact, and how people today become confused because what we cannot do, and you know it yourself, Garfield, we cannot see things through a modern lens. We have to look at things through, the context is always important. So things always have to be viewed from the perspective of the time, the cultural context of when things were written. So, and as Silverbass said, nobody's coming back to save nobody on this. It's an absolute joke. And so what we see within the Rastafari, I mean, I'm a Rasta man, but I don't subscribe to a whole heap of these creations that man do, because what we can look at, we can see how the whole thing now has become like, it's like church, basically. There's all these different denominations. And the original concept was revolution and repatriation. And when you look at Claudius Henry, I mean, you know yourself, Garfield, that the whole theosophical aspect starts in the United States, Liberty Hall. Where does Garvey go? Where does Howard go? Where does Claudius Henry go? Ethiopianism, Pan-Africanism, it all starts in the United States. So the theosophical and the whole ideological aspect of Rastafari starts in the US in terms of the theosophical ideas, etc., of repatriation. And then, of course, all three, they all go back to Yard. And at some point, they all start to disseminate information in their own particular aspect. So that's how we have to go, Garfield, and give thanks. Yeah, blessing.
All right,
Agreed.
cool.
Yes, sir.
Everybody mute up.
I wanted to ask one question.
Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up.
All right, boy, so let me say something after everybody say. I ain't saying the whole show.
Everybody mute up. Hey, Gola, you wanted to say something real quick?
No, I was gonna say, kind of correct the dude with the family lineage. Hayasu, you know what I'm saying, that Selassie battle was actually the grandson of Menelik II, direct lineage through a daughter of Michael Awalo. You know what I'm saying? Michael Awalo actually used to be a Oromo who actually helped him with the Ethiopian War, the first one, and he converted to Christianity because his name used to be Muhammad, but he changed his name to Michael. It was just a Christian name. Only reason the court didn't want Iyasu as the king or the emperor, which he was rightfully, you know what I'm saying, through his lineage, because his father was a Muslim and he had like Islamic type ways. And actually, Minion, Selassie's wife, was the niece of Iyasu through his sister.
Yeah, if I just may real fast, Garfield, with reference to Iyasu. So Menin's grandfather was Negus Mikael, which he said. I'm looking at the list right now. Menin's grandfather was Negus Mikael, and Negus Mikael had Ligiasu with another woman. So
he used to be a Muslim. He a Romo dude, Wallo. He used to be a
yeah,
Muslim.
but I have to stress this point because Menin and Menin was you said Ligiasu was Menin's niece, right? What I want to say is he was
a Yasu niece because her mother is a daughter of Michaela Wallo.
No, you're saying Ligiasu was whose niece?
No, Menin, Selassie's wife, was the niece of Iyasu.
Okay, and I want to tell you this. I have to make this clear. She was the half niece of Lidyasu.
Okay.
This is very important because people are trying to now say that Haile Selassie and Menin were blood related,
Right.
which is like an incestuous relationship. But
I
because
mean,
they
a lot,
were,
I mean, a lot of them do that. I mean, it's Ethiopia. I mean, I actually dated Ethiopia for 3 years. She was actually in that family. Like a lot of them do date like marry cousins and shit. Like
Yeah,
they
but
do
that's
that.
not
but
that's not true here.
I'm making this
Hey,
point because I
by
have
the way,
to stress.
all right,
I
hold
have
on,
to.
hold on. Yeah, go ahead. Make
I
that.
just
I
sorry,
mean,
Garfield. I just have to stress.
it may be half cousins and things like that, but you know what I'm
I
saying?
have to stress because Menin was Lidyasu's half niece. Her and Haile Selassie were not blood related. That's just all I have. I have to stress.
Selassie was a distant cousin anyway. He wasn't even direct. Like he was a cousin to Menelik. He was a Romo. He was a Romo mixed with Shiva. He wasn't even the rightful lineage.
Selassie was not Oromo.
He was a Romo.
He was not. His father is the first cousin of Menelik II. His father.
He do have Romo, bro.
Hey, time out.
Talking about we get the falsehoods, man.
Let me get into this. All right, don't worry about that. We ain't gonna do that right now. All right.
He do have Romo.
Let me break this down for everybody. Right, mute up for a second. Rasta to me, to Garfield, not to anybody else, represents resistance, rebellion, struggle against white supremacy. That means anyone can be a Rasta. I know the word Ras comes because of Rastafari, but in my understanding of Rasta, it goes deeper. It has evolved over the years. And this is what I'm saying to everybody. And how I look at the resistance, I look at it, the Rasta is starting when the brother asked a very important question. Who was it? It was, I think, Wall Street Willie asked a very important question earlier. How are we saying on Obi, how did we get to where we are? When we look at the first Maroon War and we see what's going on there with the Maroons, right? And the Maroons weren't perfect. We all know that, right? When we look at Kojo, we're looking at somebody who's, his name is Kwadwo, which would be in the Ghana dialect, was the leader of the Jamaicans, Maroon, fugitive, black slave, whatever, right? So you have Nani and the Maroons, they form different communities all over the country of Jamaica, right? So you have the Akan, who wanted to be the superior culture, although they were not the majority. The Igbo were the majority in Jamaica. They wanted everybody to follow what they wanted in Jamaica as far as a revolution, all right? So when you look at the Jamaican Nat Turners, you have Taki and you have Three Finger Jack. I have coined them the term as Jamaican Nat Turners, so that the people who are not familiar with this information outside of Jamaica know what we're talking
connection.
Yeah, and Selassie's mother was Oromo, and his father was Amhara. His father was maternally.
Hold on. So Taki's rebellion, one of the two largest slave rebellions in Jamaica. I don't know if people know this, but Taki wanted to kill every slave master from plantation to plantation. Now, once they heard about it, of course, they're going to clip the leader wing, but they thought that would have ended everything. So they clipped Taki the minute they started, I think within a year, but they continued to kill white folks and plantation from plantation to plantation. And what happened is, why Jamaica is so important in the American thought is because the English ruled America at one point after 15, whatever, they started ruling here, the majority. And in Jamaica, they took over after 1655. So what happened is, Jamaica was like an apple in the eye of the plantation owner. So they used to own plantations here, and then in the wintertime, they would go to Jamaica just to be in the sun. But they were ruling from plantation to plantation. And what happened is, if you look at Jamaica as far as the train tracks, I don't know if people know the train system in Jamaica is older than the train system here in America. It might sound weird, but it is. A matter of fact, electricity was in Jamaica before it got here to the Americas. Because again, it's the same slave masters running Jamaica that was running the British that was running here in the 30s.
You mean United States? I mean Jamaica is an island in the Americas. You mean in the United States of America?
Right. All right. So anyway, so when we get to Taki, so Taki revolt began on Easter Day, April 7, 1760, with attack in Port Maria or whatever, and the rebellion suppression was not announced until October 1761. but they killed a number of people. At least 120,000 African slaves had been imported in the previous 20 years compared to 90,000. So there was a lot of slaves coming into Jamaica. Three Finger Jack. Let me get to him real quick. He was a guy who said that a white man bullet couldn't kill him. Whenever you see what's his name, LeBron James or Kevin Garnett going to a basketball game, you always see them clap the powder. They got this. This is a Akan tradition. They did it at the 1712 revolt in New York. So they didn't like black folks congregating after that, after what happened in New York 1712. But the Akan people was all over. There was in Jamaica, there was in Cuba, there was in Haiti, there was in Brazil, there was in Jamaica, there was in Trinidad, there was in Barbados. They were all over. And what happened is Three Finger Jack said the white man's bullet could not kill him. So he was telling them that. That's his tradition, Three Finger Jack. He's a legend. All right. So anyway, he was captured and killed and whatever, move on. Then you had a guy by the name of Bookman. Bookman was a self-educated slave born on the island of Jamaica. After he attempted to teach other slaves how to read, he was sold to a French plantation owner and placed as a slave driver and later a coach driver.
Yeah. I mean, look at the man Cujo. Cujo is a Shanti Akan name. I mean, boy born on Monday.
Yeah. Bookman, look at Bookman's prayer. He said, "Good God, who created the sun which shines on us from above, who rolls in the sea and makes the thunder rumble, listen." And he talked about the God of the white man calls forth crime, but our God wills good work. So he separated the God, threw away the likeness of the white man's God, who was so often brought us to tears and leads to liberty, which speaks in all our heart. So he was an inspiration, ladies and gentlemen, for the revolution, the Haitian revolution. Inspiration. Bookman's philosophy was conquer or die. He was eventually killed and replaced by a less effective Negro accommodationist leadership. As a result, Haitian independence took much longer than it should have by 1802. All right, Sam Shaw.
Hey, Garfield, let me ask you a quick question. So
Hold on.
Context?
Let me get this out the way fast. Let me just get this fast out the way.
My fault.
Sam Sharp and the Baptist War sped up emancipation. So what happened is, ladies and gentlemen, Jamaicans were free 1834, August 1st. So we call that Emancipation Day today. But that was the day that so what happened is, remember, the same slave plantation owners in Jamaica are the same plantation owners in the United States of America, North America, right? So what happened is when we got emancipation, it actually helped to speed up the process to what going on here ended up happening in 1865, because they were scared of what the rebellious attitude of the slaves in Jamaica, that the slaves in America would also do it. All right. So Sam Sharp, he started the whole Baptist War revolution or whatever he did. And then you had another guy by the name of let me get him on here. With you. All right. But anyway, his name was Paul Bogle. But anyway, these are the four men that taught about Selassie that changed the Rastafari movement. But before I get into that, I want to play a short 10-minute video. But before I play the video, who wanted to respond? Let me go first. No, let me do it this way. Obi, you want to say something, Obi?
I'm listening. I'm just kind of, I agree with what you were saying. Because I was trying to see what was because someone had used the term as groundation. I'm going
to get to that. Don't worry about that.
All right.
Garfield, I got to just.
And I'm going to say, too.
I'm going to reach to everybody. Obi, you good? Rebel, you want to say something real quick?
Yeah, man. We are look for Rastafari in a mythical sense. We put Christianity and all these ideology along with it. But if we just put Rastafari as the man that is, as you said, natural resistance and redemption of black people, and at the same time self-providing, you have your own farm, you grow your seed, and you eat your food. That is a Rasta man in a full sense. But when you put Jesus and God and all them things to it, now you're taking it to a next level where it don't even belong in that level there, you know?
I have to object because
Zion.
Yeah.
Got you. Hold on. Rebel, you got to finish your thought. Are you finished, brother?
Yeah, what me I say is, we look at Rastafari in his theocracy, but Rasta man, been living way before this ideology came along. And I is the earth man. I'm not no theological kind of mindset where them take it to on a European level, saying I live in naturally as an African and I see His Majesty in the fullness of, and His Majesty was an Orthodox Christian, yes, but that don't mean I follow orthodoxy, because orthodoxy and Christianity in the West has two different mindset of how they look at Jesus and the ecumenical council. See? So we're not into that controversy. We're just looking at his majesty in the theocracy as he stand and the redemption of I and I as black people. Yeah, Rastafari, Selassie.
Wall Street, everybody. Hold up. You got to wait till I call on you, bro, because everybody want to talk at the same time. Let me get Wall Street Willie. You up, Wall Street Willie?
So I just had two questions for the brother with the chalkboard in the back. You made a statement when you were responding that because he didn't identify as God or acknowledge that, that doesn't mean that he wasn't God. I wanted you to elaborate on that whenever we get a chance. But Garfield, I wanted you to elaborate a bit more on the relationship between Taki and Three Finger Jack. Like I wanted you to kind of make that. I was just trying to keep up.
The connection I'm trying to make is to show that how all of this got called into existence, because Jamaicans, remember 400,000 people came to America directly from the slave coast of Africa. 1.2 million people went to Jamaica. I want you to picture that. That is 3 times the amount that came directly. So Jamaica was like a hot pot for slave trade. 50% of the Igbos that came on the slave trade came through Jamaica. All right. So what I'm doing is I was trying to say that Rasta goes beyond Haile Selassie. Rasta is rebellion. It's a struggle. It's always been. Now, even if you look at the early movements of Leonard Howell and the Pinnacle and the struggle that they went through, the youth man faith, how they couldn't wear Rasta locks in a certain neighborhood. People don't understand the struggle that we went through because of white supremacy. So I'm trying to paint a picture by showing, I mean, as far as the slave trade, as far as slaves being on plantation. But I'm going to get into some stuff. I'm trying to do it fast because we've been on for like 4.5 hours. And I don't want to do a part 2.
Now,
so let me...
Three Finger Jack.
Watch it, Willie. Hold that thought 1 second, bro. Let me just go around the room and let me play this 10-minute video, get back to this, and then I want to show the 4 people that started Rastafarianism in Jamaica so we could pinpoint what you asked earlier. Zion, it's on you.
Let me
Zion going to take 30 seconds. He's not going to take long. 30 seconds, and we get to you, Pitar. So
yeah, so
thank you, Willie.
Yeah, bless it. So I'll say, yeah, I agree when you say that term, because I often make a distinction between Rasta and Rastafari. Those who consider themselves Rasta, they live the liberty and they exude that resistance, you know what I'm saying, black supremacy, you know what I'm saying, black empowerment, you know what I mean, resistance against white supremacy. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? So, but when we say Rastafari, then you're calling yourself by the name, you know what I'm saying, and the title, you know what I mean, head, you know what I'm saying, crown, you know what I'm saying. So that is the spiritual, right? So and to remove the spiritual aspect away from it is not to be following His Imperial Majesty. Now you can use them as a symbol and say, you know, oh well, I cooked for this one and that one. That has nothing to do with the price of a can of beans. No disrespect, Aya. You know what I'm saying? The reality is that when you follow His Imperial Majesty, you're following his teachings, and you're also following the faith. His royal dignity is bound in the Bible, the biblical tradition, right? The titles, King of Kings. The other brother said Lord of Lords. He was never crowned Lord of Lords.
Oh,
never
that's why
crowned
we have
him.
to talk for. That's why we
hold on. All right, let's. You kind of long-winded.
Yeah. So I'm landed. So yeah. So we separate the two. You know what I'm saying? They're one body, but at the same time, you know, a Rasta can live the liberty, but a Rastafari has the faith.
All right, cool. I got you. All right, Petard, you're straight on the screen right now. Go ahead.
Okay, appreciate you guys. All right, I'll be quick.
Hold on. Before you answer, Anthony Johnson was free in the United States in the 1600s, way before Jamaica. No, that's not the point. You got the blacks were free officially nationwide in 1865. Let's stop playing games. There was free people all over Jamaica too. People need to understand the history. The same thing that's happening in America is happening in Jamaica. But you guys got free officially 1865. Officially in Jamaica. They were free before 1834. They were negotiating 1834, which was 30 years before 1865. Emancipation Day, August 1st. So it's a difference. And I'm not trying to put America against Jamaica and all that stuff. That's foolishness. But I just want to make it clear as far as that is concerned, historically speaking. Go ahead, my brother.
All right, I have to address Wall Street before I get to the chalkboard. So as brief as I can make it, here it is. All right, the nature of God. When we talk about the nature of God, we're talking about the idea that God is a mind that transcends space, matter, time, and energy. And as Rastafarians, we are saying that that mind, that eternal mind of God that transcends everything, localized itself into the zygote of Emperor Haile Selassie at the moment of his conception in modern day Ethiopia. So Haile Selassie has a quote where he says, that education which ignores man's intrinsic nature cannot be considered true education. And we know that the human brain is a physical organ that limits the mind's consciousness. So when we talk about Emperor Haile Selassie never claiming to be God, what we are saying is that naturally speaking, His Majesty's omniscient and transcendent mind was limited by his physical brain. So he, even though he was not aware that he was God, and even though he did not possess supernatural abilities, he is still God in the flesh. And this is because he's the only individual in the Common Era to have both titles, King of Kings of Ethiopia and Lord of Lords. And that's actually the purpose of this chalkboard. Real quick, I have to address Barrington Edwards, who said that Haile Selassie is the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. If you look at this chalkboard right here, this has His Majesty's official titles. Nowhere on here do you see the title Conquering Lion of the Tribe of Judah. We do have the title Lidge. He did become a deacon in about 1900. There's really no specific date, around the age of 8 in Harar, but that is not the equivalent to a deacon in can you guys hear me better maybe?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, that does not
teach these heathens, Pitar, teach them.
Yeah, because a deacon in the Ethiopian Orthodox faith is something more similar to an acolyte in maybe your Eastern Orthodoxy. It's just a boy that basically helps the priest with processions and things like that. So it doesn't necessarily, I mean, you have to know Ge'ez and things like that to become a deacon. But so he was a lidge, he became a deacon, then he became the jazz match, 1905. After that, he was the governor of Salale he was the nominal governor of Salale because he was only 13 at the time. Then he was about 14 when he became the nominal governor of the region of Basso. And Fitauri Kolech was actually his retainer who was guiding him. So they were trying to raise him to be in government in the administrative roles. Anyways, he becomes the governor of Darasa and then officially the governor of Harar at the age of 17. So from there, he became Alga Warach, which is the crown prince or heir apparent to the throne, at the age of 24 in 1917. But this is where it's very important, because when Ligiasu was deposed for allegedly flirting with Islam, Zauditu was proclaimed empress, and Rastafari the jazz match Tafari was actually proclaimed Balamulu Sultan Enderase Leul Rastafari Alga Warach. Sorry, he was proclaimed Alga Warach Balamulu Sultan Enderase Leul Rastafari. And basically what that means is that he became crown prince, heir apparent to the throne, regent plenipotentiary, and royal duke. This is very significant. This happened on February 11th, 1917. This is very significant because in 1930, when he ascended the throne as Atse, when he became emperor, so 1928, he becomes king. I forgot about that. King in 1928, so he became Negus. But then when he became Negus Neges Ze Ethiopia, which means King of Kings of Ethiopia, and Seyume Exeabir, on November the 2nd, 1930, King of Kings of Ethiopia and elect of God, this now fulfills biblical prophecy, because he now has both titles, King of Kings of Ethiopia and Lord of Lords.
How does he become elect of God? Who decided that?
This is just the title that
that's the titles
used.
That's given by.
Why should we take that serious?
It's traditional, but that's not why he's divine.
Thank you.
But
All kings had some type of divine special name. That ain't common, bro. I mean, it's common. It's
a common Ethiopian title, but that's not why he's divine. The reason we're saying he is God in the flesh
is because it connects both titles.
It's because he had both titles, King of Kings of Ethiopia and Lord of Lords. Now, maybe on this chart you don't see the title Lord of Lords, but this is why I made this chalkboard, because Le'ul Ras is a royal duke, and a royal duke is, according to this chart, is the Ras of Rases. So he was the technically the Ras of Rases. So he was technically the provincial lord of provincial lords. So this is justification for Haile Selassie's divinity through the Bible, because here you have Le'ul Ras, beneath that you have a Ras, which is a duke. Then below that you have a Bitwaded, which is equivalent to an earl, the jazz match, which is equivalent to a count, Fitarauri, which is a viscount, Garazmatch, and Kenyazmatch, which are barons. So all of these Le'ul Ras, Bitwaded, the jazz match, Fitarauri, Garazmatch, Kenyazmatch, these are all Geta Woch, which means these are all appellations of a lord. And since Haile Selassie was the Lord of Lords, so he became Le'ul Ras on February 11th, 1917. When he became emperor, this is called a merger into the crown event. You don't lose your former titles. You kind of just they kind of just fall by the wayside. Not as irrelevant, but you're referred to now as Atse. You're referred to now as the emperor rather than Ras, right? So he wasn't referred to as Rastafari anymore. He was referred to as Emperor Haile Selassie, because that was the prominent title. So he retains Le'ul Ras. So Haile Selassie is the Le'ul Ras, and the Negus and the Gas is Ethiopia, which means, according to the Bible, that he is the Yegeta Wochi Geta, which is the Lord of Lords. So Le'ul Ras means Lord of Lords. So this is how Haile Selassie is God. So even if Leonard Howell and the early Rastas didn't understand how Haile Selassie was the Lord of Lords, they are still correct in calling him that.
But here's the problem, though.
You're
making that connection.
Hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish, man. Come on, bro.
I'm about to finish. The finish here is because the title Conquering Lion of the Tribe of Judah, because that was mistranslated on government documents. See, the Imperial Ethiopian motto was the Lion of Judah have conquered, right? Because it was their Imperial Ethiopian motto signifying their Christianity. Because that was mistranslated in the English government documents, Rastafarians in the West believed that Haile Selassie was the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. So they started assimilating him with the biblical prophecy of the Lion of Judah, even though that was a grammatical error made in government translations. So, and I have sources for all of this. Anyone wants to challenge?
I want to respond to that. I want to respond to that.
Everybody stop.
Everybody
stop. Right now, it's Silver Boss. Unmute your mic. Silver Boss, unmute your mic. Silver Boss, unmute your mic. Unmute your mic. Your mic is muted.
Let me go, Garfield.
I got some strong ganja.
Hold on, family. Hold on. Silver Boss. Oh, you can't unmute your own mic.
Haile Selassie criminalized cannabis, so you can't even smoke, brethren.
That's not the point. I said he had some strong ganja.
Oh, I thought you said you had some strong ganja. I thought you said you had some strong ganja.
No, I said he does.
I'll come back to you. I'm gonna get to Mayat. Mayat, go ahead, my brother Rastri. Go ahead. Silver Boss, hold off a second.
I just wanted to get back to the divinity portion. So if
Wall
we are
Street
connecting
Willie.
this,
Wall Street Willie, you gotta wait.
Oh, my fault. I thought you said I'd go.
I'll call you. Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry, Garfield. I'm sorry. Real quick. I almost forgot. The guy in the chat, Junior One, keeps saying "light of this world." So the Rastas are taking this title, "light of the world," and they're plugging that into John 8:12, I believe, where it says Jesus is the light of the world. So they're saying that Haile Selassie was the conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah and the light of the world, which means he's Christ reincarnated. The problem with the title light of the world is it's not official. That actually comes from an Ethiopian poem that was attributed to Haile Selassie. So the Rastas took that as an official title. It's not an official title. First of all, I made an article called "The Official Titles of Haile Selassie," and you can read that, and it delves in. He had like over 50. He had like over 40 or 50 unofficial titles. You know, like he had a bunch of different titles, like the head of the Orthodox Church, and all these kinds of different head of the Coptic Church. Like he had a bunch of different unofficial titles. But if you read that article, you'll get everything.
Thank you, bro. Hey, Silver Boss, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. Did not Haile Selassie say at Expo 67 he's not the deity and he's not a god?
No, he never said
No. Nobody respond. Don't come off mic and then ask a question when it's your turn to speak. You get what you got to get out. Make your point. The floor is on you.
Okay. Me again? Did he say he was not a god at Expo 67? He's not a deity? Was not Haile Selassie educated by French Catholic missionaries from the age of 6? Was he not a member of the Coptic Orthodox Church, where it has its headquarters in Egypt, in Alexandria? Huh? Now these names, all these names about the Lion of Judah and all this thing coming from the Bible? Huh? Can we take the Bible as something real in this time? You know, religion is man's way of trying to explain the unknown. And that's exactly what these religions is all about. So when you're trying to go there, you know what I mean? The reality about this is that we are the ones under that affliction worldwide. And we got to stand up together and fight these people. You know who I'm talking about. We got to fight these people and get them out and take back Africa. They give you a book and take your land. They have you looking up and taking your land down here and all the resources. Got you gazing into the sky with all that BS. You know what I'm saying? We got to get serious, man. I'm 60 years old. Maybe I can't do it, but somebody younger than me might hear me and take upon the mantle and know we got to go to war, man. We got to go to war, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, just to be clear, when you say go to war, hold on, when you say go to war, what do you mean? Go to war with
when I say go to war, I mean say expel all these aliens out of Africa. We talking repatriation. We got to take back Africa, bro. We got to take our resources back. Africa don't need nothing from the Western world, but the Western world needs everything from Africa.
You know, doesn't it make sense to invest in Africa though? If I was a white man and I have money, I would invest in Africa because they got a lot of natural resources. Where do you think Dunkin' Donuts get their coffee bean from? They get it from Africa.
Right.
Starbucks from Africa, bro. It makes sense. That's just economics.
No doubt. They got to get everything from Africa. That's what I'm saying. Africa is the north of the world.
Companies in Africa.
Africa is the world. I'm saying.
All right. Hey, thank you, bro. Thank you, Silver Boss.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Mayat, you up, Mayat? Where Mayat at? Mayat drop off?
Yes, to drop off.
All right. Gullah, you're up, Gullah.
No, shit. I was like, shit. Someone would come from Colombia to where the coffee come from too. But yeah, but but what about the ancestors that actually connected to like in West Africa? Like skip over them people. You know, why we can't look at them? Maybe because the knowledge wasn't there or whatever, I don't know. But you got a whole culture of people in West Africa that had nothing to do with East Africa.
No,
the interesting thing is
in that sense, right? In that, you know what? Let me get into this right now, so we could just get this out the way. Let me get this out the way right now.
Garfield, it was a great question that he just asked because I wondered.
I'm about to get it to you right now. I'm gonna get it to you right now.
I just want to say that West Africa, South Africa, Central Africa have the largest growing Rastafari communities right now. It's actually undermining Western European Christianity.
All right, let me get into this real quickly, right? the four men that taught about Selassie changed the Rasta movement forever. All right. And again, the four men were Archibald Dunkley, Joseph Hibbert, Leonard Howell, Robert Hines. Most people who talk about Rastafarianism and its startup talks about Leonard Howell and his groups and the subgroups after that, right? Joseph Nathaniel was along with Leonard Howell, Archibald Dunkley, one of the first preachers of the Rastafari movement in Jamaica, following the coronation of Rastafari as Emperor Haile Selassie I of Ethiopia on November 2nd, 1930. In about 1911, at the age of 17, he moved to Costa Rica, where he spent 20 years at farm work. And let me just add this too. By the way, Costa Rica got a lot of Jamaicans. A lot of Jamaicans is in Panama and Costa Rica. He spent 20 years at farm work, also becoming a member of the Ancient Order of Ethiopia Masonic Lodge. His background at this time had been with the Ethiopian Baptist Church that had been founded in Jamaica by the 18th century Baptist preacher George Lyle. That's another part of the history that's just crazy. Hibbert returned to Jamaica in 1931, starting his ministry, Ethiopian Coptic Faith, to teach that the newly crowned Haile Selassie was divine in St. Andrew Parish in a district called Benoa. He reached this conclusion independently, having studied the Ethiopic translation of the Bible. Somewhat later, he transferred his ministry to Kingston, where he found that another street preacher named Leonard P. Howell was already teaching many similar doctrines. Like Howell and Dunkley, Hibbert was subjected to arrest and imprisonment by authorities, and he was also a founding member of the EWF Local 16. You hear Brother Zion talk about the EWF?
Yes, I'm Local 1. Yep.
Oh, all right. So Hibbert was probably among the Rastafari elders, including Mortimer Plano, who were given the honor of meeting with Haile Selassie I on his historic 1966 visit to Jamaica. In 1970, Hibbert formally invited the Archbishop Like Mandrefo, whom Haile Selassie had sent to Jamaica as emissary of the Ethiopian Orthodox Tawhid Church to Rastafarians about the Orthodox faith. And in about 1971, Mandefro named Hibbert as a spiritual organizer. All right, the next guy we're talking about is Henry Archibald Dunkley. Dunkley had spent much time away from Jamaica as a seaman employed by the United Fruit Company. And this is to answer Willie's question. How did this Rastafarian stuff start up? Pretty much I'm paraphrasing. And he returned to Port Antonio, Jamaica on December 8, 1930, where he switched professions, becoming a street preacher. His studies of the Bible had convinced him that the newly crowned Haile Selassie was the returned Messiah and that Rastafari was a name of God. By 1933, he had relocated to Kingston, where the King of Kings Ethiopian mission was founded. Following Howell's December 1933 imprisonment for sedition, Dunkley too was imprisoned briefly by the authorities a number of times in 1934 and 1935 on charges of disorderly conduct. In August 1938, he became one of the foundation members of the first local chapter of the Ethiopian World Federation, Local 17, which however became dormant soon after to be replaced by the more permanent Local 31. Although not as much is known of his life as that of Howell, Dunkley was reported as still alive in 1991. Another Garveyite associated with the early Rastafarians is Robert Hines, a follower of Alexander Bedworth, who was among those arrested on Bedworth's 1921 march against oppression and his call for spiritual reform. Shevens called Hines the most successful of all Rastafari in terms of memberships. Hines led an organization of over 800 members on the roll and turnout at functions of a couple hundred. Hines' headquarters was called the King of Kings Mission, and it was organized along the lines of Revival Group 21. Again, the connection between Bedwardism, revivalism, and early Rastafarianism. Bedwardism, ladies and gentlemen, that's the guy who they said that could fly and he flew up into heaven and all that craziness. Also, like Bedward and Garvey, Hines had the ability to attract a large following. All right, so we have the information for Leonard Howell. Leonard Howell was a world traveler who had served in the Ashanti War of 1896, and during that time had learned several African languages. He also visited the United States, where he encountered severe racial discrimination. Finally, sometime before 1930, he returned to Jamaica. Joseph Hibbert was born in 1894. All right. Let's get back to Leonard Howell. Later to become the leading figure in the early development of the movement, began his ministry in the dilapidated slums in West Kingston. All right. No one knows how the name Rastafari was adopted over the title Haile Selassie. The name Ras in Amharic is the title given to Ethiopian royalties, comparable to the English title Duke. Tafari is the family name of the king. Whatever the reason, this name has become not only a holy appellation and a ritual invocation, but also the name of the movement itself. The name Rastafarians is a Jamaican rendering of Rastafari and is the name given to the whatever. The Daily Gleaner reported that crowds of people gathered in Courthouse Square at Marley for a glimpse of the alleged seditionists. Among the charged were Robert Hines, Leonard Howell. Howell was reported to be the representative of Rastafari, king of the Ethiopians on the island, was charged with uttering a seditious speech in which he abused the government of both Great Britain and the island. Howell pleaded not guilty, but the jury, All right, hold on, let me see. Rastafari turned maroons. All right.
Garfield, didn't you have a video you were going to play?
Yeah, I'm going to play this video right now. Hold on 1 second. This is Leonard Howell, the Rastafari movement, his 6 principles: hatred for the white race, the complete superiority of the black race, revenge on white for their wickedness, the negation, persecution, and humiliation of the government and legal bodies of Jamaica, preparation to go back to Africa, and acknowledge Emperor Haile Selassie and only
Garfield.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
You put hate for the white race.
Hold on, man. Relax.
So Howell was in the United States from 1919 to 1923. But during that time, he worked on about 5 U.S. vessels, 5 U.S. ships, and the seamen or what have you. And later on, it's 1923, is documented that he came to New York and he settled in the Lower East Side on Horatio Street. He took out an apartment on Horatio Street, and he also opened up a shop in Harlem. Some people call it a tea room. Some people call it a drugstore. Some people call it a folk medicine shop. If you combine all those 3, a folk medicine shop, a drugstore, a tea room, and you couple it with Howell was in Harlem and Lower East Side, traversing all of Manhattan, New York City during the Harlem Renaissance, during the Roaring 20s. His age during these time, this 9-8 year period, was age 25 to 34, prime time. You ask me, it was a ganja shop he was running, because during that time they had what they would call viper dens. I was telling the eyes earlier, viper dens. A viper den is a cannabis consumption lounge. Cannabis smoking was, by this time, it was beginning to be demonized with films like Reefer Madness, a lot of propaganda. So smokers, consumers of cannabis were called vipers, and where they consumed cannabis were in viper dens, akin to the opium dens of Asia. So Howell was up here. A lot of things was going on. It was happening. He would have been around other black intellectuals, other black engineers, other black doctors, other black lawyers. It's documented he was a part of the UNIA. He was also a part of the Star Order of Ethiopia. So while Howell was on the vessels, there was a whole lot happening concerning Rasta in New York and in Chicago. So in 1917, when His Majesty was regent, plenipotentiary. See, I got it right. Regent plenipotentiary. The word for it in Amharic is Bela something. It sounds much better than regent plenipotentiary. But his title was administrative, and Zaldidu was empress. But he was running the government. He was sending emissaries to Europe, to US, and the United States. So what he did was he sent emissaries to the US to renew a treaty that the United States government had signed with Emperor Menelik in 1904, a treaty of trade. During this time, it was all about trade, and it was all about capitalism. When Martin Delany and Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, when they had a repatriation movement, it was about trade. It was always about trade. So that was a common goal, a common theme. In that treaty, it stated that there will be equal cross citizenship for traders from the US and Ethiopia. It also said that it also recognized Ethiopia's sovereignty. Many persons, many ones and ones saw this. They saw this, and they looked at it as fulfillment of prophecy. So there was a book came out in 1917. It's best described as historical fiction. In the book, it's five black men meet on May 5th. The first time they meet, they have no idea what they're meeting for. Later on, they find out in one of the meetings that one of them bring up a flag, a Ice gold and green flag, and then one of the latter meetings, they meeting about to fight against United States Jim Crowism. And they met in Chicago, actually. And they met on May 5th. As we know, as Rasta's, May 5th is a holy day for I and I. That was the day that His Majesty left and His Majesty returned to the throne of David. So in 1920 in Chicago, Prophet Grover Redding of the Star Order of Ethiopia, he held a parade. Like, you know how Garvey and them would have parades, gallant parades, like that was the big thing for us, a parade. At any rate, he held a parade where it's quoted in the Chicago Defender that he had an American flag and he had an Ethiopian flag, and he was on a horse. He burnt an American flag, and he told the black people around him to pledge allegiance to this new Ice gold and green flag and the government of Ethiopia. For me, that's big right there. That's big. This happened in 1919. To me, that's Rasta, because they had their own Star Order of Ethiopia. They had an American flag and they pledged allegiance. When Howell went back to Jamaica, one of the things that they held him on sedition for, the British colonial government, was Howell is telling these people to give up the British crown and follow this new flag, this new nation. This happened already in 1919 in Chicago. A police officer saw him burning a flag. No, a Navy, somebody from the Navy saw him burning a flag, and they tried to rush Prophet Redding, gave him one. A black police officer tried to rush, gave him another one. Then a father and a son that was with Redding, I think they shot some other people too, but Redding was caught and he was tried and hung within like 2 days. And it was printed in the Chicago Defender, you know, them sensationalized, but something about Abyssinian cult, prophet, whatever, hung. But yeah, check it out. So that was in 1919. And then another Reverend, James Webb, he either wrote in the Chicago Defender or he was at one of Garvey's UNIA meetings where he said that look to the east for the coming of a black king. No, not that. But he essentially, or was it that he said? You gotta remember too, Howell wasn't a locksman. Howell was a ballhead. All these men that I'm talking about, they were all what we would call ballheads. The locks, as we know, didn't come until later. So you got Reverend Webb in 1919. You got the book in 1917. You have the burning of the flag and pledging allegiance also in 1919 by Prophet Redding. And then you have the prophecy by Prophet Webb in 1919. Then you have it was the Holy Pibby, the Royal Parchment Scroll of Black Supremacy, and then the Promise Key by Howell. But the Holy Pibby was written by Reverend Athley Rogers. I believe he was from New Jersey. I had that book. I think it was written in 1924. I had that book when I was upstate in prison. So when I was upstate, this is so for me, this is the second time I cite up Rasta. The first time when I cited, I couldn't recognize the divinity of His Majesty. But for some reason, when I was up top, it was so simple. It was so simple for me. Like, you feel me? I guess because I was around nothing but black men. You feel me? But yeah. So while I was up top, I'm studying. I wanted to put myself in the 1920s to understand like what would make these people come up with the illest doctrine ever, the illest idea ever. Like what would make them, you understand, what were the elements that forged this thing together? So I had sent for Promise Key, Royal Parchment Scroll of Black Supremacy. That's one of the most fascinating titles for a book ever. The Royal Parchment Scroll of Black Supremacy. You feel me? That was written by Ballantyne, Reverend Fitz Ballantyne. He traveled to the West Indies also. And then Howell wrote Promise Key later when he went to Jamaica. Some people say that Howell plagiarized Royal Parchment Scroll, but it's just a continuation of Rasta, just a continuation of the doctrinal growing and expansion of the doctrine. You feel me? So in 1940, Howell is asked, well, he's quoted in Jamaica's Daily Gleaner as saying, where did you come up, where you get this idea from? He said, I got it from the Rastafarites in the United States. Remember, Howell was there from 25 to 34 years old. He was in Harlem.
Hey, let me tell a quick story real quick, right? The guy who wrote the Pibby Bible, his name is Poston. And Garvey was the main guy they talked about. And my dad is called Marcus Poston. So my dad, although he was anti-Rastafarian, was named by Rastafarians. That is very obvious. The craziness, yo. But hey, listen, man, I got one more hour.
Okay,
right?
so yo, can I share something real quick to back up a lot of what he said? Because I have all of that information.
No, don't worry about it. We don't need to back up that. That was for Willie. Willie jumped off the panel. But Willie, that was for Willie to say how we started. It was them four guys.
Right.
No, that was me, Garfield. That was me, Garfield.
Everybody stop. Hold on. It's crazy right now, bro. Hold on.
Hello? Yeah, can you?
Nah, bro. Your signal, you gotta go somewhere where it's quiet, bro.
So no, I do want to show you know, like I do want to show the Israelites, the Hebrew, the black Jews of Harlem, and that image. I have the picture of that image.
We're gonna get to that shortly. All right. I don't want to.
Hey, but Garfield, that was my question.
I have a video that's gonna show all of that. All right. I'm gonna play that to end the show. But let me say this though. We have an idea how the Rastafari movement stayed up. The guy with the Pibby Bible influenced Leonard Howell. Leonard Howell was a part of Garvey movement. He was definitely influenced by Garvey. He got kicked out of the movement because he was probably selling weed at a weed shop. All right, who cares? He got deported. The issue now that we have is that our Marcus Garvey, our beloved Marcus Garvey, was snitching on Leonard Howell in Jamaica. That's crazy. That's crazy work. He's saying, I'm not the problem. The main problem in the country is this guy. So Bustamante now writes a letter to the Queen and say, yo, we got to get this guy out of here. That's crazy work. That's crazy. People are laughing. It's true though. It's facts. You know it's facts.
Garvey went against the grain, B. He went against His Majesty towards the end. But Malaku Ibayan, nobody talks about Malaku Ibayan. He was one of the most important key figures of this whole thing.
Go ahead.
He was actually sent by Haile Selassie. He's his cousin, sent by Haile Selassie to establish the Ethiopian World Federation.
Oh, yeah. I got the video. Don't worry about it.
Right.
We're going to talk about that. I don't know their names like that. But yeah, it is what it is.
Oh yeah, real quick.
Malaku means messenger. So the original roots of Rastafari was always theological. So that's why when enough of these Rasta come, or Rasta with the dreadlocks and the weed and stuff like that come talking against the spiritual context, man, I really, what I'm saying, man, I par with that, man.
Yeah, I just gotta address Barrington Edwards. He was screaming in the chat earlier about 72 nations being at Haile Selassie's coronation in 1930. According to Haile Selassie's own autobiography, it was only 13 different representatives from different nations.
But it sounded like when y'all were explaining it that y'all were trying to justify it through just these titles that he was given.
No, there's more than just the titles for me.
No,
yeah.
I understand that.
I'm not saying he's God the Father, but he is divine. He's the we call him the Comforter.
So
the highly Spirit.
So, yeah. So would that be Rastafari, or would that fall on the Rasta side?
That's Rastafari. All of the spiritual, like so. Even though I disagree with my brother Pitar, he's a Rastafari because he sees the spiritual context, the divine theocratic reign. You understand what I'm saying?
So the difference between y'all two's view is that you see you basically deified Selassie. He has Selassie as like Jah, like the creator.
Yeah.
Oh,
and I say that he's the Holy Spirit, according to the scriptures, according to John 14, etc., etc. John 14, John 16, John 15.
So then what doctrine would I guess support that? What doctrine would support Selassie being a creator, or is that just something that is just a belief? That's just what they believe in.
Like the brother was saying.
I don't want to turn this into I believe Selassie is this and no, I don't want to do that. I want to deal with
that's what you put. That's what you put on the title,
No. Because we're talking about the tradition from the BC era coming down to Ethiopia, how it was developed.
Right.
I don't want to talk about if Selassie is God or not. I don't want to get into that.
All right.
That's
yeah.
too much politics.
But I just want to say from our particular denomination.
No.
Just real quick.
No, Pitar. No, we're not doing that. I'm telling you.
I just have to mention
on this stage. Listen, I know Rastas, right? Rastas have threatened me not to come back to Jamaica, right? And I know Rastas who are reasonable. I know Rastas who have sense. I know Rastas who don't have sense. All I'm saying to you is nobody on this panel will agree who Haile Selassie is from a theological perspective. So that conversation don't need to be had. That's like a Christian arguing with another Christian. I'm a Baptist. I'm a Methodist.
Or Israelite. Arguing over the name Yahweh versus Yahweh.
All right. Now listen. Let me say this. So right now we are at the 4 parts. We're at 1930, right? We have the splits. Leonard Howell is the main guy. The government is threatening him. He goes to jail. They call him crazy, all type of foolishness. He builds a community, what we call St. Catherine, the parish of St. Catherine. We'd call it states here in Jamaica, the state St. Catherine. He calls a place called the Pinnacle. That's where you start see the influence start going over. One, he's being sent to jail, and then people started to adapt the culture. Now look at this right here. Let me bring this up right here real quick.
I just have to say our theology is based on science. So that's what differentiates us from the other Rastas. That's all I wanted to say, Garfield. Go ahead.
Okay. All right.
Science?
Yeah, the scientific method. That's what I was trying to tell Obi.
Okay, I got you. This is another part of the whole conversation.
Thanks, Pitar.
There's this book by Ansley Hammond. Have you read this, Zion? The Ganja Complex?
No, it looks good though.
Rastafari marijuana. He talks about the influence of the ganja, how ganja has been around for over 5,000 years and been used all over in worship, as far as even the Hindu god Shiva. And he talks about the influence of the so-called Coolidom when they came to Jamaica. They brought the smoking, and they brought curry, which is something that we use in our foods all the time. So this actually influenced the Rasta. So you look at this man right here on the screen, him have the locks and everything. But what happened is we know we have the mama and then people who used to Rasta. So it's not like, so there's several angles of our influence. But Leonard Howell, who is the top dog out of the 4, said that them get stuff from the Indian them.
You have a PDF of this book, Garfield?
That's why they call him the Gong. That's where the Gong came from Leonard. Yeah.
Oh, this Prince Emmanuel, right?
Yes, I.
You said you have a PDF of that ganja book?
No, I don't think I have. No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Prince Emmanuel, he's a part of the Baba Shanti Order, and you know what? And he was held in the triune position, as somebody had said earlier.
Yep. Yes, I.
Selassie, Marcus Garvey, and him, and he's one of the influences of like people like I think Capleton come out of this tradition. If I'm wrong, you guys could correct.
Yeah, he's correct.
Bobo for sure.
The group called the Bubble Dread showed the most correlation with revivalism. However, they are dreadlocks, but are different from the youth black faith and other mainstream groups. Most
Prince say he's Christ too.
Yeah,
huh?
something that.
They're all dead.
They say he's Christ.
They're all dead. They're all dead. Haile Selassie was reburied in 2000. His remains in the coffin. I mean, the whole family was there at his reburial in 2000 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Was that fake? Is that fake? That wasn't fake. Haile Selassie's
Hey, hold on. Time out. In the late 1940s, right? So we
not a god.
Hold on, no God, buddy. Hold on, man. In the late 1940s, 5 brethren, guided by their love for the Rastafarian doctrine, got together to start what would become the youth black faith. These 5 leaders held their own on the streets. They called themselves Brother Taft, Pete, Brother Firstop, Badaman, and Watson. Kingston was expanding rapidly due to peasants leaving the rustic for urban poverty. Bakawal had largely entered into Akiwa next to the large Maypen Cemetery. These camps had certain codes of conduct. First one, could not leave the camp before the herbs were consumed. Second, one had to pass the kochi from the left to the right. Pass the kochi. Third one had to trace the cup before taking one. Fourth one, emptied the cup when all the herbs were burnt out and never before. Last one had to have good behavior while in camp. Some of these rules were there to avoid attention from the police. The youth blackface started in 1949. Its members were young and fiercely supportive of the doctrine. They revolted against the revival tradition and Obeah men who burned candles and oil. And by the way, the revival tradition comes out of the Bedouin tradition, who was a major into them Obeah and them voodoo thing, them revival stuff.
Right.
1861 or 1860 movement. So that part of the Rastafari movement was hated by these guys. The youth black faith were against this, that since the Apostle John had declared Christ the only golden candlestick. All right.
Yeah, Haile Selassie.
Hold on, Pops. The youth black faith helped to make ganja a central part of the whole Rastafarian movement. This was quite a risky and bold project to take under their control since the police activity had risen against it and it was more of a danger to be caught with it. The police looked to use ganja as a way to imprison the Rastafarians. Members were instructed not to carry their ganja on them. The youth black faith looked at the situation with the police as oppression. The way they looked at it, ganja smoking was not a crime. The youth black faith act of the institution of ganja was in essence a battle against oppression and colonialism. We're now starting to grow dreadlocks. At the beginnings of the group, while it was forming, dreads were not widespread. However, the members of the youth black faith encouraged locks, and bearded men were even thought to be the chosen ones who would repatriate to Africa. The biblical reference of the Nazarite vow of Samson, they thought to justify it, became an issue within the group. Members, whether they should comb their hair or not, non-Rastafarians consider dreadlocks a statement of declaring oneself an outcast and in opposition to Jamaican society. So, by the way, to the youth man faith in the 40s, for those who don't know, they made it popular to wear locks. They made it popular to smoke ganja as a part of the tradition. Right? Hold on. Let me see what else I need to address on this. So that was from Natty Dreadlocks, a study of the youth black faith and the Bubble Dreads. Garvey did not approve of Howell's teaching and rejected his claims that Selassie was God. In reports, Garvey refused to allow Howell to sell the emperor's pictures in Edelweiss Park, the Jamaican headquarters of the UNIA. Garvey found many of Howell's doctrines embarrassing to his own Christian thought, especially on the issues of God and the Messiah. There is little evidence that Garvey read Howell's promise key, but if he had, he would have found his early Rastafari prophets' interpretation of Bible characters and the Christian church. All right, let me see what else.
Silver Boss, His Majesty was murdered in 1975. He died by the hands of Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Asfau, but that takes nothing away from his divinity. The Bible even tells you that the flesh profits nothing.
Right.
Why you keep going to the Bible? Where's Haile Selassie now if he's God?
Haile Selassie dealt with the Bible. So if you're not
time out.
He didn't fulfill the prophecy.
Haile Selassie dealt with the Bible.
He didn't fulfill the biblical prophecy.
Everybody who interrupt him, I'll put him down, man. Nobody talking, man. Relax. Now, there's this picture, right, where they say that they're bowing down to Haile Selassie. What do we know about this picture right here, Peter? Is this a legitimate picture?
What I know about that is that that is not the Queen and that is not Prince Philip. Because the thing around Prince Philip left shoulder, Prince Philip wears it on the right. He's a Freemason. He wears it on the right, not the left. That's number one. That is not Queen Elizabeth.
Yo, but in my research, Garfield, that is most likely Queen Elizabeth's sister, according to my research.
Okay, I could take that. I could go with that.
There is a picture of Queen Elizabeth.
Hold on. Let's deal with this Queen Elizabeth thing, because this is a thing that everybody's talking about, and they talk about it a lot. All right. So they talk about the picture of Prince Philip bowing down. So I'm going to share the screen.
Garfield, I want you to ask people.
Hold on.
I'm saying something real quick. I want you to ask the people who crowned Haile Selassie at the coronation. They always show you videos of the coronation, but they don't ever show you the person that actually put the crown on his head. That's the question I want to ask you.
Yes, they do. It's the priest.
Everybody stop. Because what I'm gonna do is put everybody down and just put a video and I'll call it a day, man. Come on, man, relax. We got this. All right. Now, this is the issue now with this photo. The photo does not show Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip bowing to Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie and Empress Menen Asfa. This is from Reuters fact checking. The post claimed to show an image of the United UK Queen Elizabeth. The claim is false, as the photo was taken in 1955, 10 years before the Queen and the Duke made their first royal visit to Ethiopia. Examples of the post was here. The photo in question provided here was the following: Ethiopia, Haile Selassie with his wife greeting guests in 1955. The two individuals born before the Ethiopian emperor and empress are not identified, but they could not be Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip, as their first visit to Ethiopia did not happen for another 10 years, as reported here in the New York Times, 1965. Yeah, people do pull off BS all the time, man. They do that all the time.
But look in there, and look, that's Prince Philip and Queen in the back. That's them bowing to Haile Selassie. They're not deep bowing, but their heads are down as Prince Philip is shaking his head.
The photo is fake, bro.
This one here. No, look, I'm sharing it. Look,
and kiss his ring. He used to bow to Krilos, the Abuna, and kiss his ring.
Brother will not stop.
And that's the man that crowned Haile Selassie.
You guys stop for a minute.
Selassie bowed to that man many more times than the
Hindu influences. Indian indentured servants also brought to Jamaica the Hindu practices of ganja consumption for spiritual and medicinal purposes, mystical religious practices, and a vegetarian diet. Their greatest contribution was not culinary, but in the realm of spirituality. Indians had astronomical influence on the early tenets of Rastafari. The leading father of this movement that preached pride in one's African ancestry, living close to nature and self-sufficiency, Leonard Howell, borrowed many of the early tenets of the Rastafari movement from Indians. Indians, as far as people from India, like what's her name that ran for president? Her peoples. The Ital diet, a more disciplined form of vegetarianism, derives directly from the influence of indentured servants who were vegetarians, continuing an ancient practice from India. The use of curry in Jamaican culinary culture is a direct influence of the Indian culture. Anyone familiar with Jamaican cuisine has been enraptured by the famous curry chicken and goat dishes. Locals and tourists can also be treated to curried lobster, shrimp, red snapper, even curried vegetable dishes for the island's more healthy, health-conscious citizens and visitors. Historically, the appearance of curry coincided with the arrivals of Indians. There is no historical documentation of the availability of curry on any of the Greater Antilles, or that the indigenous Tainas, Arawaks, or Caribs used it. The first documented arrival of the indentured immigrants to Jamaica was on May 10, 1845, to work on sugar plantations in Clarendon, the island's third largest parish. Their purpose was to replace emancipated African slaves who refused to work for their former masters. Indians initially had a friendly relationship with Jamaicans of African descent. This was the main reason for African Jamaicans accepting many of the Indian practices. Ironically, the leading founding father of Rastafari grew up in Clarendon amongst Indians and their Hindu culture. Leonard Percival Howard was exposed to the daily ceremonies the Indians performed to honor their gods, drinking bang, ganja, elixir, chanting Ja Kalemai. Joseph Hibbert, another founding father Rastafari, acknowledged the Hindu influence on Leonard Howell in an interview with Leonard Howell's biographer Helen Lee. After learning about the Hindu god incarnate Rama, Krishna, and Buddha, Howell was convinced that every nation had their own god. Leonard found his African god in the crowning of Emperor Selassie of Ethiopia. Robert Nesta Marley, aka Bob Marley, the face of reggae and Rastafari, held the nickname Tough Gong, which derived from Leonard Howell, who was called Gong in Professor Robert A. Hill's book Dread History. He claims Gangaru in Hindi means great king or king of kings. The term Gong is actually an abbreviation of the Hindi word he was known to use, a signature of Gigi Maharaj, an Indian name, as he did in his first published book circulated amongst the early members of Rastafari. The use of ganja, marijuana for spiritual and medicinal purposes. All right, that's it for me from here. All right, any comments? Let's go.
I have a source for the name of the individual, I believe, who first introduced cannabis to the Rastafarians in the Caribbean. I'll have to pull it up. I have to find it. It's been a while. I have that book though. I can cite that for you. Can you see my screen, Garfield?
No, I don't. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I see your screen. I got you.
Okay, so on my screen, I'm sharing a picture of the person who I believe is in that picture with His Majesty. It's not Prince Philip, because as the gentleman Silver Boss stated, that the aguilette, that cord on the left shoulder, if it was Prince Philip, he would be wearing it on the right. That's kind of how they distinguish the ranks between the royals in Europe. Anyways, this photo, I don't know if we can probably can make it bigger, maybe, I don't know. But you can see this is the Countess of Snowdon, Princess Margaret, the sister of Elizabeth II. She's wearing the exact same outfit that you see in that picture, with where she's bowing to the emperor. If you go back, we can see this.
I like that
picture. It's the same. She's wearing the same exact, and this was a recent photo. She was wearing the same outfit at a recent time.
Pitar with the daggers. Pitar with the daggers, man. He killing y'all today, man.
So yeah, so this is all the same event, but as you see the aguilette cord on the left, and then yeah, so that's the Countess of Snowdon. But then you see this lady here. She's not wearing the thing. She's not wearing the fur coat. So I don't really. This could be the King and Queen of Greece. You know, I don't even. I through my research, it's kind of like these might have just been like some kind of dignitaries, like unknown dignitaries, because first of all, they're photographed from the back. I mean, I have pictures from this entire event, and it's very difficult to see their faces. This is the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that correct.
Gloucester.
Yeah, Gloucester. And then, I mean, these are all pictures from that event, but I never found the, here's the information from January 1st, 1955 is where this event was. But I never found out who this lady was, because I guess she was just they were so insignificant that they weren't even photographed well during the event. So there's no way this is Queen Elizabeth, and there's no way that this is even British royalty, just because of where the placement of this cord is. But yeah, that's according to my research. But this lady right here, don't let this picture fool you either, because this resembles the Countess of Snowdon. If this is anybody important, this is Queen Elizabeth's sister. And then that's in the comments here, that photo that I showed earlier, Princess Margaret. It's the same outfit, right? With the tiara and the wool coat. I mean, I could be tripping, but that's how I see it. Like, I just see that this is very similar.
Today, man. Hey, you know what we forgot to talk about, y'all? We forgot to talk about the King's List. The King's List that they beat up. Let's take a look at this King's List real quickly. Let's take a look at this list. We need to take a look at this list real quickly. I'm gonna use the Wikipedia article, and then after that, I'm gonna get into a video. Anybody want to bring up a point right now? Let's go. You got 30 seconds.
Yeah, I want to bring up a point. I want you to talk about a little bit about Haile Selassie's relationship with Pope Kyrillos or Pope Kyrillos. Yeah, because I saw him in a few videos bowing to Pope Kyrillos and kissing his ring. So I want somebody to elaborate a little bit about that. That's what I want somebody to.
Well, I mean, you know, there's different ways to look at him. His Majesty eventually separated the Ethiopian Orthodox Church from the Alexandrian, the Coptic Alexandrian See of Mark, right? But he's talking about Abuna Kyrillos. I mean, what I could say about that is that basically Orthodoxy was the religion of the state, and according to the Constitution, I believe the 1931 and the 1955 revised Constitution that His Majesty promulgated, you had to be Orthodox Christian to even be ruler of Ethiopia. So I really don't see any challenges to His Majesty's divinity because he was Orthodox Christian. Again, from our perspective, is Haile Selassie wasn't even aware of his divinity. And the way I came to this conclusion, because Garfield, I didn't always hold this view, but the way I came to this conclusion was His Majesty told Ras Getachew Abate after the war, because Getachew Abate had betrayed the government somehow during the war. He told him directly, he said, "I pardon you, but I do not know if God will." So if Haile Selassie did not know if God would pardon Ras Getachew Abate, to me that is significant evidence of firsthand knowledge of the Creator, and also that to me means that Haile Selassie was unaware of his own divinity. So basically, Haile Selassie unintentionally.
I ain't going with that. I ain't going with all that, but you could keep talking. I ain't going with all that stuff about I believe and Haile Selassie was not aware. He was not aware what he was eating. Haile Selassie was eating dead sheep, dead goats, eggs, chicken, meat, beef, cheese. Come on. Yeah. So he was not aware of all that. He was nowhere down on that hill.
Because the dietary laws that the traditional Rastafarians follow comes from a literal interpretation of the Old Testament.
Traditionary. We dealing with the ecosystem here, man. We talking about being connected to nature. A person that's connected to nature and a spiritual person does not eat meat.
Oh, so lions don't eat meat? Lions are not connected to nature? Lions and tigers are not connected to nature? See, I think
I'm not talking about lions. A lion doesn't eat gorilla's food. A lion doesn't eat gorilla's food. No, gorillas doesn't eat polar bear's food. You know what I'm saying?
Just up like
I ain't to say that. Look, I joined 12 Rasta 40 years ago, right? With that man and all of them. Can't tell me about that. You can't tell me about that. Time grew on. I grew with knowledge, and I said, look, all this stuff is like, you know. But go ahead.
Let me just make the point that Haile Selassie unintentionally fulfilled the prophecy of the scripture. So he didn't want to be the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, as according to the biblical prophecy.
He didn't want to be King of Kings, Lord of Lords, and he took up the title King of Kings, Lord of Lords. But he didn't want to be King of Kings, Lord of Lords. What are you trying to say?
Show me a man who will bridle his tongue, and I'll show you a man whose religion is vain.
See, he did not know that people like him would come along and associate him.
And he's supposed to be a god. He's supposed to be a god, and he didn't know.
Yeah, because the way that the human brain works is it limits our mind's
human brain. Come on, man. Look, get somebody else to talk, man. This guy's saying all the crap, man.
The mind and brain are two different things. We're talking about substance dualism. Every human has a soul, and that soul has a mind.
He claimed he sent 225th descent of Solomonic dynasty, and he didn't know what he was.
Well, he claimed that's how they claim descent to the throne. That's how they claimed authority to the throne, because they're saying we're from the line of Solomon. See, in the 12th and 13th century, when the Solomonic dynasty started, they created the Kebra Nagast. They created the idea that Solomon.
You got the other stuff to unpack. I'm not as educated as you, but one thing I can tell you: Solomon never existed. Let's go.
That's true.
Let's go.
That's
Solomon and David never existed.
I agree.
Adam and Eve never existed.
I agree
so
with you.
Let's continue from there.
Yeah, I agree with you. What I'm saying is they created,
talk.
So throw the whole book out.
They created that lineage to support.
Brother, you're not making sense to me. You could talk to them. You can fool some people some of the time. You can't fool all the people all the time. You feel me?
Let me fool you real quick, because Haile Selassie.
I still listen to you though. Go ahead. I like to learn everything. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying Haile Selassie created that lineage to Solomon, right, with the king's list and everything, to claim descent from Solomon so that he could say, look, I'm authoritatively the ruler of this Christian nation. That was the purpose of claiming the Solomonic dynasty, you see. So because he claimed that, I mean, that's irrelevant.
Made it up.
Hey, peace and love, everybody. Everybody be quiet, please. Mute your mics. Reverend for the regnal list. Reverend. Listen, family. The regnal list is a serious problem. The regnal list is used by the Ethiopian monarchy, which names over 300 monarchs across 6 millennia. The list is partially inspired by older Ethiopian regnal lists and chronicles, but is notably for additional monarchs who ruled Nubia, which was known as Ethiopia in ancient times. Also included are various figures from where? Greek mythology. And the what? Biblical canon, who were known to be Ethiopian, as well as figures who originated from Egyptian sources, ancient Egyptian, Coptic, and Arabic. Now, the list of monarchs was included in Charles Ferdinand Ray's book In the Country of the Blue Nile in 1927, and it's the longest. Somebody's mic is making noise, man. All right, I got it. Is the longest Ethiopian regnal list published in the Western world. It is the only known regnal list that attempts to provide a timeline of Ethiopian monarchs from the 46th century BC up to modern times without any gaps. However, hold on. However, earlier portions of the regnal list are pseudo-historical. And were recent additions to Ethiopian tradition at the time the list was written. Here's the source here. Here's your source here. Despite claims by at least one Ethiopian court historian that the list dates back to ancient times, the list is more likely an early 20th century creation. Possibly originally written by Alaka Tai Gabra Mariam or Heru Walde Selassie. The earliest sections of the list are clearly inspired by the work of who? Which white man? The French historian Louis J. Maury, who published a 2-volume history of Ethiopia in 1904. His work drew on then recent Egyptological research, but attempted to combine this with the biblical canon and writings by ancient Greek authors. Who said it? Garfield said it, or they said it? This resulted in a pseudo-historical work that was more imaginative than scientific in its approach to Ethiopian history. The regnal list contains a great
imaginative.
Yep. This regnal list, let me read it over. This resulted in a pseudo-historical work that was more imaginative than scientific. This regnal list contains a great deal of conflation between the history of modern-day Ethiopia and Ethiopia, a term used in ancient times and in some biblical translations to refer to a generalized region south of Egypt, most commonly in reference to the kingdom of Kush in modern-day Sudan. As a result, many parts of this article will deal with the history of ancient Sudan and how this became interwoven into the history of Kingdom of Aksum, the region of Abyssinia, and the modern state of Ethiopia. The territory of Ethiopia and Eritrea was known as Abyssinia to Europeans until the 20th century, and as such, this term will be occasionally in this article to differentiate from ancient Ethiopia. Charles Ferdinand Ray's 1927 book In the Country of the Blue Nile included a 13-page appendix with a list of Ethiopian monarchs written by the Prince Regent Tafari Makanan, who later became the Emperor of Ethiopia in 1930. Tafari's list begins in 4530 BC and ends in 1779 AD, with dates following the Ethiopian calendar, which is several years behind the Gregorian calendar. Tafari's cover letter was written in the town of Addis Ababa on the 11th day of Sain, 1914, which was June 19, 1992, on the Gregorian calendar, according to Ray. Ray revealed in another book he wrote, Unconquered Abyssinia, that this list was given to him in 1924 by a court historian who was a learned old gentleman This court historian had caused to be compiled on the instructions of Rastafari a complete list of rulers of Abyssinia from the beginning of time up to date. Ray noted that the list contained many names of Egyptian origin, which was a good illustration of the difficulties in researching the history of Abyssinia. The court historian claimed that the Regna list had already been compiled prior to the advent of the Ethiopian dynasty in Egypt, and that the original version had been taken to Egypt and left here afterward, becoming lost. Prince Haile Selassie, president of the Crown Council of Ethiopia, acknowledged the Regna list in a speech given in 2011, in which he stated, Ethiopian tradition traces the origins of the dynasty to a king called Ori, who lived about 4470 BC. While the reality of such a vast remote prominence must be considered in semi-mythic terms, it remains certain that Ethiopia, also known as the Kingdom of Kush, was already ancient by the time of David and Solomon's rule in Jerusalem. All right, multiple versions, Lists are mostly, the first three dynasties from 4530 to 982 BC of the list are mostly legendary and take various elements from the Bible, as well as ancient Egyptian, Nubian, Greek, Coptic, and Arab sources. Many of the monarchs of the Menelik dynasty appear on Ethiopian Regna lists written before 1922, but these lists often contradict each other, and many of the kings themselves are not archaeologically verified, though in some cases their existence is confirmed by Aksumite coinage. Many of the historically verified rulers of the Agazan, 1985 to 982 BC, and Menelik dynasty did not rule over the region of modern Ethiopia, but rather over Egypt and Nubia. It is only from the mid-1st century onward that the monarchs are certainly Aksumite or Abyssinian in origin. All right, anybody want to jump in?
I found the source for the Indian influence with Indian mysticism in Rastafarianism. It's called. I could send it to you, Garfield. I have it as a PDF. It's pretty rare. It's called A Home Away from Home, 150 Years of Indian Presence in Jamaica, 1845 to 1995 by Laxmi and Ajay Masing. The book is from 1999. It basically says, I can't find the section about ganja right now, but it says that a guy named, let me see if I can read this passage to you real fast. It says, Robert Hill had interviewed one of Howell's associates.
Yep, Hibbert.
Yeah, who credited a Hindu named Lalu of Golden Grove, St. Thomas, with introducing the black supremacy concept into Rastafarianism. It says the practice of sacramental smoking of ganja, honoring goddess Kali, while smoking ganja, calling Laks as Jata and Laxman as Jatavi, vegetarianism hailing Lord as Ja Rastafari, which is phonetically similar to Jai Ramji and different from any African or European practice, isolating menstruating women from the kitchen and prayers have all been adopted from the Indo-Jamaicans. So I can send you this source. It's very interesting, but it talks about how the Indian mythicism essentially influenced the early Rastafarians.
Mm-hmm. Hey, let me say this real quick regarding the list, right? This Regna list it is also possible that variation in succession order would be due to tampering with the list after the 13th century that resulted from dynastic quarrels and ideology. That's my record. Notable legendary Ethiopian monarchs include Arwe, who is a mystical serpent king who ruled for 400 years before being killed by Angabo. Angabo, king of non-royal birth, who killed the evil serpent Arwe, was the father of our ancestor of Makeda, the queen of Sheba. Oh.
Well, okay, so there's the point about Agabo and Angabo.
Hold on, let me finish reading off this first. Ethiopia is a king who was said to have inspired the name of the country. Makeda, the biblical queen of Sheba, who according to Ethiopian tradition is believed to be the mother of Menelik I. Menelik I, son of the queen of Sheba and king of Solomon of Israel and founder of the Solomonic dynasty in the 10th century BC. Much information on this king comes from the 14th century text Kebra Nagas. However, he remains historically unverified. In reality, the Solomonic dynasty began in 1270 with the reign of Yakuna Amlak. Abrea and Ashbea, two brothers who supposedly brought Christianity to Ethiopia. However, their existence is doubted by some historians. Some scholars believe that the story of Abrea and Astea may in fact be based on the Oxford of Izana and Sazena. Gudit, legendary queen who supposedly laid waste to the kingdom of Aksum. Her deeds are recorded in oral tradition, but the various stories about her occasionally have differing or conflicting in detail. Go ahead, my brother. You was about to say something?
There's a discrepancy between Agabo and Angabo, and I'd have to pull up my notes to find it. I just wanted to say, because Ethiopia's introduction to Christianity is so convoluted, I have an entire section of research. I was going to include it in my new book, but just about how maybe we should do a show about that, how we unravel the introduction of Christianity, because it seems to be a lot of confusion around that, how it came to Ethiopia, because there's so many misconceptions about the Ge'ez Bible being the oldest Bible and things like that. It's because the Ge'ez Bible was translated later in like the 4th or 5th century from the Greek. So it's translated from the Septuagint. So it's, first of all, just by definition, it's not the oldest Bible. It just has the oldest canon because they didn't actually get the updates from the ecumenical councils when
It's the oldest illustrated Bible, meaning that the ones with pictures in it, and those pictures look like Peter. They look like you.
Well, here's the thing, though, because you know how the Ethiopian Bible has like 88 books, and the Catholic Bible has like 66 or whatever, and you have the Apocrypha. It's because Ethiopia was isolated, so they never got the updates from Rome when Rome said, "Look, we're culling it down to 66 instead of 88." So they kept the 88 books, right? And they authored a couple. So a couple of books were authored by the Ethiopians, but much later. I can't remember what the dates. I can pull this all up for you. But basically, the Book of Enoch and stuff like this. I'm pretty sure that's Greek. So it's the Greek translation into it's the Ethiopian. The Ge'ez Bible is just translated from the Greek Septuagint. So it's by default, it's not the oldest translation of the Bible at all.
All right, cool. All right, I got you, bro. Anybody else got something to say?
Y'all just gonna let him throw a Kamehameha wave at y'all like that and not do nothing? Y'all just gonna let him do y'all like that about y'all Bible? Y'all been in the chat screaming about that Bible all day, and he just told y'all what we've been telling y'all, and y'all ain't gonna say nothing.
Talk a little bit about Queen Goody.
Queen who?
Queen Goody.
How do you spell that?
G or Judith, yeah? You call her Judith or Queen Goody. You do know nothing about Queen Goody?
You're talking about Ethiopia? You're talking about Zauditu?
I'm not talking about Zauditu. I'm talking about Queen Goody.
Oh, okay, Queen
who
Judith.
revolted against the Christian thing in King in Aksum, and she reigned for 49 years. You don't know nothing about that?
I do know about that. I have to refresh my memory. It's on the King's List, Garfield, from Ray's book.
All right, well, let me leave it alone, because Ethiopia adopted Christianity. So the question is what the Ethiopians were and what their belief systems were before they adopted Christianity. That's what we need to know, right?
You're talking about Ezana and Thezana's mother.
I'm talking about Queen Goody.
Yeah, let me pull that up for you.
Yeah, do that, you know. I could learn too, you know. Yeah, I did a little thing on it, but maybe you might shed some light. Some other thing that she's a warrior queen. You could pull up the warrior queen, Queen Judith or Queen Goody. I'll come up.
Give me 10 minutes.
Yeah, because we have.
That's an important thing, and that's important, bro.
And I really enjoyed doing the research for this particular video, because so many of the norms that I'm used to by studying, you know, the history of the Jews in the Middle East or in Europe are out the window because things are so different in Ethiopia. So a lot of this was new to me. I was also surprised by how much of it was actually very similar. And I said, well, of course, this is Jewish history, even though it's happening in a very different cultural environment. A lot of the parameters and constraints put on the Jews of Ethiopia were identical, or at least commensurate with those that Jews in Sephardic and Ashkenazic lands experience. I'm going to speak in this video only about the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia until the late 19th century. There's quite a bit of material here, certainly enough for this lecture, but I have to set aside the remarkable events of the 20th century for a much later lecture, when we look at the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia as they finally return to the land of Israel. It is really an amazing story, but I'm going to have to leave that chapter of it to quite a bit later. Let us now turn, however, to the Jews of Ethiopia and specifically their discovery. The term discovery in itself is something of a colonial term because, after all, the Jews of Ethiopia didn't need to be discovered. They simply existed, but they were discovered by the Europeans. So the most important figure in bringing the attention of a Jewish population in Ethiopia to the minds of Europeans, Jews and non-Jews, was James Bruce, this 18th century explorer who wrote this remarkable book, Travels to Discover the Source of the Nile. And on several trips, he actually went and he encountered the Ethiopian Jews, and he wrote about them in quite a fascinating vein and really drew the attention of much of Europe to this unusual Jewish population. But by the time James Bruce came on the scene, Jews had known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years. Just to give you a few examples of the earlier references to them, there is the remarkable story of Eldad the Danite, who a mysterious character who appears in the 9th century and claims to be associated with a Jewish kingdom that some authors have identified with Ethiopia. It's, however, difficult to ascertain because it seems evident that he was a bit of a charlatan, and much of the story that he recorded is questioned by historians. It's more likely he actually came from the region of Arabia, and much of the events that he describes and the conditions that he described really does not pertain to what we surmise must have been Ethiopian Jewish history at that time. So there is a reference here that some historians will rely on, but others regard as suspect. Then we have Benjamin of Tudela, much more reliable source, a famous Jewish traveler who made his way through much of the Jewish world, and he recorded in significant detail what exactly he saw. However, he never got to Ethiopia himself. He merely recorded what he had heard from others. And so there's some question as to the validity of his account of Ethiopia in particular. Nevertheless, there is significant reference to it. Rav Ovadia of Bartanura, also known as Bartanura or simply the Rav, very important commentator on the Mishnah, writes about the appearance of African Jews, meaning dark-skinned Nubian Jews, showing up in slave markets and needing to be redeemed by the Jewish community. A much more interesting kind of reliable source, which is certainly confirmed by the extensive writings of Rabbi David ben Abi Zimra, known as the Radbaz, an abbreviation of his name, in the 16th century. He was the preeminent rabbi of North Africa. He was very active in Cairo in particular, and he dealt with specific cases regarding these people from Ethiopia, and he absolutely confirmed that they were Jews from the tribe of Dan. In particular, he dealt with the question of whether a slave woman coming from this region and claiming to be Jewish could be redeemed and then married, meaning could they buy her out of slavery, and then was it possible for a Jew to marry her? And in fact, he ruled in the positive and was very supportive of the Jewish identity story of the Ethiopian Jews. Fascinating. And so Jews have known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years, long before James Bruce, but we don't have really extensive historical data that describe the interactions of this population with other Jewish communities. Here's a map that shows you precisely where the majority of the Jews of Ethiopia were located, around Lake Tana. And as you can see, the proximity to Saudi Arabia and Yemen is very significant. They're about 4,000 miles south of Israel, however. And I think we should turn now to the discussion of where did they come from? How do you get Jews in Ethiopia? They don't seem to be fitting into any other patterns of migration that we know of Jews from Israel. According to the Kebra Nagast, which is a medieval account of the history of Ethiopia, the entire Ethiopian royalty come from Israel. echoing the account in the Hebrew scriptures, the Queen of Sheba, which is located just to the east of Ethiopia across the Red Sea, traveled to Israel and met King Solomon. Then she returned, and this time to Ethiopia, and she was expecting a son by King Solomon, who was named Menelik, and he formed the beginning of the Ethiopian royalty. So, ironically, Ethiopians regard themselves as Israelites, particularly because of this particular royal connection. In the oral traditions of Ethiopian Jewry, this is one of the several stories that may account for their existence there. There is, however, no other data to support this other than the oral tradition. There are similar oral traditions that suggest that perhaps the Ethiopian Jews were a break-off from those Jews who left Egypt in the period of the Exodus, or perhaps the tribe of Dan from northern Israel, who successfully evaded the Assyrian invasion in the 8th century before the Common Era and made their way to Ethiopia. And all of these are kind of like legends that are lost in time and have no real way of validating them. Other theories, which may have a little bit more validity, or at least maybe a little bit more credibility, is the influence of Jews through Chimyar. You'll recall we spoke about them a few weeks ago. This is the kingdom in South Arabia that converted to Judaism sometime around the 4th, 5th century. And they had significant conflict with the kingdom of Aksum, which was based in what would be today called Ethiopia. So it's possible that maybe Judaism arrived in Ethiopia through the influence of the Chimyar. But what is without doubt is there is a certain population of people in Ethiopia who identify as Jews. We'll see there's a little bit of a caveat on what that word actually means, living within or alongside the Christian kingdom of Ethiopia. Here's a representation of the Christian king speaking to Muslims. The historical data on the experience of these Jews is not fully fleshed out until much later, but it appears that they had some degree of self-rule. It's debatable whether they had a full kingdom of their own, but they definitely had a certain amount of territory and authority that was often in conflict with the Christian rulers of Ethiopia. There is a famous Queen Yodit, who is sometimes identified as a Jewish queen, and historians have identified the high point of their self-rule in the 16th century, followed by a marked decline as they slowly begin to lose much of their landed status. Their occupational profile changes from farming and going into crafts, pottery, and other types of semi-urban types of professions, still very strongly represented in the martial arts, but gradually losing their connection to ancestral land, which would have very negative consequences when we get to the 18th and 19th century. Now, let us speak a little bit about what do we call these people. I've kind of danced around it, and the term Ethiopian Jewry is sort of vague. It is important to note that they would call themselves the Beta Yisrael, the House of Israel. And this was designed to contrast them from the Christians who were called the House of Christianity. They would not call themselves, ironically, Jews. The term for Jew is Ayhud. Pardon my Amharic pronunciation, which is really rusty. But apparently the term Ayhud was used by all people at the time to indicate people who were rebels, people who were, opponents, people who were, against the status quo. And so the Beta Yisrael, calling themselves Israelites, were recognizing their, Israelite origin, but knowing that the Ethiopian Christians also claimed an Israelite origin, they used this more specific term, Beta Israel or Beta Yisrael, which designated that they were not following the same faith as the Christians. They were following the Jewish faith, although they wouldn't call it that either. Now, the term falasha, which came into wide use through the 19th and 20th century, that's actually a derogatory term. It means roughly outcast or landless person, wanderer, and this was used to describe the Beta Yisrael during the period of their lowest ebb in terms of their economic and political power. They were gradually, over the course of the 17th and 18th and 19th century, pushed out of ancestral land holding, as I mentioned earlier, and so the negative term thrown at them was falasha, meaning they were landless, they were wanderers, and so on. The term of respect would be Beta Israel. Now, let us look specifically at the content of their faith, which is called the Haimanot, which means literally faith. It would have been used to describe different types of faiths in Ethiopia, but in Israel it's used specifically to refer to classical Ethiopian Judaism. Now, perhaps we can, by looking at their Judaism, understand a little bit more about their origins. Here's a picture of a typical Ethiopian synagogue. Doesn't look so much like the synagogues that I pray in, but nevertheless, it'll work. When we look at the practices of the Ethiopian Jews, we see that they are entirely biblical. They show no evidence of rabbinic or Karaite influence. Rabbinic, of course, means the whole tradition that we've described in great detail in the past with the Midrash, the Mishnah, and of course the Talmud. They do not have the Talmud, and they don't have any of the Talmudic teachings. Karaism, which we're going to, God willing, discuss a little bit in a couple of weeks, is essentially a sort of a break off from the rabbinic movement that tries to rely entirely on the biblical text without the Talmud, but nevertheless, it's impossible to do so without specific interpretations anyways, and so we don't see them as Karaites either. Nevertheless, the Ethiopian Jews, on pain of martyrdom, hold to their beliefs with tremendous tenacity. But what does it look like, their faith? Well, fascinatingly, they retain a priestly sacrifice. The role of the Kohen is extremely important in their daily life. They're extremely punctilious about Sabbath observance, although, again, they're not observing it with the rabbinic overlays, just their understanding of what Sabbath observance requires. They also have strict dietary laws. They practice a form of menstrual separation, which is similar to the laws of Nida. Interestingly, their calendar preserves the fast of Esther, which would have been associated with events that are situated in the 6th century before the Common Era. But they don't have Hanukkah, which is something that, of course, began in the 2nd century before the Common Era, which might be a nice placement for perhaps the ancient origins of the Ethiopian people, but it's also possible that they may have absorbed this either through the influence of Chimyarim or others, and they absorbed the calendar imperfectly. So it's not an absolute certainty. But there are several things in the Ethiopian Jewish faith, which are definitely not common to other Jews. They have, for example, monasticism, a very strong emphasis on the leadership of monks. And they have incredibly heavy reliance on the texts created within Ethiopian Christianity. Here's a look, for example, at the text they call the Orit, which is related to the word perhaps Oraita, meaning Torah, the Aramaic word Oraita. You can see it's written in Ge'ez, which is the ancient scriptural language of Ethiopian Christianity and also of the Ethiopian Jews. And it appears that they simply took the Ge'ez translations of texts, probably taken from the Greek, and they used those as their central religious texts. So there are some things that are going on in the development of Ethiopian Judaism which are not similar to what's going on in the rest of Rabbinic Judaism. This will pose significant consequences for 20th century debates over the fundamental Jewishness of the Ethiopian people. We'll speak about that, in a much later lecture. But I will note at this point that great scholars like Rav Ovadia Yosef, the chief rabbi of Israel and one of the most well-known 20th century rabbis, agreed with the Ridvaz and said that they are Jewish in origin, and that really paved their way towards acceptance in Israel. Let us move now to the 19th century. And one of the things that I can also say about the Ethiopian Jews, things
This story, I know a lot of people who didn't watch this before. I never knew this story when I heard it. Listen to this story right here. Very strange story about Ethiopia and the Jews marching to Israel back in the 1800s.
It's called like Operation Moses or something, right?
That I've learned in my own research for this lecture,
No,
they
that's
have an
1979.
incredible yearning
That's a
for
different.
Zion that is demonstrated throughout the centuries. In 1855, however, there was an unfortunate event which began when an Ethiopian Jew, with the blessing of his elders in Ethiopia, brought his 13-year-old son Moshe to study in Jerusalem, to try to learn what is it that we are missing, what is all this rabbinic stuff, what is this Talmud, and so on. And his pious intent was to learn more about how they should be behaving according to rabbinic traditions. Moshe stayed behind. He was left with a group of rabbis to study, but then he disappeared shortly thereafter, only to turn up again under the influence of an Anglican missionary named Samuel Gobat. And this is one of the rather unfortunate aspects of the Ethiopian experience, that once their presence became known to the outside world, the Christian world in particular, there was a dedicated effort to convert this tiny pocket of Ethiopian Jewry to Christianity, and was the subject of a significant effort by Protestant Christians in particular, as we shall see. However, the disappearance of Moshe ben Daniel was an unfortunate event, because one of the first people to really raise questions about the Jewish status of the Ethiopian Jews was one of these rabbis, Rabbi Joseph Schwartz, who was assigned to study with Moshe initially. But let us return to the difficult aspect of this story, which relates to their targeting by Protestant missionaries. Perhaps the most significant of which is Henry Aaron Stern, a Jew who was converted to Protestant Christianity and made it his career essentially to preach to the so-called falasha, as you see here, an illustration from one of his many books at the time. Much of the actual preaching was not done by Stern directly. He actually spent remarkably little time in Ethiopia, and the time he spent there was not well served, because at one point he was arrested by the emperor. But many of his acolytes were the ones, local Ethiopians, who adopted Christianity, who went on to proselytize on his behalf. Now, in 1862, a crisis occurred when a young man named Kindi Fanta converted to Christianity through this mission, and he was excommunicated by the village elders. Fanta then turned around and cursed them in the name of the emperor. And this curse apparently had tremendous impact on the population as a whole. The curse had phraseology to the effect of, "May the emperor die if you do not stop offering ritual sacrifice." Now, the Beta Israel took this very seriously. I think this is part of the cultural milieu of Ethiopia, with which I am not that familiar. They took this very seriously, saying, "Oh my gosh, this curse must have some impact. And how are we supposed to behave according to our religion if that will place a death sentence on the emperor?" So the Beta Israel went to court over this. Again, it's 1862. It's still the modern era. And several courts, they went through the motions. They actually nullified the curse, but people were still concerned about this. And ultimately, this came into an appeal before Tewodros, the emperor himself, who actually issued a new decree to limit sacrificial practice, which was a direct infringement on the religious life of Ethiopian Jews. Now, in that same year, there is some debate about exactly the sequence of events, but in that same year, a large number of Ethiopian Jews, the precise number is not known, decided that they had no future in Ethiopia, and they attempted to march to Israel on foot, about 2,500 miles or 4,000 kilometers. The effort, although certainly we can appreciate the religious sincerity that motivated, ended in disaster. The huge numbers of Ethiopian Jews who hoped to make this great migration on foot were afflicted by hunger and disease, And ultimately, the march ceased at Tigray in northern Ethiopia when many of the survivors simply stayed there and others tried to make it back to Lake Tana. So this is kind of like a low point in many ways for the history of Ethiopian Jewry, but there will be a glorious 20th century development that we'll have to discuss in the next time we come back to Ethiopian Jewry. In the meantime, I hope you found this useful, and I have to say I find it absolutely inspirational, and I look forward to speaking with you next about.
All right. Let me do this. We're about to get out of here. Something you wanted to do? You wanted me to show this on the screen, bro?
Oh, I just found Queen Gudit or whatever he was talking about from she reigned from 850 to 890. If you can zoom in. Can you zoom? I can't even zoom. How do you zoom in on that? I don't even know.
Oh, you gotta zoom in on it.
Oh, I gotta zoom. I kind of did it a different way though. I uploaded the PDF instead of sharing my screen, but I don't really know how to zoom in with it or anything. Anyways, I just found that, I mean, he was asking about it, so I found her. But just one last point. In this 1949 book called An Anthology of Some of the Public Utterances of His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I, this is the first speech book that Haile Selassie officially published in his government. I republished it last year, maybe. Found it. It was out of print. Found a copy of the Library of Congress, scanned it, republished it. In this book, Haile Selassie says that 12 nations were present during a speech. He said 12 nations were present at his 1930 coronation. His autobiography lists 13 different representatives. So I just wanted to say the 72 nations myth is not accurate.
That was at the Geneva conference, I believe. The 72. But yeah.
Perhaps. I mean, I also think there was a newspaper in 1930 it was a newspaper in 1928 that misreported that Haile Selassie, when he became Negus, when he became king in 1928, it was a Western newspaper. I have it. I can pull it up. It misreported that Haile Selassie was the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, but the title of the newspaper said it says Abyssinian king crowned in 72 different languages. So I was thinking maybe that's the misconception where that comes from, but it could be Geneva.
Right.
I don't know.
No, 72 has a biblical reference too. You know what I'm saying? So when you see 72, a lot of times it could relate to, like, even with the Septuagint, it's supposed to be 72 rabbinical priests who interpreted the Hebrew into Greek. So 72 is oftentimes a biblical reference. But at the Geneva conference, or it was the United Nations where he spoke, it was 72 nations because there were 72 nations there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that. That's interesting.
Yeah. All right, let me share this video with Bob Marley and the conversion to Christianity by Abuna Yeshiak, the Archbishop that Haile Selassie sent to Jamaica, I think.
Yes.
Here we go.
Have you on the program.
Thank you.
The Ethiopian Orthodox Church is known by many people, but a lot of people do not know exactly what the Ethiopian Orthodox Church stands for. Many people think it's a Rastafarian church. It's a church of the Rastafarians. You are the man who established the church in Jamaica in 1970. Right. That's what, 25 years ago.
Right.
You established a church here. What is your relationship with the Rastafarian community?
Okay. Well, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church is known as the ancient Christian church in the world.
The oldest Christian church.
The oldest Christian church in the world. And it teaches Christ as creator and savior.
Mm-hmm.
And also maintain the apostolic tradition and succession.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when we come to the Rastafarians' philosophy, it is well known. I don't have to explain their philosophy, but the church teaches differently, and the Rastafarians, not everybody, but most Rastafarians, then they have their own philosophy. Now, it will be very difficult for the church to give up this ancient belief and doctrine which exists from the time of the apostle. Now, although the church teaches Christianity and Christ our Savior, well, I would say the majority of its members are from the Rastafarians.
In Jamaica?
In Jamaica, yes. Only Jamaica.
You've attracted a lot of Rastafarians
Yes.
here.
As a matter of fact, between 1970 to 1970,
1990 something.
Yes, 1978, about 20,000 people had been baptized.
20,000? That seems like an exaggerated
in Jamaica,
figure.
Really, no, not
20,000.
Really. Yes. And then what happened is that afterwards, it was a lot of disappointment because so many Rastafarians expected that, you know, the church has to teach exactly.
Oh, so they felt that you would have embraced their ideology.
Yes, but it was difficult for me. Also, I want them to be in the church, and I would not condemn their belief because every man is free to believe and worship the way he wanted. But
if he's a member of the church, he must follow
if he's a member of the church,
doctrines of the
he
church.
must to follow the teaching and doctrine of the church. That is.
And you don't accept this view that Selassie is God, divine, that Selassie was
To them,
reincarnated Christ.
Yeah, to the Rastafarian, he is God. But to the Ethiopians and to the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, he is not God. He is
In fact, he was a member of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church.
He was a member of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church.
Yes.
And a defender of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Really.
Yes. So why didn't he do more to dispel this heretical belief of the Rastafarians?
Well, you see,
he must have heard that these people felt that he was
yes,
God.
as a
Why
matter
didn't
of fact,
he do something to dispel that myth?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he sent me for this purpose.
He sent you?
Yes, he tried to, to try to introduce the culture and the teaching of our church. So that's why I came. It was not only the patriarch who sent me, but he himself.
He himself sent you?
Yeah, I was then a priest, a high priest in 1970. I was not a bishop. So they sent me, he selected me and sent me here to do that. That if it was not for that, they might not have accepted me anyway.
So you came with Selassie's endorsement?
Yes, and Selassie is very important. He is the vehicle for the Rastafarian community to really come
accept the church.
Yes, to accept the church. And I appreciate that too, Although I wouldn't say that the church teaching must change into other philosophy, but
baptized so many thousands.
Yeah.
They left and went over to Boba Dread and 12 tribes.
They did all over, yes.
They couldn't let go of this myth that Selassie
and
was
then
returned Christ.
many others still remain throughout the island. They are faithful and they worship. And we have 5 churches or 6 churches in the island.
You have 6 churches in the island, no?
Yeah, but most of them are bamboo, built by bamboo and
small.
Yes, that's right. Okay. We do have, and that is it, really. That is it. And
what was your position on the dreadlocks? Did you like the dreadlock? Did you try to discourage them from wearing the dreadlock?
No. First time I came, I never discouraged the dreadlock appearance because I know that this is what they want to be.
Yes.
And I say to myself, man must not be condemned because of his appearance.
Okay.
So it was, however, a problem in the public that, this is Rastafarian Church, Abba, Mandafro is, at that time, the Rasta priest and all this. And in fact, I advised some few people and they cut it and they call me Barba, Abba, Barba. Yeah, and this thing.
But you advised some of the Rastafarians to cut their hair?
I did, yes. Oh, okay. I did because, because many of them, they couldn't get job. And many of them also rejected to work. They say that they will work in Africa, and I encourage them to have their own work and to establish businesses and all that, and they did, a lot of them.
So you try to help them to integrate in the society?
Of course, even the biggest artists, well-known artists who died now, I have to encourage them, to go ahead and make it just, you know.
I see.
Yes,
You
I
baptized Bob Marley.
I did baptize Bob Marley in the presence of his wife Rita Marley and his children.
Yes.
Yes, family, only the family, because he was not so willing to have it officially. It was difficult for him, yes.
To get it, yes.
Which I don't want to describe.
Okay,
you know.
okay.
And anyway, this is what it happened, you know.
Yes. Now, your church also, you see, a lot of people don't understand, your eminence, that the Ethiopian Orthodox Church is a Christian church. In fact, you are very close to the Roman Catholic Church. Your traditions are very similar to the Roman Catholic Church. If anybody were to go into an Ethiopian Orthodox Church, you would be amazed as to how the rituals are the same. You believe in the veneration of the saints.
Yes,
you believe in the veneration of Mary.
Right.
You know, the traditional doctrines.
We do all
you have
this.
maintained
Yes,
of the Catholic Church.
Yes, it's really very little different. The difference is we still have different, of course.
But certain minor differences.
Outside
Papal
the-
infallibility.
Yeah,
the nature of
fallibility,
Christ.
the nature of Christ,
And I think
and
the Holy Spirit.
and the procession of the Holy Spirit.
Yes, but those are the three minor
are
things.
those minor.
So you're
well,
an
they call-
Orthodox Christian church.
Right. They will call them today that they are minor, you know, things, but before they were considered
Oh, yes,
important.
yes, man.
You
Those
know,
were the
they were the
issues.
things that people had been fighting from church to church.
Yes,
Separation.
yes, yes.
That's what it is.
Yes.
So now with the Roman Catholic Church, we have also consultation program we are dialogue rather. We are learning of each other. I'm a member of the Oriental Orthodox Church and Roman Catholic Bishop Conference in the United States and Canada. We have been working together for 15 years.
Having dialogue with the Catholic Church.
We're having dialogue and we are trying to understand each other, and perhaps maybe one day we'll come together. That's the hope.
Yeah. We're going to take a break at this point. Later on, we'll speak more about Bob Marley's relationship with the Ethiopian Orthodox Church and the role of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church today. We'll be back shortly. Would be opposed to concubinage, a man just living with a woman without marriage. A lot of Rastafarians love that practice.
Well,
what about Rastafarians who are members of your church? What if they
the church does not agree with such life, because the church believe in marriage, one man and one woman, as it is from the beginning.
Not one man with 7 women, like some Rasta.
Not some. That is a Muslim tradition.
Muslim.
So, yeah, that's not the Christian tradition. So we do not practice that, and we do not allow to happen here.
So what do you do with members
with our members?
What do you do with members who flout that?
Well, we advise them
to
limit themselves.
But you don't excommunicate them?
Well, we do not excommunicate, but they listen to us.
Yes.
They are willing to listen.
But Bob Marley was a very
didn't-
good member at all. He was a most delinquent member when it came to sexual matters.
Well, Bob Marley
Why
was,
were you afraid to discipline him because he
let me
was a
tell you,
celebrity?
no. Bob Marley was a man that he was coming along to learn so much about the principle of the church. Because I told him how His Majesty lived with one woman, with one wife. He only
You
had
told him
one
that?
queen. Yes, and he believed. Some other people advised him that he is the grandson of David and Solomon and David has many wives and all that. But I told him, no, that's wrong. Just follow His Majesty. So he said, yes, Abba, I will follow His Majesty. And he was really coming to realize that, you know.
But he was a man who believed in a lot of women.
Well, that I don't know.
Probably
That's
did.
his private things.
Yes.
I really don't know so much. But
you had to warn him at one time.
I did. I did,
there must be
because
some reason why you warned him.
when I heard something like that,
It's a public
that
knowledge.
he had some
Of course, children.
women's other than his wife.
Yes.
I advised him many times, and he listened to me really. He said, "This, yes, you are right. I'm going to follow this." That's why he was.
So he was trying to.
Yes,
At least the church warned him.
He was really trying to follow this tradition. And when he was baptized, he cried for half an hour.
Oh.
And I considered it as
He cried.
repentant. He cried. He was washed out with.
What year Bob Marley was baptized in the church? You remember?
Oh, it was.
well,
I forget. It's about 7 months before he died.
Oh, he baptized late.
Yes.
7 months before he died.
Yes.
Okay.
It was late because
So we
that's
can't
what
judge
it
him
is.
too
You see,
harshly
before it
of
was
his behavior
difficult.
before.
It was even difficult before, to even discuss matter because he was not a member of the church.
I see.
So
You
after,
explain.
even though I was very close to him,
Oh, you knew him long before you were baptized?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, he was always ready to be baptized in Maxfield Avenue and call the media and all that, but for several reasons, he could not do it. And we have to put
And
it off.
his wife Rita is still a faithful member of the church?
Oh, yes. Her and her children from 1973. She was baptized. She never lived.
Oh, Rita was baptized early?
Oh, yes. The main supporter.
Yes,
of the church and very faithful.
Very faithful to
and teach the teaching of the church, all the brothers and sisters. Really.
Let me ask you, Archbishop, did Bob Marley in his sort of later months of his life, did he come to give up the view that Selassie was God? Did you have a discussion with him on that?
Well, let me tell you, Bob never even mentioned about His Majesty as God in front of me. He always asked me, Abba, who is Christ? I told him, Christ, Jesus Christ, the one who was crucified.
Yes.
Good. You see, Bob is not an easy person. You see, he's very diplomatic too,
Yes.
Especially, he has a very good respect and a great respect rather for me, Anything that is not right, he would not do in front of me, whatever. Yes.
I see.
He has a great respect as I had come from Ethiopia.
Yes.
And he was really a very respectful person.
Yes.
And we had no much discuss. But one thing I remember about him, about dreadlock, is that I asked him, Bob, why do other children, Rasta children, they grow their hair because I see little ones also grow their dread.
Yes.
It become dread. I told him, his children, all of them had nothing. So why then? I said to him, Abba, I would never persecute my children. I would never force them to do. When they grow, if they like it, they will make decision for themselves.
Yes.
That's what he told
But he
me.
didn't
It
force
was
them.
really great,
All right, one more video. Any comments?
Yeah, I gotta address this guy talking about Freemasonry in the chat. People Station High Five.
Yeah,
Or
please do.
high-
Please do.
high five. So the research I've done on Freemasonry in Ethiopia is interesting. There was a French Masonic lodge in Abyssinia, established in 1909 during Menelik's era, and I have a list of all the initiates. Haile Selassie was not a member, and basically the book I have it. I can pull it up for you. It's it's called Pount, Pount. It's written in French, I believe. I had it translated just so I could finish the research. And basically, Haile Selassie was not a Mason. All of the medals and the orders that you see that he was a part of, like the Knight of the Garter and the Order of Malta and these kinds of things, those were chivalric orders. And if you actually do research on those individual orders, they are not Masonic. So the idea that Haile Selassie was a Freemason is just absolutely false. In fact, after the war, it was either sometime before or during or after, I can't remember. Anyways, the French lodge disbanded, so they lost because they were trying to do French colonial influences in Ethiopia through that lodge, but it was so irrelevant that it actually just ended up because I think it might have been World War I or it might have just been one of the wars got all of the the main members who were contributing financially to leave Ethiopia. So basically that lodge ended up just dissipating and collapsing. And then Haile Selassie's 1957 penal code basically criminalized secret societies. So there weren't any Masonic lodges during Haile Selassie's reign from 1930 to 1974. In 1920.
Hold that thought. Let me play this 4-minute video of Haile Selassie real quick, and then I'm gonna close the show out. All right?
Okay.
ኢየሱስ ክርስቶስን እንድንከተል የሚያደርገን when Jesus Christ was born from Virgin Mary, from that time on, He lived an exemplary life, a life which men everywhere must emulate. This life and the faith that he has taught us assures us of salvation, assures us also of harmony and good life upon earth. Because of the exemplary character of the life of Jesus Christ, it is necessary that all men do their maximum in their human efforts to see to it that they approximate as much as they can the good example that has been set by him. It's quite true that there is no perfection in humanity. From time to time, we make mistakes. We do commit sins. But even as we do that, deep in our heart as Christians, we know we have a chance of forgiveness from the Almighty. He taught us that all men are equal, regardless of sex, their national origin and tribe. And he also taught us, all who seek him shall find him. To live in this healthy life, a Christian life, is what makes me follow Jesus Christ.
Imperial Majesty, what advice would you give a person who is considering the claims of Christ, perhaps for the first time?
I would tell a person that's considering the claim of Christ for the first time that it is necessary to have faith in the Almighty, that it's necessary to have love, and that it's necessary to conduct oneself in a manner that we have been taught to do in the Bible. I would advise him to read and to study the Bible. I would also advise him to seek secular knowledge. For the more one knows, the more he realizes the need for a prime mover, the need for a creator who's good, and the need for salvation and also for peaceful life upon earth. I'll also tell him to learn and to think for himself the ways he would serve the Lord. In this thought and in this undertaking of his, he will inevitably find the way of serving his fellow men. For his faith would then be manifested by his conduct. If Christians behave in this way, if we dedicate ourselves to this fundamental task, then we will have a peaceful world and will be assured of not transgressing against the will and the commandments of God.
Your Imperial Majesty, are there any incidents in your life which stand in your memory as times when faith in Christ sustained you?
There are many instances in my life where the belief in the Almighty and the Christian faith has sustained me in times of trouble and difficulties. No matter what may befall a human being, he can always succeed in overcoming it in time.
All right. 93, what's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on? You finally played the Bob Marley stuff. I was waiting to hear that.
Okay, what's up? How you been?
Oh, I'm alive, chilling. Showing some love to the panel. Peace to everybody on the panel. Peace to everybody in the chat.
All right, we got 93 people watching and 93 speaking. Go
Yo,
ahead.
real quick, that dude, People's Station is wrong. The Queen Elizabeth wasn't even the queen when he went into exile. Okay, she wasn't even the queen. She was a baby, right? The king died, and then the son was crowned while Haile Selassie was still there, and then he died. Queen Elizabeth wasn't crowned until after Haile Selassie had already returned.
Selassie got some issues with him, though, man. Let's not act like.
Listen. Who didn't in the Bible?
I'm not
David ran, Moses ran.
I'm not talking about Bible. I'm talking about.
Well, I'm saying from a biblical standpoint, if we want to talk about it,
but he's not a biblical
we're
character.
talking divinity. So if you want to make an issue with his divinity,
he's not a biblical character. So why am I comparing him to biblical?
But it was voted, Garfield.
Absolutely a biblical
guy, like what Obi said. Obi said at the end of the day,
he's a biblical figure as well. He's a biblical figure as well.
Garfield, it was voted 21-3. The Council of Ministers voted that Haile Selassie should leave into exile. He didn't want to leave. He was voted into into exile by his ministers, and then he wanted to go to war, but the soldiers were ready to follow him into war, but basically the chieftains they wouldn't take his orders, so he was forced to leave because they voted 21-3.
Right,
he should leave into exile. And I have sources that say like. But basically, it's propaganda that's saying like he was trying to save himself and he fled to England and all this stuff. So I hear that a lot.
Of course, you're going.
But the point is, Garfield. The point is,
Selassie should not be compared to a biblical character.
What I'm saying,
why not? There's people in the Bible who aren't perfect.
Hold on. That's where it starts wrong.
Hold on, beloved. Hold on, beloved. The reason I'm saying Haile Selassie is God, is the God and Father of the Bible, is because when he attains the titles King of Kings and Lord of Lords, King of Kings of Ethiopia and Lord of Lords, once he attained those two titles, that fundamentally changes humanity's understanding of theology and our interpretation of the Bible, because now we have a fulfillment in historical record, in attested history, that somebody with the titles of God established his kingdom on earth. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven, right? So now that we have the prophecy,
you really believe that Selassie is God, yo? You really believe that, yo?
Yo, what's
Zion, hold on, Zion, hold on a second. Hold on. Peter, do you really believe that, bro?
I'm telling you right now, the mind of God, right?
Localized
itself into the emperor.
Ask a question. Do you really believe Haile Selassie the First was a deity on earth?
The physical manifestation of the mind of God on earth.
Let me respond to that question. What is the Hebrew word for God? It's El, right? El or Elo, Eli, right? That's where you get the word Haile. Haile means power in Hebrew. That word is only given to authorities. The term El is where we get God in the Bible. So when you say El or Haile or Haile, that is saying authority or power. Kings, priests, rulers were all considered gods. This is where I'm talking about the God King theology that started in the Nile Valley. That's a Nile Valley tradition that goes all the way back to Egypt, Nubia, Kush. They were all considered Els. They were all considered divine authorities, priests, kings, and judges. So in that context, Haile, power of the Trinity.
Hold on. Let me pull you and Peter down before y'all get too sensitive for me. Hold on 1 second, guys. The burial of Haile Selassie. I want to show this article right here, right? Let me accept the cookies. The burial of Haile Selassie. I want y'all to look at this article right here. Photographed by Peter Marlowe, 2010. In 1974, a Soviet-backed military junta deposed Haile Selassie as emperor, and he was kept under house at their arrest at the Imperial Palace. He died a year later while still under arrest. In 1992, his remains were discovered buried under a toilet in the palace and transferred to the church of Bata Mariam Geta. Which god is being buried under a toilet? Which god? Which god? Come on, somebody in the audience tell me something real quick. Which god is being buried under a toilet? Come on, Peter, you got to answer this, man. Come on, Zion. Which god is being
first and foremost the bones? They later on exhumed the bones, and they were too tall to be Haile Selassie.
Bring the sword.
If I might.
No.
Go ahead, Peter. I know you got it.
You got to bring that source out. You got to bring that source out.
That's what I was going to say, because I've never found a credible source that says that the bones were actually measured, Zion. So if you can find a source for that, I would love to see it.
All right, now watch this. Zion, in other words, you made that up, bro.
No. That actually came from his own grandson.
So put it out.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. But there is a tour guide in Ethiopia where you can tour the tomb of Haile Selassie in the church or whatever. He's on video saying to the Rastafari TV, Rastafari.tv. They were interviewing him, and he said that the bones were too long when they measured them. But I've never actually found a documented report that the bones were actually measured. And also, I mean, Haile Selassie repeatedly talked about his own mortality, that he'll be replaced by the oncoming generation.
So he's like Jesus now. I'm gonna die and come back to life in 3 days. And,
no, he's not gonna come back. Once you die as a human.
I was on earlier saying that he's like Jesus and he's gonna come back. He's in the form of whatever, like the guy in that got killed in LA and all that stuff.
Garfield, wasn't it you who already proved that?
This is the most stupid question. What's the stupid?
Garfield, wasn't it you who already proved that the resurrection of Christ wasn't in the original manuscripts?
No, I never. No, not me.
Wasn't you that said that it was not in Mark? Mark was the one book, right? And there was no resurrection.
Okay.
In Mark, right? Okay. So that came later. That whole resurrection idea came later.
I didn't say it in all those words, but continue.
But you agree though, right?
Technically, yeah. But what's your point?
So does that mean that Christ's divinity was changed without the resurrection? There was no divinity in Christ before there was a resurrection story?
You're trying to come to a conclusion on my show where Haile Selassie is God or he's a deity or whatever. Let me say this to you carefully, right? Haile Selassie was no more God than I am.
That is your opinion.
And the problem is everybody holds to their own. Pitar holds to Prima Synchroy, right? And that's his own right. He has to do that. The sister came on and talked about Nipsey Hussle. I mean, I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Why is she crazy?
Well, Nipsey, because Nipsey
Selassie is God. That's also crazy to me.
Because
hold on, but in a respectful manner, because I hear that I hate Haile Selassie. I don't hate Haile Selassie. I just think that we're brainwashed and we hold on to different things. Bedouin, the people from Augustown really believe Bedouin flew in the sky today. People would fight you over that. Hold on. People really believe Bedouin flew in the 1800s or the 1900s. You have people who believe that wholeheartedly, bro, who put their life on the line for that.
But
that
check the
doesn't
judgment.
make it, hold on. That does not make it true. Everybody holds to a position. If you want to hold to Haile Selassie, that's on you. I'm just saying from the outside looking in, it's weird.
Yeah, but check the judgment though. The judgment is because the Bible was mistranslated to say Ethiopia, and then Haile Selassie changed the nation's name from Abyssinia to Ethiopia officially, and because he unintentionally fulfilled the prophecy of the biblical titles of God on earth, and because the Rastafarians were Trinitarian, because they read the mistranslation, the grammatical error of the title "Conquering Lion of the Tribe of Judah," they were getting these misreports and these kinds of things back then. You couldn't just Google something back then. They created this movement around Haile Selassie's divinity, and because they were calling him Christ, and because all of these prophecies have been fulfilled through the scripture. Again, you could read all about this in detail in my article called Rastafarians Are the True Israelites. Basically, what we're saying is that all of this was divinely orchestrated by the mind of God, right? By the omniscient mind of God, so that we can see scientifically that God does exist. And the reason Haile Selassie is God is because of his authoritative titles, King of Kings of Ethiopia and Lord of Lords, which means he is the moral authority of humans on earth. So was
Nebuchadnezzar, who was called King of Kings and Lord of Lords, was he the guy?
What year was Nebuchadnezzar called King of Kings and Lord of Lords?
562 BC, 565, 75, 85.
Yeah, I mean, that's a common title.
That's before the New Testament was even written. You see, Joseph.
Yeah, of course. But the point of the matter is, being called that doesn't mean anything. It's just a title, man.
But it does mean something, because Joseph Atwill explains that Joseph
Atwell.
Because Josephus created the New Testament for the Flavian dynasty, right?
Oh man, you believe that crap, man?
I'm telling
Come on,
you,
man.
the Romans tried to create the New Testament in order to subvert the Jews of the time that were warring with Rome, right? And they wanted them to worship Titus
How are
Flavius.
Ethiopians Jews? How are they Jews?
Say that again.
How are Ethiopian Jews?
How are the Ethiopians Jews?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't remember exactly, but I'm
How do
pretty
we
sure.
make that
We want to get into the DNA. J1
No,
is what's called the whole. You want to get into the DNA?
Haplogroup
A, 41.
Haplogroup A. Majority of them have haplogroup A. So
No. Well, the Amhara and certain tribes do have a haplogroup J1. J1 M26.
But the beta Israel,
Can I
the
finish my
particular.
thought? Can I
Ethiopian
put a
Jews.
period before?
I just want to throw
J1
that in, bro.
M26 is called the Kohanim gene, right? And that is predominantly in Southern Arabia and in the Horn of Africa and in certain parts of Sudan, Eritrea, and those areas. And those are the places where a lot of tribes do, in fact, claim a bloodline to Israel. You got the Yemeni Jews, you have the Oromo, who also the Tigray, I believe, were some of the first who were claiming Solomonic descent before the Amhara dynasty was established. So there was a long tradition of Judaism in Ethiopia. You know what I'm saying? Prior to even Christianity.
They largely converts, though. That's the point.
But it was still prior to Christianity. I object to that. If the DNA is there, if the J1 is there, see, this is why. Whether you call them a convert,
Zion, stop. I'm gonna ask a simple question. If I have J1, does that make me a Jew? Simple question.
If you're that, technically you'd have the Kohanim gene. I wouldn't say that necessarily you'd have to be a Jew. You'd have to actually have the faith as well.
No such thing as a Jewish DNA marker.
There is look up the Kohanim gene.
The Kohanim gene doesn't prove nothing. Sean from Massey Warrior Clan got the Kohanim gene.
Listen, that's the reason why. That's the reason why Beta Israel was taken up in Operation Moses, not just because of their faith.
Can I read the DNA results for you right now on the air?
I'm J1. I'm J1, so I'm all good, man. J is for Jew.
Actually, those same Jews have literally come out and said that those Ethiopians are not even Israelites based off of DNA. I'm gonna read it right now. It's actually in my book.
I'm gonna send you the article.
Which tribes? You gotta remember, there's a diversity. Not everybody in Ethiopia has E1B.
Stop.
That's crazy.
Stop. One reason Christian Ethiopians have used to explain their Queen of Sheba myth and Ark of the Covenant tale is the fact that they are Ethiopians of Jewish religion who are traditionally classified as Falashas, or as the Jewish Ethiopians prefer to be called, Beta Israel. According to Christian Ethiopians, this is a group of people that came from Israel when Menelik I seized the ark from Solomon's reign. On the other hand, recent DNA tests have shown without a shadow of a doubt that these Ethiopian Jews have no genetic ties to Israel. These Ethiopian Jews may have converted to Judaism after meeting Jewish merchants from Yemen. Let me finish, man. Let me finish. You don't like it, but this is what the fact says. DNA samples from Beta Israel Falashas and Ethiopians were screened for TAPI restriction, polymorphism, and haplotypes using the Y chromosome specific DNA probe P49A. In Beta Israel and Ethiopians, two haplotypes, V and 11, are the most common, accounting for roughly 70% of the total number of haplotypes in Ethiopia. Since the Falasha community lacks the Jewish haplotypes of V7 and V8, we infer that these people are descendants from ancient Ethiopians who converted to Judaism. And I'm done.
Yeah, I have a whole article to give you, Garfield, if you don't have the Encyclopedia Ethiopica, and it talks about the Beta Israel, but I can. It's pretty long. I haven't scanned this book yet, but the.
But don't get me wrong though. I don't think that that Israelites are Jews were not in Ethiopia. Don't get me wrong. But what I do hold to is that this whole thing about this J1 makes them qualified and all that stuff. And
that's what if you
hold
want me
on,
to
hold
share
on,
my screen,
hold on.
let me share my screen.
Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. Herman Wyckoff. What's up, Herman Wyckoff?
Hold on.
I was just gonna say, Garfield. You know, the Black Hebrew Israelites, and I don't know. I guess Zion and the traditional Rastas. They're claiming, I don't know, Israel and stuff.
Hey, hold on one second. DNA and Tradition: The Genetic Link to the Ancient Hebrews by Yaakov Kleiman, page 83, and that's for Rasta TV no audience. It's in my book, but I have a source.
Yeah, and your book was good about it too. But all I want to say is, according to the Bible, the true Israelites are people who have an incorrect theology about Haile Selassie's divinity. That's the only way the Bible makes sense. And actually, that divine orchestration takes the authority away from Rome, because Rome has been trying to enslave humanity using the scriptures. So God, knowing that this was happening on earth, created all of these events with Rastafarianism, Haile Selassie's coronation, Primus St. Croix. All of these events were orchestrated biblically in order to take the control and power away from the Vatican, away from Rome, because they're the ones who have deceived the masses with the Bible. Does that make sense?
I don't know. I think we're still being deceived up to this day, because once that book, you see, the thing with the Bible is this, right? If Ethiopians were practicing Judaism before Christianity, like what Zion said, Zion, you just said that. I would love Zion to tell me what is his source for that. I need a source for that. I need a source for Judaism being practiced by the Ethiopians before Christianity. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'd love to see what your source is.
All right. Well, I don't have my source up right now. I wanted to show the haplogroups over here.
Oh, we talking about that.
You know, what you're doing is just skipping over the one argument that we just had.
Hey,
and I wanted to show you. See, that's what I'm talking about. Here we go, man. Again.
Oh, let's talk about the DNA.
I want to see the DNA. I want to see it. But I have a question on the table. You're saying that Judaism was in Ethiopia before Christianity.
Yes.
I would like to know, where did
That's
you
what Haile Selassie even says, that Judaism was practiced over 70 centuries.
That's not evidence.
Record that it was practiced over 70
That's not evidence. When Haile Selassie says it's not evidence.
Okay,
he's a Christian.
Listen,
he will defend anything.
Can you stop blocking and acting like you don't have no daggone freaking sense?
Hold on.
See, how are you going to be a naturalist? You don't even know.
Haile Selassie will say anything to defend his Christianity belief.
Let me put both of y'all down, man. Come on, man. We ain't doing that, man. Zion, I would like to know. You said Selassie said it. That's not evidence. What evidence do you have that what Selassie said was true?
What evidence? First and foremost, why are we skipping past the J1?
No. We're going to get to that. I got my man 93 ready for you right now. We ain't worried about the DNA. That's easy work. I'm asking you because you made a statement.
All right, so
if you can't prove it.
Hold on. All right, so let Herman go off and fly off the handle for a second.
No. I don't need Herman.
Hold on, I'm about to do my work. I'm about to do my work. Go ahead, man. I'm doing my research.
Go ahead,
Herman? Yeah, well, I'm the same silver boss. I'm the same people station hi-fi.
Nobody cares.
I'm just saying, right? That's because my phone, the batteries died on the other phones and shit, right? Yeah, I'm saying that Selassie's a dead man. He said he's mortal, innit? And he said that his succession has been ensured, that his children, that's as Asro was sent, and after him is Zare Jacob, He said that is ensured, but that ensure thing that he's talking about has not been a reality, because Selassie died 50 years ago and no one else ever sat upon that throne, right?
Right.
Am I right or wrong? Okay, right. And concerning his death and the reburial on the 5th of November 2000 in Addis Ababa, in that box, it did contain the remains of Haile Selassie. Whether they said it was long or it was an inch longer or shorter, his dentures fit the dentures of Haile Selassie, his dentures. And all the royal family was there present at his burial.
Let me see your evidence.
And one more thing. Zare Jacob held the coffin. If you look at the burial video, you will see Haile Selassie's grandson was actually holding the coffin. Okay?
It was on a radio. It was on a radio program. I can't find it, Garfield.
I didn't watch it on a program. I watched it on a video.
No, I know. But on a radio program, they said because the coffin couldn't fit through the doors of the cathedral, the Rastas misinterpreted that report as the bones being too long and wouldn't fit the measurement.
The Rastas will say anything to defend their belief system.
Right.
Selassie said a lot of things to defend his belief system. You will say anything to defend your belief system. And Zion, whoever his name is, will defend his belief system.
Well,
but the reality about it, Selassie is a dead man.
Yeah,
Selassie's a dead man. If he's not dead, where is he now?
No, he's dead. He's dead. But I'm saying my beliefs are at least based on historical facts.
All right.
I have justification for my beliefs scientifically. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So it's different.
Okay. Scientifically.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm just saying though, man, you know, all this belief system, we got to get with reality, you know? But it's all right. We could talk all that historical talk. I see you just put on a video with a guy, he telling you about Beta Israel and this Israel and that Israel. Come on, man. You know that Israel stuff came from 3 different gods, Isis, Horus, and Isis, Ron, El, and all this kind of stuff. You know how to make up.
No, sir, I don't know that. I don't believe that, my brother. I don't believe that's pseudo.
No?
I was talking to the conscious community too.
All right, okay.
That's pseudo too. We gotta run away from that.
Okay.
Run away from that.
All right. Yeah, where did it come from then? Where did Israel come from? Did it come from Jacob?
Herman.
Did it come from Jacob?
Herman, hold on 1 second, bro. Can you hold on 1 second? All right. With what
I'm holding on.
What Zion asked earlier, right? I'm gonna get to that in a second. What Zion asked earlier, as far as the DNA, was a very good question. I don't disagree that there's a correlation genetically with people because there's also underlying diseases and different variants of different gene types that exist within cultures that show a connection. Like I could show and prove I am from Western Central Africa without DNA. I could do that.
Okay, you're good. You're good then.
Genes. There's certain red
You're
blood
good. You can prove that. Wow.
Proteins that's dormant because we come from Western Central Africa. So I could prove you from Western Central Africa. The issue is
me.
Yeah, I could prove that. The issue is now Ethiopians there, they have J1, they have A, they have E1, B1B, they have different markers, right? Now the markers,
I'm lost with all that stuff, man. I'm lost with all that stuff. I'm even lost with the word protein. You know what I'm saying? But you're talking about Israel.
Hey, I have this article. You sure you want to pull this up, Zion?
You have this?
Article. Yes,
you have this? So it says right here, though. It says so. You said you asked me for any proof, and I would do a lot more research if I had a little bit more time.
You just Google this. I don't think you.
Yeah, I just did. But I have, I've read other sources. But right here, it literally speaks on that the traditions being practiced predate. It says predates. Wait, right here. To many of these traditions have suggested to some Jewish substranium that Ethiopian society that predates the introduction of Christianity in the 4th century. This is talking about Ethiopian Jewry, right? So the observance of the Saturday Sabbath along with Sunday's Sabbath to many of these traditions, right? And then going down in his abstract here, it says
hold on. I want you to scroll back up, right?
Okay.
Scroll back up 1 second, because I've read this article. I have this.
Okay,
article.
Cool.
Look, let me read it. What it says at the abstract. Let me slow down, because what you did was you Google it, and you.
Well, you asked me for
Zion. Relax. I asked for a source. You brought out a source I'm familiar with, right? This source doesn't agree with you. Just for the record, before you read it, hold on 1 second. What I'm saying to you is, I don't have a problem if they practice Judaism before Christianity, but I just have not seen a source that agrees with that, with the information. What George Hadke has done from the University of Vienna, he has gone into the Geese and looked into the Geese in the BC era, which is very hard because I don't think there's any Geese far back, and try to find some sort of Judaism, and he has not found any. But let me read the first paragraph, what you read, the abstract. Ethiopian Christians are well known for their adherence to Old Testament traditions, including male circumcision, the prohibition of pork, and the observance of the Saturday Sabbath, alongside the Sunday Sabbath. To many, these traditions have suggested Jewish substrata in Ethiopian society that predates introduction of it. It's saying that some have suggested it. That's not evidence. He's just giving you an abstract. So when you read it a while ago, you read it so fast, you didn't even realize what you read. What I'm saying to you is this article agrees with me. I've read it already. So
They said the oldest church is St. Mary's on Mount Zion. How come you have a name like Mary? Huh? St. Mary's on Mount Zion. St. George's Cathedral in England and in Ethiopia. How come you got names like that? You ever asked yourself that?
St. Miriam, Church of St. Miriam. But
it's still a Mary stuff. Where that stuff coming from?
No. Hey, 93, you there?
From the Greek.
Well, off the topic.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, 93 Zion. Let's deal with the DNA. Go ahead. Go ahead with the DNA stuff.
All right, so let me go over here.
Before I even say anything, hold on. I don't want to misrepresent you. You don't have a problem with the idea that these people are largely converts to Beta Israel, right? You don't have an issue with that, do you?
not largely. I mean, largely there was a lot of converts. But you have this one issue with the Incense Road, which we know that people traveled the Incense Road for thousands of years through Israel back and forth. The Incense Road goes all the way to Southern Arabia, and Southern Arabia is only 42, 43 miles away from the Horn of Africa. And so this is why there was a lot of trade from Ethiopia into Israel, even during the Christian, prior to the Christian era. You know what I'm saying? Prior to the Christian and throughout the Christian era, up until Islam and the Ottomans came in. When that happened, Ethiopia pretty much shut their borders and stayed, isolated.
So we can agree that the Ethiopian Jews are largely converts. But there's really no contention, right?
There's some, yeah. I'm saying that I wouldn't say that all Ethiopians are Jews.
No. I'm just talking about the Beta Israel.
The body of Ethiopia are not Jews.
The Beta Israel. The Beta Israel.
Beta Israel.
That's a no topic, because what is a Jew? What is a Jew?
We're talking about DNA.
Hey, bro, Garfield trying to tell y'all.
Zion, chill out. Zion.
Why do I have to show when this dude keep cutting in?
What is a Jew?
What is right now?
Thank you.
Zion, this is what I'm saying to you. Are you listening to argue and be defensive? Or are you actually listening to give a proper response? I'm going to tell you why.
I'm listening to give a proper response.
Hold on. You just said, right, that Ethiopian Jews migrated into the Horn of Africa and they went where?
I'm saying that Jews, so you have the Levant, right? And you had Jews going back and forth. You had exiles and transmigrations from even the Eurasia back into Africa. There was back migrations, etc., that we all know about. The Syrian expulsion, the Babylonian expulsion. We see migrations of Jews coming from going even up north and down to Northeast Africa.
Hold on. What does Assyria have to do with Ethiopia?
I'm talking about that has to do with the exiles and migration patterns.
Okay, when did the exiles put to Ethiopia? When did that happen?
Well, we see that there were migrations of that J1 haplo into.
No. That could have happened.
I'm gonna bring that up.
J is the minority too.
You're talking about Assyrians, bro. You said Assyrians and exiles.
No, oh my God, the Assyrian expulsion is what I'm talking about, not the Assyrians themselves. The expulsion of the.
So you're saying that in the 8th century, that's when they begin their migration?
There was a whole bunch of Jews being migrating out of Israel during that time. We know that historically.
So he talk about the Assyrian exile, Garfield.
So you had the Assyrian exile.
Talk on record, because what he's saying is not true. We know the Assyrian hold on. We know the Assyrian exile happened, right? We're not arguing. Right. You're saying that they ended up in Ethiopia.
No, not all of them. There's some that went north into Turkey, some that went into Egypt, some that went down.
Nah, you all over the place, bro. You see, this is your problem.
No, you're trying to make it linear, and I'm talking about the expulsion is not linear.
Diane, I'm not even arguing with you. I'm just telling you, you sound like a bunch. You sound like a crushed up.
So how about we set up a time, and I'll come back and bring all of this information. You don't want to do that.
We having a conversation, bro.
You y'all want to run through the DNA real quick?
Hey, Garfield, can I ask you something?
Only 1 second. Zion, do you agree during the Assyrian exile that there's no records of Jews going to Ethiopia at that time? That's what you said. Sometimes we got the Brooklyn Magic. We
everything during the
expulsions. I have maps of the expulsions where they're literally drawing lines where Jews went.
Zion, do you have records of Jews going to Ethiopia during the Assyrian exile?
I wouldn't say necessarily off
But that's
top
what
of
you
it.
said earlier.
I'm saying that there were expulsions that led people in different directions out of Israel. That's
Okay,
not hard to
fine,
that's
I agree.
not hard to
But how
believe.
does Ethiopia get into the conversation?
Well, because of the Incense Road, brother.
The incense road? The incense
The
road
Incense
is fine.
Road is extremely important.
That's fine. But how did the Jews get on the incense road going there?
Was the Incense? Oh my God. Incense Road goes right up to southern Israel, to Jerusalem.
And
brother, goes straight down into Yemen.
All right.
Straight. It's a straight track.
Hold on. That's fine. When did they get expelled by the Assyrians to go to that route?
Oh man, objection relevance. Moving on.
I'm trying to see what
you're trying to stump me on little information that I don't have privy right now.
I don't care about no source. I don't need a source. I need you to tell me.
You need my opinion.
I need you to tell me verbally out of your mouth. That's what I'm asking for. That's why I didn't ask you for a source.
I'm saying that these are where these haplogroups and haplotypes that J1 that went down the Incense Road. That J1 also, you can find that in Turkey. About 15% of Jews have it, about 12%. Yeah. Whereas more primarily found in Northeast Africa. And that's more or less in Sudan, Eritrea, and Ethiopia. J1 and J2 and in Yemen.
And the Beta Israel are minority with that.
So that's what I'm saying. They claim that that's a Eurasian gene that came out of Turkey and Eurasia and transmigrated or back migrated, because J comes out of H and I, which are derivatives of E1, E1b. So we're having a back migration of what they believe is called the Kohanim gene. I didn't make that up. J1, M2, M26.
Beta Israel. You said Beta
M267, right? M26. Beta Israel has it, and that's why many of them were flown on Operation Moses, not simply because they practiced Judaism, but because of the J1 haplo.
All right, go ahead. What's your name?
Hey, Garfield.
Hold on.
Hey, could I?
Was you talking about me?
Yeah, go ahead, 93.
Nah, I think the brother agreed that they largely converts. He just saying that they got J, and that's where he's connecting the Jewish element. Am I correct, Zion?
Right. So you had some converts that probably don't even have J that are philosophers.
No, well, all right. 41% is A, 18% is a form of E1B1A that Multiboy probably had. And then the rest would be the J you talking about.
B1B, bro.
Right. So you have a small group of J1, right? You have a small. I'm not saying that all.
It's E1B1A, Garfield.
E1B1.
My bad for cutting you off. Hold on, let me not cut Garfield off. It's EP2, which is E1B1, but it says most of the lineage belong to EM329. So that's a form. It's a different form of E1B1A.
That's B1B.
Yeah, E1B1A.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's a different form of E1. It's the one Motorboy had in Ethiopia. Gotcha. And the E3, listen, the E3B that they had is indigenous to Africa. That's not a Near Eastern E3B that they have. So the J, he's right. If he's hinging on J, yeah, he's right. It's like probably like less than 20% or something, but yeah.
Right, still larger percentage than they have in Ashkenazi Jews.
Let me say this for the audience, just to be clear. The Beta Israel, when they do their paternal lineage, which is the males, 12% of them is J1. That's a minority. That's what 93 has been trying to get you to admit the whole time. So if the minority of them, or 12% of them is E1, is J1, I will say that the majority of them must be converts then.
They are converts.
Then you have to say that about Ashkenazi Jews too, because they only have 12%.
They are.
We're talking about
Ashkenazi are 12% J1.
Ashkenazis have a large amount of conversion. They'll admit that.
Okay, all right. So we'll accept that. I'll accept that.
But why are the Ashkenazis doing maternal and the Beta Israel are doing?
That came after the Talmudic periods when they were trying to make sure that people were just
marrying within their own tribes.
Have you guys
So-
read the Talmud? That is one crazy book.
Yeah, it's crazy. And but the Talmud is a collection of different writers, and they don't all agree. So you don't read the Talmud like it's all authoritative. You read it to have an argument. That's what-
Allegedly. but
Yo,
yeah.
so I got a
No,
question
really.
though. What is the argument that Ethiopians that there were Jews in Ethiopia?
Yes.
Is that the argument?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay. So here's my question, because I've heard about the Ethiopian Jewish community called Beta Israel, right? You heard it? Is that what y'all are referring to?
Right,
The
we
Beta
refer to
Israel.
them, and I'm saying that there's not just the Beta Israel have the J1 haplo, but a small percentage of different tribes do have the J1.
Okay, so now as far as just from what I know, it's just so. Do y'all believe in Ethiopian tradition? Do y'all acknowledge that
Which
as
ones?
to be true?
There's many different traditions, and there's
Well-
over 83 different ethnic groups that have
Well,
different traditions.
What I'm talking
83.
about is the one that is pertaining to Judaism, where it's talking about the King Solomon. Are y'all saying y'all
Right,
acknowledge that?
Tigray
Oh.
and the Solomonic dynasty, the Amhara. Amhara technically is more of a political term. It's not really even a genealogy, but ethnic group. However, Tigrayans, I believe, some Eritrean actually claimed Solomon before the Solomonic dynasty had gained power. The Zagways, that's right, the Zagwe dynasty also claimed descent from Solomon.
No. They claim descent from Solomon's brother Adil.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Still, that's within the realm, right? So even they claimed some form of Judaic bloodline or ancestry.
Okay. So I'm with you now. So let me ask you this: when you say, because I'm not really trying to focus on the DNA aspect. I'm just talking about the actual groups. Like when we say Ethiopian Jew, like that's the people that's called the Falasha, right?
Yeah.
Okay, those now their claim is their claim, because you were talking about they can you said Assyrian exile. Is that their claim or is that your claim?
No, because I wasn't just focused on the Assyrian exile. I was focused on all of the exiles that had many opportunities for Jews to be expelled, the expulsion of Jews and transmigrations of them outward. And that's usually, north or south, right? So if you're going south, then you're going down the Incent Road, or you're going toward Egypt, you're going into Northeast Africa. If you're going north, then you're going into Eurasia. And that's where we got the 12% of Ashkenazi Jews with the J1. Right. So you're having these expulsions. When you look at the expulsions, there's maps of the expulsions, and they show arrows of the different directions that they believe the Jews, or even scholars.
How were those arrows determined? Are you saying by DNA? Is that what you're?
Well, I'm saying
on?
that's how they explain that's how they explain how the J1 and J2 haplos.
Let me explain. Everybody stop for a second.
Yeah.
Richard Panker summarized the various theories offered about their origins as of 1950. He said that the first members of the community were converted Agars. The second theory was Jewish immigrants who intermarried with Agars. Third, immigrant Yemeni Arabs who had converted to Judaism. Immigrant Yemeni Jews from Egypt, successive waves of Yemeni Jews. I think people need to realize that the Arabs have the same J1 M269 that you're talking about. I hope you know
That makes more
I
sense.
have no problem with that. I don't have no problem with that.
That makes more sense because
they have it as well.
Because what I'm trying to see is, is there tradition to say where they came from and how they migrated when we talk about Ethiopian Jewish
when you get to the Kevin Nagast, whether you believe that the Kevin Nagast is authoritative or mythological, you know what I'm saying, or mythological tradition, it's a part of their tradition that the Queen of Sheba and Solomon, you know what I'm saying, and then Israelites came with Menelik the first back into Ethiopia. I mean, that's a part of this. That's
No,
a part
no,
of it.
okay, yeah, but what
That's
I'm
Hold on,
saying,
time out. We're missing an important point though. But if that's true, where is the wave of Judaism being practiced before the Aksumite Empire? There's no evidence of this.
Okay, and I'm just saying that there was a wave. You know what I'm saying? That if there were Jews that came into Ethiopia, it would probably been the same way.
All right, when did they come?
So when the Jews went to Egypt, was Egypt taken over?
Hold on. Hold on a second. When did Jews
go
to Ethiopia? When did they go to Ethiopia?
it's supposed to be 10th century. It's according
We know
to their
that. We
tradition.
know that story is.
We're talking according to their traditions. That would be around the 8th and 9th or 9th and 8th century BCE.
Nope, it's not.
No,
their
it's
tradition.
10. It's 10th century.
Time out. We can't say it's their tradition because it's a tradition that was created.
Okay.
Hold on,
Traditions
bro.
have some
Hold
foundation
on.
in truth.
What about isn't the Aksumite tradition their tradition? The Aksumite tradition don't teach that.
The
Aksumite tradition teach that they come through Maren. It don't teach that. It teach that they come from the god Astar. It has nothing to do with Solomon. So I am saying, since the Aksumite Empire is telling us where they come from, why aren't we going by that tradition? Because we want to attach them to the Bible. That's the only reason. So F the Aksumites, F them Ethiopians. Only like the ones that push the Bible.
Aksumites J1 because you got to show me that they J1 now. You want to play that kind of, you know what I'm saying? Argumentation.
J1 doesn't make
these are red herrings.
Hold on a second. Are you familiar with the Lemba story, the Lemba tradition?
Yes, I am.
All right. So you know that where the Lemba comes from is in South Arabia too, and South Arabians have the same markers as the J1 as the Jews. Right. So they could have come from Arabia. And that what? Because they circumcise when they're 16 years old and all that stuff. They have in Muslim traditions, the Lemba. So that is the argument that they're having now in academia with the Lemba.
Yeah, because the Lemba is saying that they're Jews.
On, bro, let me finish my point, bro. Some of the Lembas say that they're Jews. Some of them say they're not.
Okay.
So I'm saying for you to say that because they have the J1, that means they're Jews. The J1 doesn't make them Jews. What about the Arabs? The Arabs are right there. Yemen is right there.
So, did it's Yemeni Jews
based off a tradition?
Yemeni Arabs,
based off tradition, the Aksumites didn't know any Judaism. There was no Judaism being taught there. We are familiar with the Himmerite tradition. They say they were converted by 2 Jews. That's their tradition. So having J1 don't make you a Jew, bro. I think that's where you're getting everything.
It doesn't not make you a Jew either.
It doesn't make you a Jew.
It doesn't not make you. You can't say that. Oh well, they J1. They have to be Arabs.
I never said that
because J1 and J2 could be Arabs and Jews. So you don't know which one they are.
No, but
you're saying they're J1.
The tradition is there. Show me where the tradition is being practiced. You don't find it until the 16th century, bro, and that's facts.
No. 4th century. 4th century when
4th century what? Where's Judaism being practiced?
4th century, not Judaism and Christianity. 4th century.
Talking about
4th
Judaism.
century.
Talking about Christianity.
Well, the first you said, show me where Judaism came before Christianity. So when I looked it up, Christianity was introduced to Ethiopia in the 4th century, not 16th. That's when the dynasties took over, and that's when it became a Christian dynasty.
Quiet. Zion, are you listening to what I'm saying? Or are you just trying to?
You're not listening.
You are not. Hold on. Let me lower my voice. I don't want to shout like you. I said to you, if Christianity, I know Christianity is in the 4th century. I've been teaching that from this morning.
Okay,
the point that I'm trying to make, hold on, stop trying to be right and listen. Just listen. I am saying to you that show me the Judaism being practiced from the 4th century. Show me this Judaism in Ethiopia. Show it to me. I'm saying in the 16th century when the Portuguese explorer went there, he lied and said that they could speak Hebrew. I hope you know that. Teles lied. He said they could speak Hebrew, and it was a lie.
Who you said? Garfield, are you?
The Portuguese explorer Teles. He went to
Teles or Alvarez.
This site here says
The question of who the first Jews in Ethiopia were is a complex and shrouded in the nature of historical evidence, legend, and competing theories. There isn't a single universal accepted answer, but rather a tapestry of possibilities woven from different threads of information. While the exact origins remain unclear, that is certain is that the Jewish community known as Beta Israel has existed in Ethiopia for over 2 millennia, with the roots that were both deeply embedded in the region's history and connected with the wider Jewish diaspora. It is important to understand that the first Jews is a nuanced term here. It doesn't necessarily refer to a single migration of unified group, but likely a gradual process with varying influences. So that's 2 millennia. That's still past 16th century.
Yeah, that's what.
No. Stop, Obi. Stop. Show me. This is for the past 2 millennia. What is your source for that? What is their source for 2 millennia?
Hold on, I'll share it with you.
But Garfield, let me ask you?
No, Obi.
Are you?
No. I want him to deal. Let's deal with this right here. I don't want to hear nothing else. This guy right here, because we see we get sources and read them and just accept it because it agrees with us.
I'm just trying to ask you, are you saying that Christianity was in Ethiopia before Judaism? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's what. But I think he's right though. From Judaism. I guess it was just a small community though.
Where's the community, Obi?
Ethiopia.
Community, bro. It's the Aksumite Empire. They don't know nothing effing Judaism. There's no Judaism there. It's a lie.
Okay.
George Hadke is the only expert on the situation, and he pulled up his article, thought it agreed with him. It don't agree with him. These are theories that people.
But look at this.
Who has a motive?
Yeah, but it sounds like you just can only go with whatever person you agree with, though. It's not different.
No, you go with what the consensus of scholarship is. That's a safe bet. But if you are going to say that Judaism was there, show and prove somebody practicing it.
Bro.
But what if the people say what if their tradition, they say that they were there, like their ancient ancestors were practicing that might be all
over that. He's throwing the baby out with the bathwater on that one.
Who's the author?
Time out.
Who's the author?
Look at this. Who were the first Jews in Ethiopia? The question of the first Jews was complex. There isn't a single universal accepted answer, but rather a tapestry of possibilities woven from different threads of information. While the exact origins remain unclear, what is certain is that a Jewish community known as Beta has existed. What is the source for this? There's no source. This is somebody writing a paragraph. There's no source. Give me a source.
Mercedes,
no. That's not.
Give me a source. This is somebody's opinion.
That's what's not fair with the African Jews that are claiming versus the. This is
nonsense. What do you call it? There's no Judaism being practiced, and this is why people get sensitive when it comes to Ethiopia. But Ethiopia ain't got nothing to do with the Bible, yo. Come on, man. The Ethiopia got something to do with the Bible only when they changed the name to Ethiopia. That's it. That's it. Nothing else.
So basically you saying that Ethiopian tradition, that is false what they are claiming.
Of course, it's 100% false.
That's not true.
What we do find is in the 16th century, we do find Jews in communities. Yeah, because Jews are trading. They're all over. But to say that the Ethiopians are Jews based off of J1, you see, I just read a source.
I just put that into Open AI and it came back that there was Jews. So I mean, you saying scholars, but somebody is agreeing because if you put it in OpenAI, it will say
what is the source? Obi, what is the source?
I'm just telling you. I'm telling you. Read the source that says it. What is the source that says it? You're gonna be traced back to. You're gonna be traced back to blank. Yeah,
blank.
no. Okay.
So you can't trust that source. Why would you use a source when you don't have a source for it?
All right. But that's why I say I think
there is absolutely no source that shows a progressive version of any form of Judaism being practiced in the BC era, from Solomon's time period all the way to the Aksumite time period. There is absolutely no evidence, none.
Okay.
And I share your screen, Zion. I share your screen.
Okay. I mean, I'm not arguing because I haven't done the research. I'm just trying to get a better understanding. And I, like, because you said all the scholars.
You see this
so
right
I'm
here?
saying,
Look at the screen. Look at the screen. It's in the 9th century. Let me tell you why.
No, it's the 7th century right here, widespread.
Stop.
And Beta Israel. Don't jump to the 9th century without going to the 7th.
Hold on a second.
Beta Israel in 7th century right there.
Bruh, just relax. Can you relax, bro? Why are you so
Oh my
excited?
God, brother.
Just relax. Obi, you see the 9th century right here with Eldad the Danite? That's when people started claiming Ethiopia. He's the reason why. Because of his story. But his story didn't get printed until like the 12th century. So that's when people start saying that Prester John is in Ethiopia. That's what the Christians counteraction to this fake story that Eldad told. So they had to counteract it because the Jews are saying, see, people are talking about us all over the world. We all over the world. Jews is all over. We lost. So the Christians came out with a story with Prester John as a counteraction to it. And that dumbass story is what led to the Portuguese going to West Africa and grabbing our asses. Believe it or not. They would have never known because they was looking for Prester John's gold, the Portuguese.
They thought Emperor Zara Yacob was
and then
Prester
Adahu
John.
the Moor said, release me here, and I'll release whatever.
You said Orthodox Moor did what?
Oh, yeah, Zara Yacob. They thought
Yo,
not Zara Yacob.
by the way, this right here, where it says the spread of Islam in Ethiopia, what's the source of Beta Israel in that time period?
Right there. Just read the rest of the sentence.
No. What's the source? Click on that.
Oh
and
my
find
God,
the source.
bro.
Click on Beta Israel. Click on Beta Israel.
Click on it.
On
All
Beta
right.
Israel.
Bong bong. Ethiopian jewelry.
Click on Beta
Right?
Israel.
References. Who are the Ethiopian Jews?
Show me in the 7th century during Islam that Beta Israel is known. You're not gonna find it's opinions. You gotta know how to differentiate from opinions and facts.
Gosh, bro.
You don't
You
want to
said
research.
see now you so if I come with evidence, then you're gonna attack the evidence.
Don't know how to research. You just believe.
You said, "Go, give me a source. Give me a source. Gave him a source. Oh yeah, the source is
just
trash."
Believe, bro. That's all. You just believe everything you read.
You see this, right?
Evidence. Show me the source of that 7th century of Beta Israel. Show me the
Bro,
source.
man, I'm not gonna keep going in circles.
You're not,
man.
Obi,
You believe what you want to
find
believe,
it.
man. You believe what
There's
you
no
want to
source.
believe right here.
Bro, I've been studying this
Right?
for
You
over
believe
20
what you
years,
want to
bro.
believe. I'm not going to try to convince you of nothing. The Bible says not to sit here and strive and argue about freaking vain genealogies.
No,
Doesn't
but
it say that in
no,
Acts?
Zion,
Source.
it sounds like there isn't a hard source, and you agree with the theory of that, though. If there's
Yes,
no
absolutely.
hard source,
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's more likely than not.
Can you let him
Yes.
finish his statement?
Wait, so there is no hard source for that? They just
They just
No,
put it up there. This is what happened when you believe. You see, I'm a researcher at heart. That's what I do. I like to find primary sources. I like an author saying, okay, we found Eldad the Danite and he said this. Okay, let me go back and read what Eldad the Danite wrote in English because I don't read Hebrew or the Arabic Hebrew he wrote in or whatever. So I got to read a translation. I have to trust the translation, right? Now, bear in mind, I'm reading, at least I'm trying my best to get the ultimate source of where it comes from. I'm saying that there would be nobody claiming Ethiopia today if Eldad the Danite never mentioned that he went to Ethiopia.
So
that's what I'm saying right now. Because the counteraction to him by the Christians was Prester John. They started teaching that Prester John had all this gold. They made up like a Mansa Musa story about him in Ethiopia. So that's where the Portuguese are going now. They ended up in West Africa. They're heading to Prester John and the gold. That's what they're looking for.
So the primary source is missing. You're saying the primary source is missing, Garfield. You're saying
there is no primary source. That's just opinion. So Peter, I say to you, Haile Selassie was left-handed, right? And we don't have no sources right now available to us to say here what he used to write. No, he's right-handed, but he wrote with his left, right? And
That's
we
the fallacy of ignorance.
Ryan, shut the hell up, man. What is wrong with you, bro? You ain't got no
fallacy of ignorance.
Relax. I am saying I'm giving Pitar a hypothesis.
An
This is
analogy.
what I'm giving him.
Yeah.
I'm saying that if Haile Selassie is right-handed and he wrote left-handed, how would we find out that Haile Selassie wrote left-handed but he was right-handed? How do we know that? How would we know?
I mean, photographic evidence maybe and first-hand accounts. I don't know.
There you go. So
Right.
now with the Beta Israel, why is it that the 7th century source you can't find no 7th century source. You can't find no source before Eldad the Danite, because Eldad the Danite read the Talmudic sources about Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Elazar arguing about the lost tribes. That's why he came out and said, I'm Simeon, and he took on the tribe of Samson, which was Dan. That's why he called himself the Danite, because he wanted to say that he was big and bad, and he defeated the Romanites who were trying to eat him, the cannibals, and told this wild story how his friend got eaten and all this craziness. But then I'm Eldad the Danite.
I thought that was wasn't that in your book, Garfield? I read that somewhere.
Yes, it is. Eldad the Danite. That's why he called himself the Danite, to show he's strong like Samson.
So they're citing him to say 7th century or whatever.
No. I'm saying that he's 9th century. I'm saying before 9th century, we don't find nobody mentioning that Jews were in Ethiopia.
Before him.
You can't find nobody saying, hey, the Ethiopians got the Beta Israel group. Nope, not before that guy. Not before that guy. He's the one that stole the story from Elazar and Akiva, that debate from the 1st century, and then he repeated it and started talking about the lost tribes. He's the one. He is the one. So if you find me a source, Diane, that says that Jews were in Ethiopia, the Beta Israel was in Ethiopia before 9th century, then you got me.
All right. So an absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
That's
still a fallacy argument. It's still a fallacy.
The absence of evidence means there's no evidence.
If I have a preponderance of evidence, I don't have to have the burden of proof.
What is the evidence?
Well, I just literally showed you genetics. I showed you the 2 different sources. One might have been a secondary source, and the other one is still, a little bit more credible than that. And they're saying 4th and 7th century. But hold on.
It never said that. It never said 4th century.
You cut me. You're the one who's hyped.
You never put it back over the screen.
When I get hyped, then you say, calm down, Brian.
I'm gonna show you to be a liar.
Can you calm down for a minute? Let me finish what I'm saying.
On the screen. Put it back on the screen. Put it back on the screen.
Still at the same time, my brother, you still have not proven otherwise. So we're stuck at an impasse right now.
Hey, you know what I could prove? I could prove that the Oxamites in the 4th century believed in Marian and Astar, and I could prove
that's fine.
I could prove that Christianity they converted to Christianity because of Fermentus giving that information to Izana. Izana being the king, he wanted Christianity. I could prove that.
We're not talking about Christianity.
What I could prove also is that even when we look at Yemen and the Himyarites were converts. So if they got the Judaism from them, there still was converts. So what are you saying? And those people had the J1 marker, the Yemenites. So what are you saying?
There's Yemeni Jews. Let's look how far the Yemeni Jews go back. How about that? Let's start there then. Since we're talking about transmigration, so let's assume that the Yemenis predated the Ethiopians. Let's do that.
I know they didn't get exposed in their Syrian exile, like you said earlier. I know that.
That's not the point. So what you're doing is twisting my argument.
J1 don't mean that they are Jews.
You're twisting my argument, bro. You're twisting my argument. It wasn't just a Syrian expulsion. I was making.
All right, hold on. Let's do one thing at a time.
Wait.
Show me the better Israel before the 9th century.
Okay, can I read something, Garfield? It says Eldad the Danite, right? He was a mysterious Jewish traveler of the 9th century. Although his true origins remain uncertain, he claimed to descend from the lost Israelite tribe of Dan, whence his name. Eldad the Danite held that the Danites and 3 other tribes lived in an independent kingdom. He also spoke of the impossible Sambaton River, which stopped
river that only rained when it only stopped raining on the Sabbath.
Which stopped its flow on the Sabbath, and other wonders. Several modern authorities believe Eldad the Danite's narrative is composed of legends which elaborate upon a small kernel of truth concerning Jewish groups in distant lands, while some scholars, such as Barron, 1983, Conti Rossini, 1925, think that Eldad's work contains the earliest known references to the Beta Israel. Others, such as Eulendorf and Beckingham, 1982, and Morag, 1997, are more skeptical, arguing that it reveals little firsthand knowledge of Ethiopia and its languages. Many of the motifs found in his work recur in the stories concerning Prester John. That's from Encyclopedia Ethiopica, Volume 2.
12th century. Yep. Because Prester John came out in the 12th century, but the Eldad the Danite book on writing came out at the same time as Prester John. They're attached.
Right,
So
because
that's why people are suspicious about it.
they thought Zara Yacob, Emperor Zara Yacob from like the 1200s was Prester John.
Facts.
At least the Europeans did. They called him.
For the 9th century, it says what? That's the earliest reference to the Beta Israel. Now let's see where the 7th century source is. Let's get it.
My thing's up. My
Let's
thing's
get
up.
it, my brother. Let's get it.
We go. Pull my screen back up where it says the 7th century.
Go
Let me
ahead.
just say that the 9th century. On this slide, it says 7th
is
century.
the 9th century because he is 883 BC, 883 CE. We know he's in the 9th century. But the
Well, that's Eldad. It doesn't deny that, but you're skipping past what it said about the 7th century. So it's correct about Eldad, but it's not correct about what it says about Beta Israel and 7.
Because
That's what
I'm
I'm asking
trying
you a
to
question.
tell you that's opinion, bro.
Okay, so this is an opinion too. So 9th century
No,
is
it's
opinion.
not, because we have
Oh.
Eldad the Danite writing. We
There's
have
some
his
truth in
primary,
here.
we have a primary of Eldad the Danite.
Garfield, what is the consequence
Dude,
of
you
it?
don't know the research?
He just proved that the Danite is no less freaking daggone mythological than what we're talking about.
You're not even listening to. Hold on, Peter.
Oh, now we're saying that it's mythological, right?
Zion. You see, again, you're listening to argue. You're not listening to learn. That's the problem we have in here. First, you said the Assyrians expelled the people to go to Ethiopia. Then I checked you on that, and you ran back from that conversation. Then you said that the people with J1, the Beta Israel, and what 90.
And you denied J1. You denied J1 was in Ethiopia.
Bro, why are you interrupting?
No, just make reference to that.
Bro, why you interrupting?
Because you're being dishonest, bro. Intellectually dishonest.
Let me be dishonest for a second, all right? You ain't gotta interrupt me. What I'm saying, my brother, instead of listening and learning, you're being defensive because it's going against your belief. So that's when you say to yourself, let me not even get involved with this conversation, because it's not a conversation I can have, because you don't have proof before Eldad the Danite. Now, anybody mentioned that Ethiopia was connected to the tribe of Dan. And once you can't show that, that makes my point better and actually honest, because we have Eldad the Danite's writing and his primary in 883 BCE saying that he's from the tribe of Dan, and some of them is in Ethiopia. You don't have nobody else saying that before that. So what happened is the Jewish world took his writing, found out where he was from. He was from an Arabic country, by the way, too. They trace it by his dialect, which was very smart of those Jews of that day. They traced where he's from, figured out what he's talking about. He actually repeated a story that was similar to one about somebody going to China. He copied, if you really study Eldad the Danite, and you realize that a lot of the story was legend that he made up. But at the end of the day, though, he was a real guy. And he did write this writing. Whether he made it up the stories or not. But him mentioning Ethiopia, woo, that changed the whole dynamics. That's why we in America right now, bro. Because Prester John, which the story came out in the 12th century, which is almost 400 years later or 300 years later than when Eldad the Danite wrote, they put out both of them together attached to each other. Because the Christians were like, damn, these Jews, they found out they're talking about they're the lost Jews. So the Christians like, yo, we got to come up with an argument, man. So they made up Prester John. Prester John is a made-up character. He's mythological. He didn't exist.
He ain't got nothing to do with Mansa Musa?
No, he was supposed to.
Yeah, they kind of mix his story up with Mansa Musa's story about the gold.
They were trying to look for a savior who was going to save them from the Islamic invaders from the east, I believe. The Christians were trying to save themselves from the Islamic influence at the time. So they invented Prester John as like the savior who's going to come with a military and stop the Muslims from invading. I think that was the premise of Prester John.
Hey, Patan, you earlier you had said something when you were referring to Haile Selassie. You were saying that the emperor, because are you saying because you have you're part of a denomination of Rastafarianism, and then you said that you had said something that Emperor Haile Selassie is the father. Were you meaning like the creator? And also you said even if he didn't know, what did you mean by that? I had meant to ask you that earlier, but I had to dip.
Yeah, I can answer that briefly. Sorry to detract from the Jew origin conversation, Garfield, but yeah, I can answer that very briefly. Haile Selassie is the God and Father of Jesus Christ, as according to our interpretation of the Bible. But the reason he did not know that he was God in the flesh was because the brain The physical brain limits our mind's consciousness, so he was not fully aware of his divinity. So when he fulfilled the prophecy of the scripture concerning the titles of God the Father in the flesh on earth, particularly King of Kings of Ethiopia and Lord of Lords, when he fulfilled that prophecy unintentionally, unwittingly, this was divinely orchestrated by the mind of God, the omniscient mind of God. So basically, the mind of God leveraged human psychology so that these prophecies are fulfilled in this time, unwittingly, by the way, by these people. I mean, Garfield had Primus St. Croix, who's the founder of our church. He had him on the show once with me, a couple times actually. And, you know, Primus was telling the audience, listen, I'm not the Messiah. Forget what Petar's saying. Like, I'm not who they're claiming I am. But what we're saying is that Primus St. Croix also unwittingly fulfilled the prophecy of Jesus Christ, not because he claims to be Jesus Christ, but because he did this unintentionally concerning certain events that happened in Brooklyn, New York in the year 2000. So I also wrote an article about that. It's called Primus St. Croix is the Messiah, or Primus St. Croix is Jesus Christ. Calculus crowns Primus St. Croix is the Messiah, something like that. Anyways, I do a mathematical formula where we're using calculus to see all of the biblical parallels between Primus St. Croix and the biblical descriptions of Christ, and I did a mathematical formula using AI to see what is the probability of all of those prophecies and aligning with Primus St. Croix's campaign in the year 2000. And it was a religious campaign. In short, he smashed multiple Roman Catholic churches' statues with a sledgehammer, and he left theological letters warning the Vatican to repent and to worship Emperor Haile Selassie as the God and Father of Christ, which the Vatican eventually, created the not the hate crimes task force, but some kind of task force was created. And they eventually caught him in Brooklyn. He was tried and put on. He was arrested and tried, and put on trial, and eventually deported back to his home country of Saint Lucia because he was an illegal immigrant. But the point is, AI did the calculation, and it turns out that it's a 1 in an octodecillion chance of that happening, which is a 1 followed by 57 zeros of this happening by chance randomly. So because the French mathematician Émile Borel, he made a threshold in math saying that any event that occurs beyond a 1 in 10 to the 50th, which is a 1 with 50 zeros behind it, anything with that probability is no longer, we can no longer mathematically claim that is a random event. We have to say that was orchestrated in some way. So I'm arguing, I mean, at least my religion is based on math and historical facts. So what we argue is that Primus St. Croix is the Messiah because if you do not accept that he is the fulfillment of prophecy of Jesus Christ, then you have to basically say that a 1 in octodecillion chance of all of these scriptures lining up with his campaign are mere coincidence, right? Which is just against what Émile Borel, you guys can look him up. I can't remember his full name, but Émile Borel, the French mathematician who made the mathematical improbability threshold of 1 in 10 to the 50th. We're arguing that Primus St. Croix's campaign is a 1 in 10 to the 57th chance of occurring by randomly, and we're saying that that threshold is, I mean, it's actually, when you get into exponents, it's not, this isn't like it's 7 times more less likely. We're talking about 10 million times. It's 10 million times less likely to occur than Émile Borel's 1 in 10 to the 50th probability. So that's why I say that my religion, my beliefs, quote unquote, beliefs, my faith is based on science.
That's really
Okay,
good.
I haven't heard. I never heard it explained scientifically before, so that's interesting.
Yeah. So the premise. So to answer your question in short, the premise is that we accept substance dualism, which is the idea that the physical brain and the immaterial mind are 2 separate substances, right? And there's a lot of philosophy about this. There's substance dualism, and then you have there's physicalism, which people just don't believe there is a soul. They don't believe there is a mind. But there's philosophical problems with physicalism. So basically, what we're saying is the premise is substance dualism and calculus. Substance dualism and intelligent design theory. If you're familiar with intelligent design theory, we're saying that is which a lot of people that are in Garfield's camp here, in the Dagger Squad, as you will, they believe it's pseudoscience. But I'm willing to debate anybody on intelligent design theory as well, just so you guys know. But so I'm saying intelligent design theory and substance dualism basically is what the divinity of Haile Selassie is based on, besides his historical titles and his character and everything, and also the Bible, of course. But
the historic events that he also
hold on 1 second. Biblical DNA, are you there? You jumped on like 15 minutes ago. What happened? You all right?
My boy.
Peace. I'm just listening to y'all talk. Well,
okay, you got something to add to the whole Better Israel DNA stuff?
What's up, Biblical?
Hey, peace. Nice.
What's up, Biblical DNA?
Hey, peace. I actually made a presentation while I was listening to y'all speak about the subject. I'm wrapping it up right now, but if you want me to share or wait another time to present this,
share it, my brother.
Do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
I want to be a Jew, man. I want to be a Jew real bad.
So,
no, you don't want to be a
Biblical
Jew.
DNA, you are in support of the Ethiopian Jews being authentic? Is that what
you talking to me, Obi?
Yes.
Well, what I want to say is you don't want to be a Jew, because if you read the Bible, God is just basically admonishing the Jews. So by Jews, I mean the Trinitarian Rastafarians. He's saying, why are you calling me the son? I thought you would call me the father. But like a woman who has been unfaithful to her husband, so you, Israel, have been unfaithful to me. This is Jeremiah chapter 3, by the way. So basically, God is upset with the nation of Israel in the Bible because they were wandering in the wilderness for 40 years, basically aimless. The Rastafarians were aimlessly wandering for the 40 years that Haile Selassie was emperor, from 1930 to 1974, for about the time of 40 years, as the Bible says. They were aimlessly wandering. They were profaning his name. In the Bible, it says, "You have profaned my holy name." Right, so you don't want to be a Jew, Garfield. That's what I'm saying with these Black Hebrew Israelites. Like, you guys don't understand. You're not sufficiently versed in the knowledge of ecclesiastical sciences if you think that Jews is something to behold, or something to work towards being, because it's basically you're God is angry with you if you're a Jew. If you're a Trinitarian Rastafarian, God is posthumously speaking to you through the scriptures, telling you to repent and accept him as the God and Father of Christ, and to stop associating him with Christ and with the Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, which is, by the way, not biblical.
Wrap that up real quick. Let me get Biblical DNA out of here. Go ahead, Biblical DNA. It's yours.
All right, so this the admixture of Y-DNA and mtDNA haplogroups of Beta Israel, Ethiopian Jews. Admixture and genetic clustering, admixture and genome-wide structure, the large-scale genome-wide study by Bahar et al. 2010 examined the genetic structure of 10 or 14 Jewish diaspora communities. Ethiopian Jews cluster with non-Jewish Ethiopian populations, especially Semitic-speaking Ethiopians, rather than with other Jewish groups. In admixture analyses, the Ethiopian Jews' genetic profile reflects autochthonous East African ancestry consistent with substantial local admixture or origin. Unlike other Jewish communities, e.g. Ashkenazi, Iraqi, Moroccan, Ethiopian Jews do not overlap with the main Jewish genetic cluster centered in Levant. The Beta Israel may have encountered Levantine Jews, just like Brother Garfield was saying, who would likely be traders or missionaries sometime between 500 BCE and 500 CE, possibly during the Oxumite or Oxumite kingdom's peak, but the current evidence is not well known. Oxumite. And this is the admixture that I did with the G25. And
Can you go back? Can you go back? We lost the audio on your last slide, bro. Can you go back? What are you saying?
Which part?
This just the last part.
During the Oxumite Kingdom's peak.
Yeah, but the current evidence is not well known. It's not well documented.
Oh,
They're still, you know, that's what archaeologists, they gotta, you know, continue doing research and finding out. All right, so the G25 admixture, as you can tell, the Ethiopian Jews cluster with Horners, Eritrea, Somalia, but we can clearly tell there's a small percent, an average of 5.6% of Yemen. So is the brother saying that's where they came from? That's where these Jews came from originally, was from Yemen? Is that what Zion said?
Some of them came from the Incense Road, Yemen. Some of them came down the Nile Valley. It's all from expulsions, etc., etc.
He made all of that shit up. But
No,
anyway.
well, look at my map over here when you get a chance after he's done with his.
Give me a second.
I'll show you the J1.
So another admixture of what I showed is we're seeing majority North Ethiopian admixture, clearly of Horn Africans. You see that? Clearly of Horn Africans. So what are they clustering with, Zion? Horn Africans?
I never said that.
What are these numbers, my man, on the like the 75.2?
That's their admixture. That's what they would be clustering. That's their genome. That's what
Because they're mixing them with each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a percentage? This is a percentage?
Yes, percentages. And if you don't believe this, I can show you their distancing and they're clustering with these samples.
But this is a percentage of what exactly? Of which kind of genome?
Of their admixture ancestry.
So saying that they are Jewish, like 48.8% Jewish?
Who says they're Jewish?
No, you said that they're saying that. So the admixtures with that are shared. You know what I'm saying? So Papa will have 0.2 with Jews, or 0.2, which is nothing. 13% Eastern Ethiopians with the Jews over here.
They're mixed with Jews, is what you're saying.
So I don't know why this is even, because they're not even saying that this has anything to do with like Ashkenazi, because I don't even see Ashkenazi up here.
Why are we talking about Ashkenazi? We're talking
about Levantine. Where's the Levantine at?
They wouldn't be clustering with them as.
Well, that's why we have a problem.
Hold on, Zion. This is why I say you read to argue. You know the slide that he had showed you why he's not showing Levantine before, the one before. If you read it, you wouldn't ask that question.
Exactly.
That's crazy. Oh man. Look at what it says. Unlike other Jewish communities like the Ashkenazi, the Iraqi, the Moroccan, Ethiopian Jews do not overlap with the main Jewish genetic cluster centered in the Levant. Game over. What are you saying?
So Patara, have you done your DNA? Have you like explored your ancestry? And it's, you know, besides using what the like ancestry.com, 23andMe, and other websites provide you?
No, I mean I'm not really versed in genetics. I mean, like that. My parents are from Serbia, so like I know where both of I know where like multiple generations come from. So I never actually had a need to do any of that. But
I need you to do your DNA test because you might be EV13 like myself.
I've done mine.
No, I'm saying if you could just explain like in short what these numbers mean, like very basic, just so I can understand what I'm looking at.
That's the admixture. So that's when you go to ancestry.com test, right?
Yeah.
You'll have like, for you, for example, you'll have like 75% Serbian, 10% Greek, 5% Albanian or something like that. You get what I'm saying? So you're going to have percentages that you're clustering with these people that have tested in a specific country.
Okay, so this
is
saying 75.2% admixture of what exactly? Semitic DNA?
Where do you see Semitic DNA?
No, I'm just asking. I don't know.
He doesn't understand the relevance.
North Ethiopian, North Kenyan, Somali.
Oh, okay. So 75.2% North Ethiopian, 18.0% North Kenyan, 0% Somali. I see. Okay, I was reading it wrong. My fault, bro.
But no, they would cluster closer to East African Semitic speakers compared to Jewish, to Jews, to Ashkenazi Jews, to Sephardic Jews, to Iraqi Jews, Mizraim. They would cluster closer to Semitic speakers in Ethiopia rather than Jews, other Jews. That's what I'm saying. That's what I wrote on here.
Well, let's look at what the
That-
Ethiopians and North Africans genetics are. I have the map up. Is that only slides that you have? The only 3?
Oh no, let me continue.
Okay,
Y
continue.
chromosome paternal lineages. According to the study by Shen et al. 2004, Ethiopian Jews, Beta Israel predominantly carry African paternal lineages. Now, Zion, you said they carry J1, but are you understanding where's the study that they show that they carry J-P58? Do you have
Well, it
that
says
study?
right there. It says it right there in your slide at the bottom. There is
I
a
made
strong
this, I know.
paternal introgression from Levantine males into Beta Israel population is limited. No significant representation of J1, but I have a map sitting here that says
You have a
otherwise.
map.
I have
You
a map
have a
sitting
map.
right here. Yep,
All
I have a
right.
map with J1.
All right.
And how concentrated the concentrations of where J1 is.
All right. But
J1 and J2.
as
Yep.
we can see, they carry 41.2% of haplogroup A3, B2, 17.6% of haplogroup E, which is 93 said earlier. Some of them are going to be a specific E1B1A branch of East Africa is not the same as the one that West Africans, like it's a different S&P. It's a different mutation. So they have their own mutation of E1B1A in East Africa. They also carry the E-M123, which was found in the Epapolithic or Paleolithic Natufian culture. So I'm not sure if y'all know what that is. I know Batar, he doesn't know about DNA like that. Zion, do you know about DNA?
I know a little bit about the Natufian. I know a little bit about DNA.
All right, sounds good.
So I have a couple of sources up here to back me up too.
All right, sounds good. All right, so this is the Y-DNA haplogroup distribution of Ethiopian Jews.
Wait, go back because it said J1 is like 0% or something.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So
That's
I
what's
need
up.
him to show me, because this is a 2004 study. So he has a new study that nobody really has in academia. This is like groundbreaking, like evidence, because I'm not knowing of any big study that's showing that Ethiopian Jews carry a high percentage of J-P58. I'm not aware of it. So that's something that me, Brother Garfield, 93, we're all interested in.
But this all means something, right? Like the A3B2 means like you're from the Middle East. E means you're from like Yemen or something, right?
No, the A is from the Middle East.
A is not from Middle
A
East.
is the African marker.
African. Yeah.
Hey, we are first, Peter. Get it right. The black man is God. We first.
My mistake.
So the A3B2 would represent a toxinous paternal lineage in Africa.
What is the E? What is E with the asterisk?
Again, that's what 93 brought up earlier. It's a branch of
Or E1B1A.
Yeah.
I think it's Dan. Is that the one that Multiboy had, right? Or is it close
Yeah,
to that?
similar. It's similar to that.
So it's an Ethiopian variety of E1B1A. Yeah, like he said, it's not the same that West Africans, that most African Americans would have had.
Yeah, I
Separate.
can. Here, let me see something. I can put it in the chat for you. It's E-M329.
I always hear that you guys are always talking about that E1B1 type.
Yeah, get on that, man. When you get a grasp of it, I mean, I'm still getting a grasp of it myself, but it's really good stuff, man. You know. And what you have in Serbian, you probably have like, you could be like R or you could have J. You never know for your Y haplo.
He could be E1B1B. That's the crazy.
Yeah,
He could be. That's a fact.
that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I
what's
say.
his name? Nicolas Cage and Arnold Schwarzenegger are E1B1A.
No, but what is E1B1? What is that again?
It's usually an E1B1 is usually like a African gene pools.
Oh, so like out of the
E1B1
Africa theory, they kind of like
E1B1A, E1B1B. You know what I'm saying? A lot of North Africans have E1B. and a lot of Western and have the E1 A.
All right.
But I somehow have J1. So
I'm Gullah Geechee, so I don't really have to do this because I already know.
All right, so
and
let
Patara,
me.
so
Yeah, go ahead.
EM78, which would be a downstream of EM78 for the Ethiopian Jews, a specific S&P of that. So EM78 had migration throughout North Africa, and it back migrated east to Northeast Africa. Some of them went up into the Levant in the Neolithic, and it became the Levantine pre-pottery Neolithic bead culture. And then some of them went south of Egypt, modern day Egypt, went south into the Horn of Africa. Does that make sense? Patar.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can follow. Yeah, you're talking about like migration, right? From like out of Africa theory and that kind of thing.
No, back migration, because the Iberian Mauritians, the Tafralot culture, they had a high percentage of basal Eurasian DNA.
You speaking Chinese to him. You
Yeah,
gotta simplify it.
That's why I'm trying to break it down for him.
Yeah, no, I'm following it a little bit. You know, I don't. The numbers just don't mean anything to me yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me see something.
But yeah, just continue with your presentation. I mean, I'll
please, because I want to get to that map and
Yeah.
some of the citations that I have about the J1.
Don't hold the class up just because I don't.
Well, I've got to make sure both you and Zion understand this. Okay.
Yeah.
So mitochondrial DNA, the maternal lineages, the same study shows that Beta Israel have distinctively African maternal ancestry.
Right.
8 of 21 Ethiopian Jewish mtDNA samples belong to haplogroups L0-L3 or through L3, common in sub-Saharan Africa. Specific lineages include L0A1A, L0A2, L5A, L1E2, and L0F, which are characteristic of East African populations. These mtDNA results clearly distinguish Ethiopian Jews from other Jewish communities, which typically have Eurasian maternal lineages. Which I actually put a graph there, but for some reason it didn't pop up. Oh, okay. Are Ethiopian Jews more East African or Levantine? Conclusion: Ethiopian Jews, Beta Israel, are genetically more East African than Levantine, despite shared religious identity and oral traditions suggesting ancient ties to Israel. Genetic evidence strongly supports predominantly East African ancestry, both maternally and paternally. Little to no overlap with Levantine Jewish populations on genome-wide PCA plots. Admixture signals that align closely with neighboring Ethiopian ethnic groups.
So is there a specific like J1 or whatever? Is there? Sorry to interrupt, but is there a specific E1B1 or J1 type thing string that is associated with like Ashkenazi Jews and that kind of thing?
Yeah, well, Jews in general and or Middle Eastern. So like Arabs would also have it, but specifically it's J1M267.
J1M267 is
called the Kohanim gene. It's called the Kohanim gene.
No, so it would actually be the extended Cohen model haplogroup, which is under J-P58.
Okay.
Which, if you've actually looked into the limba, that was the situation where further studies suggested that it wasn't the one that the Jews carried, the Cohen name carried, but specifically Semitic speakers such as Arabs and other Levantine populations carried, not directly linked to the extended Cohen model haplotype. You get what I'm saying? So there's JP58s, right? They don't have to be Jews. They can be Arabs. They can be Assyrians, Arameans. They can be all throughout.
Syrian. There could be Syrian. There could be Arab.
Exactly.
They could be Saudi Arabia, they could be from Yemen, they could be from anywhere, right?
Let me read, man. Let me get to mine.
All right.
Hold on. Are you finished DNA? Biblical DNA?
I thought my mic was off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it didn't show my whole it didn't show my whole. I had a whole graph and everything for the NT.
Yeah, bring your graph at, man. Go ahead. I was talking to myself, but my mic.
It didn't show it, but because I didn't save it before uploading it. But basically, around 500 CE, during the late Ottoman period, as part of the regional religious and political shifts, possibly including small Levantine Jewish influences. That's where the concept of, hey, there might be JP58 amongst them, but it's not showing. Where's the study? In 2004, they didn't have it. So are they going to have it now? So if you got that, please provide that. Thank you.
Do you have your charts? Or are you done?
Yeah, it's good.
All right, cool. Can you show this map real quick before I get into the All right, so here's your J, right? The lightest one that you see in Eurasia over here, that's 10%, right? As you get darker, you see 60%, which is in Yemen, and then parts of Sudan, right? Even here around the hold on, let me point this out. Even here around the corner of the Sinai Peninsula is the darkest, 100%, right? So in these areas, not even the entirety of Arabia has it. It's like 60% in the majority of Arabia and in parts of Sudan and Eritrea. What happened?
This is Semitic DNA. What DNA?
Yes, as well as considered Semitic, and this is one of the reasons why they also label all of Northeast Africa and North Africa as Caucasian. Did y'all know that?
Just real quick though, just because you carry J1, that doesn't mean you speak.
Well, you just said that they didn't have any. Okay, so let's go.
No, because that's the 2004 study. That's
okay. That's 2004. We got some new stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Right. So let me get to this here. Let me switch over. I want to read this. I have two other sources here. Actually, three, but I'm only going to do two.
I hope not, bro. I'm anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. What? I'm a whole freaking goddamn Jew, man.
Oh, I'm just playing.
All right, so I think it's this one, yeah. So let me share that. Can y'all see it? So you there, Garfield?
I think we lost Garfield. Garfield, where you at?
You might be taking the bathroom break.
Because the screen's black, so are you
sharing? Yeah, it's totally black. I'm trying to share. Hold on, let me do this over. Maybe it's still black. I don't know why.
What's the article and type? Like, what's the author article?
Yeah, I'll tell you. This is from Upedia Genetics, Haplo J1 Y-DNA. Author Mackmose A, last updated October 2021. All right.
Oh, it's back. I see you.
Okay, so can you see it?
Get it, Zion. Get him, Zion. I'm on your side. Get him.
So here we go. Most J1, no, I know you're not, but it's all right. Most J1 Europeans belong to J1Z18228 branch, which is also found in the Anatolia and in the Caucasus, but not in the Arabic countries. The Z1842 subclade of Z1828 is the most common variety of J1 in the Armenian and in Georgia. There are also two other minor European branches, J1Z2223, which has been found in the Anatolia and West Europe, and J1M3651, also found a bit everywhere across Western Europe. Their very upstream position in phylogenetic tree and their scarcity in the Middle East suggests that these were amongst the earliest J1 lineages to leave the Middle East, perhaps as late as the Paleolithic and Mesolithic hunter-gatherers that wandered outside of Anatolia and pushed by successive waves
waves of migrations from the Neolithic to the Bronze Age, ending up in Western Europe. Within the Middle East, S&P analyst shows that the J1L1236 136 branch migrated south from eastern Anatolia and split in 4 directions. That's one of the arrows I was talking about, the arrows and stuff. Anatolia, Europe, PF 7263, the Levant, the southern Zagros, and southern Mesopotamia, ? The mountainous southern western corner of the Arabian Peninsula, mostly in Yemen, bypassing the Arabian Desert. That later subgroup consistently, essentially of J1P56, which I think is close to what you were saying, P something, right, brother? P.
It don't work like that though.
Lineage across the Red Sea and settled Sudan, Eritrea, Djibouti, which is Ethiopia, and northern Somalia. The climate would have been considerably less than today's during the Neolithic period, allowing for a relatively easy transmigration across the Middle East with herds of goats. So,
what year is this,
this
Zion?
is 2021. It's more recent than the one that he just showed. But neither here nor there, right?
You know,
So hold on. I got some.
Hold on, a time out.
This
You
is
know
in the
why?
paper,
You know where is the research paper for the
Here we go.
after
Here we go.
2000?
I got you another one. Wait, I don't know where the research paper is, man. Y'all, you didn't ask him for no research. You didn't ask his brother for no sources, man. He just had his stuff typed up and put on a daggone. I didn't
have
see
my
those
sources.
citations.
I saw
I had the sources.
Nobody asked you for them. Why am I getting crude?
I sourced everything.
We had a slide.
And everything's on Wikipedia.
Hold on. Time out. The reason why, no, Zion is saying he's making a good point. The reason
You
why
holding me to a higher level of proof.
Hold on. First of all,
had a slide with sources.
First of all, hold on. Look in the side chat. He did put sources.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's in the side chat. You asked me for. So let's go to this.
That's what I'm
No,
saying.
he's on a slide.
Okay, let's go here, man.
We didn't have to ask biblical DNA because he sent me
Yeah, I
sources.
usually type my. Yeah, when I do my slides, I usually type my citations in my slides. So
I
want to
be right today. I want to
All
be
right.
right.
Okay, so this is May. This is Wednesday, May 1, 2013. Ethio Helix.
That's my
Ethio
website.
Helix, right? The place to gather information.
I'm on
Let's
Zion's
go.
side now.
He's over here wilding.
Let's
All right,
go.
so extensive Y-DNA data set found in the plaster paper has total of 691 Y-DNA lineages that belong to the haplogroup J. Although there is no more detailed SMP resolution reported for most of these lineages, it is safe to assume that the previous data on Ethiopia, that a vast majority of them would belong to J1M267. Right? The one that I just said that I come from, right? There is limited set of STR data that accompanies these lineages as well. Namely, so this one is what did they say? What year was this? 2013. So this is it says the previous data, that's yours, 2003, right? The vast majority of them would belong to J1M267. There is limited set of STR data that accompanies these lineages as well, namely only for the markers 19, 388, 390, 391, 392, and the 393. According to the report, J lineages have been purportedly found higher in Semitic-speaking Ethiopia, 21%, followed by the Omatic speakers at 12%, the Cushitic speakers at 8%, out of the 691 Y-DNA J lineages reported. So that matches my map, right? 256 were Semitic speaking, 266 spoke some type of Omatic language, and most of the remainder spoke Cushitic languages. Using the STR data provided along with the linguistic information below, I have estimated the prospective TMRCA using the previous outlined ASD method and calculated for the major linguistic groups and additionally selected populations within those linguistic groups that were found with high frequencies of haplogroup J, right? So all Semitic speaking, you had the totals of 259, 21%, all Cushitic 8%, all Omatic 12%, the total 13, Agu Kush 20%, Afar 26, right? Kimbata 18%, Oromo 29%, Kefa 39%, Shaleko 52%, Yem 32, Amhara 25, Garage 21, Tigray 22, right?
Gurage, yeah.
Here we go. Generally Semitic speaking groups harbor the oldest J lineages found by the Omotic then Cushitic speaking groups. It is very rare to see similar less than TMRCA estimates between Ziv rates and the pedigree familial rates as can be seen above, especially for Chandler. This could be done to the small number of markers used. However, within the specific group tested, the Omotic speaking Sheketko appeared to have the oldest J lineages, followed by the Semitic speaking Gurage and Cushitic speaking Kimbata, while Yem and Afar seem to harbor the youngest J lineages. Note different samples of Agus and found in the Semitic Cushitic groups. That is because in those they are labeled under Agu Kush. They are also classified Cushitic speakers, but self-identified as Agus, which were those labeled under Agu Sem are those specific as Semitic speakers while also identifying themselves as Agus. Similarly, in those labeled under Amhara, the Semitic group are only identified as Amhara, not for all who spoke Amharic as a first language. Also, almost all 239, 259 samples that were classified as Semitic speakers spoke Amharic in their first language, but identified differently from their first language as Gorage, Tigray, Agu IDs.
Boy, talking with his chest.
Now, there was a part, I think, what was dealing with, but I'll rest there. I'll rest.
Hold on, biblical DNA. Listen, man. Hey, go ahead, Zion. I'm on your side, bro.
Well, that was my question because Zion just
That
finished
wasn't
reading
me.
that. I need to see what biblical DNA has to say about this report.
Yes, that's right. That's right. What's going on right here?
There
Scroll
are
down. By the way, scroll down. Let me see what it says at the bottom. Scroll
Okay.
down.
I can't believe you're using the source, first of all. Like, where's the actual scientific peer-reviewed article?
Well, that's the data right there. Right, they're telling you the data.
That's
not enough.
Here
Here we go.
That works.
Here we go. Here we
That's
go.
not how that works.
Wait, Zion. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out. What is he? What is
it's
this
a blog.
criticism?
Oh,
now?
he's on the blog. I like this
Yes.
blog.
This is a blog, brother. If you
What
want
does
to
it say, plaster paper?
the peer-reviewed article, like I did with what I cited, and I can give you every paper because you have to have access to them, or you have to purchase them yourself. You have to show us what they are actually citing. And I don't see Ethiopian Jew or Beta Israel anywhere on this blog. Do you realize that hurts you, right?
It's a good point.
Yeah, because when I talked earlier, we spoke about the Ethiopian Jews, not Ethiopians in a broad sense.
Jews.
Yeah, the
I'm not
rest of the
worried about
Ethiopians might have J.
I'm
A lot
not
of them might
worried
have.
about if some Arabs or some JP58 or some people coming from the Arabian Peninsula, Yemen, coming into East Africa. I'm all for that. I know that happened historically because you have the Limba also with carrying a JP58. So I'm not sitting there saying, no, JP58 never came. Semitic speakers never went across an invisible barrier that stopped them from entering the Horn of Africa. Nobody ever suggested that on here. So
okay,
can you actually give me the peer review? I don't care. I'll stretch it like this. If you can go on,
I'm rocking with Zion, man. This is 2013. Yours is 2004, bro.
Right? I don't care what you say.
Oh God!
I'm going with the date, man.
You know,
whether they cite the source or not, they're giving you the numbers. They're giving you the data. They're giving you the data.
That's pseudo. You don't do. You can't do that. That's illegal. That's illegal over here. We throw niggas back over the border for that.
Wait, Zion, scroll down because at the bottom there were links on that blog.
Yeah, there are links on the blog. Hold on, let me look at it.
What are those links? What are
I was
those
going to
links?
bring up that other one too that got into the haplo that he was talking about. It says literally North Africa, but he's trying to say that that P5 or what is it 5.8 or something like that. It's not
56
found.
is not.
56.
I can show you. I have 23. I have.
It's
family
not
tree
North
DNA.
African. You don't see that in North Africa
Give
at
me a
all.
second, Garfield. Let me share my screen real quick.
So if you're saying that, look,
I got you. I got that.
it's not in
Hey,
the Beta Israel.
Zion, we on your
listen.
side, bro.
I'm not playing. Like I got this. I got this stuff. I got it.
I'm
What are you
fine
talking
because the
about?
Amhara got it, so I don't care.
Amhara
That
got
means
it.
Haile Selassie.
Beta Israel doesn't have it.
Rastafari is
Beta
Israel.
That's the whole discussion. Is Beta Israel?
Okay.
Ethiopian.
Yeah, we got to stay on topic.
Yeah, stay on topic.
Are the Beta Israels Amharic?
Huh?
Are all the Beta?
No.
We're gonna stay on topic.
They're not. They're. I think they're speaking Amadic or they're still speaking Semitic languages. So they're talking about the percentages. So 20%. So would you say that there was some Beta Israel that would, because you're talking about on your slide you was talking about the admixtures.
Whose screen is this? Whose screen are we watching right
That's
now?
his. I don't know whose screen.
DNA.
Biblical DNAs, I guess.
This is family tree DNA. When you take a big Y, you'll have this, and we can clearly see when it comes to the JP56, it does not mutate from JP58. That's what I was telling you. So the Cohen model you said earlier, this JP58, just that J-P56 does not descend from J-P58. That's what I was just trying to explain to you. But as we can see, these people did come from the Arabian Peninsula into the Horn of Africa, to Ethiopia.
Where does
the
the
problem is? Give me a second, Patar. The problem is that Ethiopian Jews, show me that the Ethiopian Jews have a high percentage of the Y DNA of JP58.
There you go.
That's all I'm looking for.
Yeah,
that's what me, Brother
You
Garfield,
know what?
and
On the wiki article, it don't give a source for it. It does say it, but it don't give a
Right.
source.
It doesn't give a source.
It says on the Beta Israel.
So here you go. Bronze Age expansion of J1P58.
Hold on. The rest of the Beta Israel mainly belong to haplotypes linked with the EM35 and JM267 haplogroups, which are more commonly associated with Ethio-Semitic and Cushitic speaking populations in Northeast Africa. There's no source.
Yeah, but you
No,
said
it is citations right after that though. Look at them.
Further analysis show that it says altogether this suggests that the Ethiopian Jews have diverse patrilineages indicative of indigenous Northeast African, not Middle Eastern origin.
Yeah, but he said JP56 doesn't descend from JP58. My question is where does JP58 come from then?
I got JP58 right here.
Give me a second. So JP, I'll show you exactly. Give me a second.
Appears to have expanded in the southern Levant.
JP58. Zion, you think it comes from the P56? You think P58 comes from P56, right?
No, I didn't say that. I don't know where the P58 comes from. I ain't gonna call it.
I got you.
I ain't gonna call it. I'm just showing where these are prominently found in Northeast Africa, specifically in Ethiopia, to raise the probability that many of these
are Jewish. That you are Jewish.
No, they're Ethiopians. I got mine. Mine
Jews.
Mine is J1 M267. I'm not P50.
I wish I was A, man. And if you want, we switch DNA.
I'm good. I don't want to be none. I got black fatigue. I'm good.
Bro, I want to be the original black man that Elijah Muhammad talk about. I want to be that man. That's who I want to be. I want to be nobody else.
Oh, you want to be D then? That's the Asiatic black man.
That's right.
I'm not Jewish. I'm a Jew. I'm not Jewish.
All right.
DNA. What you showing, bro? What are you showing, brother?
All right. So we see that let's go ahead and start from the beginning, right? With Y DNA atom, right? We see that mutation of A0-T, A1, A1B, BT, CT, CF, right? And when you click on these, it'll tell you when this mutation is likely to occur. So we're seeing 121,000 BCE, 86,000 BCE, 64,000 BCE, 63,000 BCE. Let's go out of Africa. Let's go.
Yeah, they traced all this.
Oh, yeah.
Sad piece calling.
What's she
All right,
looking?
so that's F. When that occurred, 46,000 BCE. GHIJK dash F1329, 46,000 BCE. IJK, 45,000 BCE. IJ, 40,000 BCE.
P124.
J.
Okay, this is northern Iraq, northern modern day Iraq or something.
Exactly. That's going to be 28,000 BCE.
Uh-huh.
Let me stop it right there. That's J-M267. You mentioned J-M267, right? That all people belongs to that would be Semitic, right?
J1? That's J1, you mean?
Yes, it's J-M267. That's
You trying to say those are Jews? So
right.
yeah,
Oh.
they're Jews because they're J1. They're Jews.
Right.
So this is what, northern Syria or Turkey? Where are
That's
where,
Turkey. That's Turkey, Patar. I
modern
got
day
you.
Turkey?
Yeah, let's go ahead and zoom in.
Damn, bro, I might have this in my DNA, bro.
You a Jew,
Nah,
man? Qatar, you a Jew?
Don't say that. Don't say that publicly.
Patar, I think you might have a high possibility of being EV13 like myself. Because Serbians have a high percentage of EV13, J2. So you absolutely might be right. You might belong to J2.
And them EV13s, they got good credit scores too.
Nah. So J-CTS 12239, 16,000 BCE. J-Z2217, 15,000 BCE. When's the next mutation? I gotta follow it down with it. Go ahead.
So the Turks are Jews, is what he's saying.
Nah, ain't nobody. That's what Zion might be saying, but I ain't saying that. J-L620. That's gonna be 13,000 BCE. Oh no. Where are we
You
at?
went too far. You went too far.
Yeah.
It was a little less than half.
I
Yeah.
got you right there. J-PF4832. That's gonna be 12,000 BCE.
What is that, like modern Palestine? Where is that?
Yeah.
Where's that at? On the coast of what?
That's Lebanon. That'll be the Syria-Lebanon border. Right.
Okay,
That's
cool.
Syria-Lebanon border. And so to give you a good understanding of the time frame, Patar, so in ancient DNA, this is going to be around the Paleolithic Natufian culture. So 12,000 BCE.
Those them E-carriers that was knocking their teeth out in Israel.
So the thing is with this is, yes, that there's no ancient DNA to verify these claims from family tree DNA, but this is based off of the mutations that they have found from individuals living in these areas and what they're carrying. So there's individuals living in these regions that have a specific mutation that would, on the phylogenetic tree, share the S&P, like a downstream S&P. And I'll go to that to show you what I'm talking about after I'm finished with this. So I think I went up to see it, and it's showing a branch of JL136 that went into Northeast Africa, 10,000 BCE. Now, if they find it, there is actually a pre-dynastic sample, I believe, that's actually that they're saying it might be possibly J. So this could be evidence of it. And if there is a sample in pre-dynastic Egypt that was J, under J, that would be something groundbreaking, because it wasn't predicted originally, like a few years back, to have been in Northeast Africa during that time.
Right.
All right, so that's J-Z1874. That's 91,000 BCE. Oh no, man. All right, where we at? Here we go. There we go. Finally. So we got JP58, and we can see the spread. You see the green, and then the spread. It's starting to spread in the purple, right? That's going to be 7,600 BCE. I'm going to go ahead and zoom out.
So purple is representing what right now?
You can see the time periods, Patars. You see the time down here?
Yeah.
Why? I'll go back a little bit. I got you, man.
When you read Exodus, you see how IJ spreads the way it does, man. They be breeding cats like crazy, man. They be getting the kids like crazy. So, they spread out.
Right. And so, like, for the individuals that, holds the biblical chronology correct, according to the biblical chronology, the Bible would have started roughly around 6,000 years ago. I think it's 5,870 something to be precise. I'm not sure of the Hebrew year. But according to this, these are all predating. That's the whole point. These are all predating that biblical chronology. But once you get to the biblical chronology, let's say, for example, of like the late Bronze Age and all the stories of the Bible, then you can sit there and say, hey, these are the people that were living in these specific regions then. Does that make sense, Zion and Patar?
So the purple, the green and the purple is showing where they migrated to?
That green is representing the area where it would have mutated. That's the mutation area. That's the roundabout the mutation area where it would have mutated. That's the JP58. This purple is where it's spreading to.
I got you.
And right here it says the year, and it's showing you the
But this is the JP58 that he's talking about, right?
Right. So these are the ones that were associated with the Semitic languages of the Amorites, the Canaanites, so forth and so on. The Assyrian, there's an ancient Assyrian sample. He also belonged to JP58. There's a Tel Megiddo Iron Age, late Iron Age 1.
But he's saying he has JP58. Zion is saying he has this.
No, he's saying it's associated with the Cohen module haplotype.
No. Zion is saying he has it. Zion, you have JP58?
That's what I thought he said. I thought he said
he said he has the J1 marker.
Oh, snap. Okay, let's finish this.
Amharic like Selassie. He said he's Amharic like Selassie.
Oh, he's trying to connect this with His Majesty. Okay, go ahead.
Let's go ahead and finish this. But
this is getting crazier than I thought. But anyway, I'm gonna cut the whole of this part out of the show. I'm gonna cut this off.
Okay. Let's go ahead and finish this though, real quick.
Yo, them J people, man. You saw the Exodus, man. They be sleeping with.
So all of these people in
slow down, because
that's not me. That's how I can slow it down. But
yeah. Oh, okay. That was the video. That's how
it's spreading out, right?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So it's all these people, according to Zion, would be Semite. I mean,
well, look, it goes down into the Horn of Africa, right through Yemen. So let it go. Let it go.
Zion, are you J1?
I'm J1. M267.
Would you mind sharing? Like, would you test through?
Me and my brother did it on what is it? Ancestry. 23andMe. He had to pay another, because the first thing you do, like, what I'm saying, you just get the regular package. They just show you where all your stuff is at. And I think I have I don't have it, my brother has it.
I thought J1 and JP58 are two different things though.
No, this is
there's subplates, right?
Yeah.
There's subplates.
Wait, who tested? You or your brother? Did you test?
My brother, doesn't matter. We have both the same mother and same father.
Sir, this is DNA we talk about. I ain't trying to be funny.
DNA. We had the same mother and same father.
Sir.
Stop. See, if you argue that because he's my brother with the same mother and same father that he has a different DNA, you don't understand DNA.
No. All I'm telling you, bro, is if you talk about listen, sir, if you want to talk about yourself, you need to take your test. There has been. Look, man, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but there's been things going on.
Same mother, brother.
Sir.
The same father, same mother.
Biblical DNA will tell you the same thing, bro. People have secrets. You might want to know about your own DNA.
Zoom out.
Brother, me and my brother look exactly the same and have the same voice. We have the same father, same mother. Okay? So when you get down to what they call, what is it, in the nucleus of of the DNA of your cells.
So you're saying that
your mitochondrial.
Where you born? Here?
I'm born in North America. Yeah.
To American parents?
My great grandfather's from Jamaica, and
that's why you're asking this Rasta.
Then my
that route.
Huh?
You know what? You got the J marker because of you know what, right?
Because of slavery.
You related to Sean Paul, nigga.
Hey, maybe he a Lanzado, Garfield.
But no,
them Sephardic Jews in Jamaica.
I don't really care what people say.
No, but you know that J1M26 also you can find that in Spain and in Portugal. And
I'm saying that your family came over
from the transatlantic slave trade. It could have came from slave
masters. Sephardic Jews.
You are the free people.
It could have came from Sephardic Jews.
You wasn't a slave, bro. You wasn't a slave. You can't claim Deuteronomy 28:68, bro.
Hold on.
What are you talking about?
Does this P-58 ever reach Ethiopia in this video?
No, you saw it. Listen, when he goes back, it goes right there to the horn. It's right there.
Wait. It's
only
right there.
That's the Djibouti right there.
Wait. What year? 1400, 1600?
That's the Djibouti, bro.
Okay, right here. 30,
2500. You saying it reached Ethiopia, the Horn of Africa, right?
Yes.
When did Israel become Israel? When did they become a confederation?
1948.
Century BC.
The state Israel in 1948 has nothing to do with
the whole argument, bro.
Ancient, no, it doesn't come.
I think he talk about 10th century BC. You talk biblical. You talking about the kingdom of Israel, right?
Yeah,
right. We're not talking about.
There's no Israelite at 2500 BC, bro.
Hold on, because Demet is somewhere in this area, right, Garfield?
Yep.
That's Djibouti right there, bro.
The kingdom of Demet.
Look at the year, though.
2500 BC.
All right.
That's Egyptians right there, bro. So you are Egyptian.
Biblical. You saying it reached the region before the Israelites even became a people?
Yeah,
that's what you said.
Correct.
Oh yeah, it's over. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So here, let's get into this.
Yeah, let's go ahead and finish this.
All right, so 2500 they hit Djibouti, the modern day Djibouti.
Let's go ahead and
down the Incense Road. Look, that's the Incense Road, bro. That's the Incense Road.
Down the Incense Road. so you gotta see that they gotta walk down the road.
The yellow brick road.
Wait. What period are they saying Solomon and all this stuff from the Kebra Nagast? What period is that?
That's what I'm zooming in right now. It's around this time. So this is the late Bronze Age.
Okay.
Right. That's what I'm about to show here too. So you got it.
So why are they already in the Horn of Africa in the late Bronze Age?
Well, they were traveling back and forth before then. That has nothing to do with the price of a can of beans.
Hey, when is Abraham set to exist?
I can't even call it, man. Those dates would be all.
I bet you it's after 2500 BC.
When you start getting into the to the biblical narrative of time, it is not what it's supposed to be.
I agree. Yeah. I agree with that.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, so you're not.
You gotta say
6,000 years. I absolutely disagree with that. I think that
you're not a younger.
We gotta say roughly though. You have to say roughly.
Oh, listen. That's dead. Hey, biblical DNA. I'm gonna take this down so he could show his thing.
Hang on. Let me see the end of this video.
Yeah, let's watch the end, brother Garfield.
Yeah, let's watch the end.
This shit is funny as hell. I hate to do this to him, man. Damn, man.
So around this time, like. The whole Abraham concept would have been around the 3rd or early 2nd millennium BCE.
Okay.
So you have to still have a rough estimate. You can't just sit there and say, "Oh well, we don't really know." No, you have to have some type of chronology to prove your biblical narrative. You have to have a chronology because we have a Hebrew calendar, we have an Assyrian calendar. So how don't we have an Abraham, like a rough estimate of when he would have been around?
I don't agree with the timelines on it anyway, because I don't believe that man started 6,000 years ago.
Yo, you know what's crazy, yo? That lady that came on the show and said that the dude that died in LA, man, from Eritrea, he was Selassie reincarnated, yo.
Oh, man.
Check that shit,
bro. About Nipsey?
That was wild.
Nipsey, yeah.
Said Nipsey. Nipsey's Eritrean.
Oh, wait. We got action. in
Look at
Sudan.
this, Garfield. Hey, so what were we saying, Zion, earlier? What was Brother Garfield telling you, trying to explain to you?
What was that? You refresh my
watch.
memory.
Look at the time. Watch the time elapse. Watch
Zoom
this.
out. Zoom out
Look
a
at the
little
time.
bit. Zoom out a little bit. This is the first century. We're talking about New Testament.
Look at that.
Okay, shit.
So what's New Testament time period?
No, wait. I mean, for the first century was
900 CE. What happened 900 CE?
Wait. Go back to
Eritrea. Look at Eritrea.
Go back to one. Go back to one.
How is it avoiding Ethiopia? It's crazy.
No
Go back to one.
No problem. What?
Wait. Where's 800? Where's 800 BC?
Watch it again.
8th century.
We're at 100 CE.
That's when the New Testament was written, like 70 CE.
Okay.
We're at 700. We're at 800.
We got Jews.
We're talking about
Ethiopia.
Mr. John, 1200.
What's the problem?
Look at 900.
So wait, but it actually destroys the.
Where they at in Ethiopia? Where they in northern Ethiopia? Where they at?
Oh, you're talking about 900 now with Daniel the Danite, Eldad
the Danite. Yep.
Eldad the Danite, 900.
Okay, so he was an Arab, right?
Where they at?
You said he was an Arab?
Nah, he was a Jew.
Yeah, he was.
He was a Jew. Okay,
Yeah.
so now what you're saying,
man.
so this kind of destroys the fact that you're saying that they were converts if they had the DNA.
So show me the DNA there. 900.
He just showed it to you.
There's no
That's right there, the purple.
Where?
That's the DNA.
Where in Ethiopia? Where?
That's P58.
Where?
Bro, look at the screen.
Going into Northeast Africa at the 9th
Northeast
century.
Africa, but not in Ethiopia.
That's part of that is what you got to remember.
Pause.
Ethiopia's borders have gotten shorter.
Pause at 700. Pause at 700 real fast. You're at 800. Pause at 700. It looks like it's inside the border there on the eastern, right?
There you go.
It's not in the northern part.
It's not in
I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's there.
You talking about the
migration is not stagnant as we see.
You talking about the Beta Israel, Garfield?
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking about? The northern?
Yep.
Are they? It's a gray.
Right there.
They're right
But
on the
this is-
border.
In all fairness, though, this is estimates. This is not
Right.
definite. Estimates.
But it looked like even hundreds of years later, they still didn't penetrate into Ethiopia. I'm confused.
Facts. You see, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. You got to look at the tradition. The traditions that they have is kind of weird. It's kind of rare, right? But we could see a Christian origin to all that they believe in. They could be like Sabbath keepers. They don't necessarily have to be Jews. And I think this is where the argument is where everybody's at a standstill.
Right, but you can't say that they're right. But you can't say that.
Hold
but
on.
we can't say that they're Jews, and we can't say that they're not either, right?
Because they're not showing any Jewish practice.
They're not showing it. They're just showing the DNA. Right.
I'm gonna read something that's gonna bug you out. Right?
Wait. Let's play the rest of the video. I got to see the ending. Zoom out.
You want to see this?
Yeah, I want to see the end of this video. I want to see where they end, where it stops. It's like avoiding Ethiopia. It literally spread all around Ethiopia.
Conspiracy. I think he did it.
He's
I'm sorry, but let me go ahead and look at the chat right now.
I think he programmed it.
The chat. I gotta see.
Keep
the chat.
going.
Anybody saying nothing about the chat? Say that again, Patar. It basically avoided Ethiopia.
It's basically just spreading all around Ethiopia and avoided the entire modern country.
Yeah, I mean, if Zion could please bless us with the S&Ps of JP58, if he could do that, you know.
Press play. I gotta see this. All right, Somalia. It looks like the Ogaden there on the eastern part, right?
Goes straight through.
And then can you zoom out completely so I can see like where it's at the end, like completely on the planet? I'm talking about 1200 CE. So this is Zaria Co, Prester John, Saudi Arabia.
What else? You want all the way? I got you.
Yeah, like right there is cool. And then just play it and just stop it on the last frame there, like modern day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you said this is Ashkenazi or this is something else?
No, that's the Kohanim gene, or what they call the Kohanim gene.
And Ashkenazis don't have that?
Ashkenazi only has 12%. Only 12% of Ashkenazis have it.
Okay.
Not 12% Ashkenazi. Ashkenazis have 12 normally on average 12% of the J1.
12% of the J1. What do they have the most of? What is the most of
R,
their?
I think R.
They have everything. They have E1, B1A, E1, B1.
No, they like a court. It's like they like split it to 4: E3B, J, R,
everything.
and other. Yeah.
Some of them have E1, B1A too.
Right.
Yeah, like 10%. Yep.
Okay, so
can I read this while you're looking at that? Following that, he read in the journal Des Debate in 1845.
Wait. Hang on, sorry, Garfield. This is 2000 CE. We're talking about 25 years ago, right? So they're saying no one in Ethiopia today has this P50.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Because then you know, like it's not like this is stagnant. Because people are moving around.
We don't have a report saying that though.
Right, but people are moving around.
We have the
we have that. Could, you know, biblical DNA could show Ethiopia and East Africa and show this. I mean, do you have
but by the way, Zion, in all fairness, you might be attaching yourselves to the wrong Ethiopia, because remember, Nubia is Ethiopia. That's what we're talking about. So you're connecting to this Ethiopia because
that, you know, before Haile Selassie even named the land that we call, you know, currently Ethiopia. That whole region was actually called Ethiopia.
No, it wasn't.
Oh my God, I got maps on that too.
Bro,
I got those maps.
Bro, stop. You're lying, bro. You are lying. I
got the maps. I got multiple maps.
Go ahead. Show us the map.
Ethiopian
stop.
Ethiopian Ocean. Come on, bro.
Okay, share your information. Go.
Come on, man.
Go ahead, share your information.
Let me read you got me freaking.
Bro,
Yeah,
Zion, you are a horrible researcher, bro. Hold
on. I'm on the fly. Don't call me a hot.
Zion.
That's my education.
Zion. All you need is Garfield's information, and you be unstoppable.
No, I don't.
Because you
self-adulating now.
Have the Brooklyn Magic. But let me read this for the audience real quick.
You're self-adulating now.
Garfield,
let me read this.
Wait. I would like to see on that map though the time, because you're saying it's Nubia Kush in the Bible, right? And you know the specific time period, like 3500 BCE, right? Is that when the biblical time period was? I would like to see if that genetic marker was there at like 3500 in Nubia.
Not 3500 BC. It would be there like around 1200. It'd have to be when Israel existed as a society. It wouldn't have to be there before that.
Well, let me look it up because I have it somewhere on here.
Let me read this while y'all doing that real quick.
Let me read. Yeah, go ahead.
On my own show.
Go ahead.
A collection of questions regarding the Beta Israel and the Abadi's responses were finally released in France, first in Archives Israelites and then in the Jewish Chronicle. According to Abadi's numerous sources, the Beta Israel thought they had settled in Ethiopia about the time of Solomon, but they had certain remarkable ideas about themselves that are incompatible with Judaism, as known by other Jews. Celibacy, ceremonial suicide, and the clitoral excision of girls as young as 8 years old were among these ideas. It is necessary to remember that the Beta Israel did not consider themselves to be Jews. At the time of the first European involvement in Ethiopia, they considered themselves to be, historically, the word Ahud was used by Christians as one of the several negative terms for the Beta Israel, but it was often used to define pagans and Christian heretics. The Beta Israel by themselves never used it. When Joseph Halevi, an Ottoman-born Jewish French Orientalist and explorer best known for his extraordinary travels in Yemen, and the first Western Jew to contact the Beta Israel, went to Ethiopia as an emissary of the Alliance Israelite Universal in 1867. He was unaware of this. Let me just say it again. Remember what it says. They had celibacy, ceremonial suicide, and the clitoral excision of girls as young as 8 years old.
Okay.
That is not Hebrew.
Yeah, that's not Hebrew.
That's not Jewish culture.
I agree with you on that. That damn sure ain't.
Don't worry, Zion. We're gonna set up a debate Thursday, man. Me and you.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's
debate it.
Yeah, because then I can really do my research.
Garfield,
I don't do off the fly research, man.
Garfield, it does say. Let me, if I may, it says the biblical references to Cush reflect historical interactions and contexts tied to this region known archaeologically as the Kingdom of Cush or Nubia during specific time periods 1500 to 500 BCE, with the core historical events tied to the Napatan period 1000 to 656 BCE, especially the 25th dynasty 727 to 656 BC. So yeah,
All right, let's take a look at the map. Let's get biblical DNA's map back on the screen. One second, my brother.
All right.
Come on, biblical DNA. Don't run, bro. Give us that map.
Which map, Brother Garfield?
The map you just had.
We're trying to look at Nubia between 1500 and 500
Right.
BC.
You went JP 58 or?
Yeah, JP 58. Just to make make Peter feel comfortable.
No. I just want to know because Garfield stresses the historicity of the Bible. I want to know what we're talking about here. You know.
No, when it comes to the historicity as far as Nubia, I don't think the Bible got it wrong. I think they got it right because that part of the Bible was probably written in the Greek period. That part, that storyline.
Real quick, Garfield. Would you mind? I want to do something for Zion real quick because I want to make him feel like he learned something today. I want to.
The hubris is amazing.
I mean, I'm just saying. Okay, so listen, I really want to help you out, right? So according to the sample that I just showed on Family Tree DNA, I see a sample from Ethiopia. He has an S&P J-FT B55970, and the countries in Ethiopia on Family Tree DNA. Can you show me where exactly this S&P is found?
No, I cannot.
Do you not see this on my screen?
I see what you're doing.
I'll put it on the screen right now. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, let me see this.
Okay.
Oh, okay, now I see it.
So real quick, so this is a sample right here from Ethiopia. Do you see it? Ethiopia J-FTB55970.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
but that looks like it's in Saudi Arabia, bro. That don't look like it's Ethiopia.
That's not Saudi Arabia. It's Yemen.
Or Yemen. That looks like that doesn't look like
Yemen, and that Yemen is literally Sheba. That's the kingdom of Sheba, brother. Just remember that. Remember that this is where the kingdom of Sheba. That is literally the kingdom of Sheba.
Hey! Come on.
Check this out. When does the mutation occur, Brother Garfield?
2050 BCE.
So this is way before there was ever an Israel.
Right.
Way before.
Okay.
This is early Bronze Age, early to mid Bronze Age.
Okay. Nobody said that Israel that the gene pool was that Israel has its own freaking isolated gene pool.
It would have to be associated with those around that time. The mutation would have had to be over here, though, brother. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. The mutation would have to be over here.
I think that's why. Explain why.
Because that's where, okay, if I'm associated with a population, right, in Germany, a Germanic tribe, and coming from Austria or Hungary, right, my S&P, the mutation time, has to be around the time of their migration patterns during that time. My mutation, biblical DNA's mutation, would have to be around that area during that time to be associated with that population. That's how that works. So if they didn't have a mutation over here during this time, so you telling me they went all the way down here to Yemen, like you're saying, and went all the way back up?
No, I'm saying that the transmigration first went, the first migration wave went into the Sinai Peninsula and then to Middle East, or what we call the Middle East now. Then there was an expulsion where some went up north to the Levant area, and then there was a back migration from the Levant back down into this area. Other migrations then went down the Incent Road where those arrows are, going down into Yemen, and some migrations went over into Egypt, where we saw on my map. And
you made that up, bro. You made that up.
Yeah,
you made that up.
What was the first people? Who are you talking about? We don't know on this.
Who's saying first people? I never said nothing about no first people.
Which people are you referring to?
Zion.
You guys are being tedious.
No.
Listen. Hey, biblical DNA. This is a waste.
Let me read my article and then we can get.
This is a waste of time.
Why is this topic taking so long?
It illustrates everything that we just said.
I'm just glad that you were able to show me these things, my brother. I appreciate it, man. Now you want to show these slides from the Wikipedia website? Let's go, my brother.
Not a UP. Yeah. It's Wikipedia. All right, so yeah.
You was about to lie and say
no, because I have another because I was about to pull up that Ethiopia map.
What is the purpose?
I was about to pull up the Ethiopia map that you denied existed.
You know what? Why don't we
challenge everything that I say?
Hold on. Why don't
I don't have an education?
Why don't we skip this and get to the Ethiopian map?
Bronze
8:47. We got 30 more minutes left. 8:47. Bring up your Ethiopian maps. The one that's ancient. I want the ancient ones.
Oh, you're talking about the Ethiopian.
Man, I'm not playing that, man.
You're talking about the Ethiopian map.
This is a map. This is a okay. Hold on.
He's talking about the Ethiopian Ocean and all that, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Show it.
Let's see it.
Hey, real quick, wasn't there something y'all want me to show real quick based off the time on the
Yeah. Go ahead. In the meantime, cause you know he ain't
gonna find it. God, it's right here, bro.
Oh, hold on, biblical DNA. Let me get excited. Hold on, biblical DNA. Let me
can you go back to the 1500 BC?
Hold on.
Yeah, I got you.
Take care of that. Go ahead, my brother.
Okay, there it is. There's the map.
What year is that?
I don't know what year it is. I'm gonna have to look it up. Ancient Ethiopia map. And it calls this ocean, Ethiopic Ocean, Ethiopia, the whole entire area right here.
That's beautiful.
Okay.
Can you show us what year that map was made, please?
The year, bro.
Let's see.
Like while he's looking for the year, can you play the video?
No, let's get this out the way, right? Beautiful DNA got to do. Beautiful DNA. We just want from 1500 to 500 BC, the J marker, the J1.
In Nubia, in Kush, in Nubia, Kush.
In Kush, yeah.
1500, you said?
Still, you can call Ethiopia here.
Hold on. What year is that?
Bible map. Hold on. I'm trying to find the link, man. You rushing me and
I know these
answers already. Hoops that you're not making nobody else jump through.
I mean, even Unseth mentioned these maps.
Oh, so if you know them, then why ask? Don't be disingenuous. Tell me about the map.
Said that they were ancient maps.
Educate me.
Ancient maps. And they call all of it Ethiopia. So show me all of this country called Africa called Ethiopia. Go ahead.
This is a biblical map called Ethiops. This is biblical. Or no, that's not even.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on, stop.
Were you looking for the map that says Judah?
No.
Ethiopic Ocean.
Ethiopian Ocean. We know when that was.
I know. I'm joking. I'm thinking he's pulling at the Weta.
Ethiopian, Ethiops. When did they use that terminology, bro? These are not like new maps because they don't even use those terms. 1575, circa 1575 on here. African.
1575 BC?
No, AD.
Oh.
What's the difference?
I thought you said ancient. You said an ancient
Ethiops.
The whole Africa was Ethiopia. That's what
it was
said.
called Ethiopia at one time. I never gave a date.
What was called Ethiopia?
See that? Never gave a date. Ethiopia, Upper Ethiopia. Let's see what this says.
The Greeks referred to everybody in that region, I thought.
No. Watch this. If you notice, this map says Abyssinia, right? What is Abyssinia?
That's modern day Ethiopia.
It was still called Lower, Upper Ethiopia.
Where's Upper Ethiopia?
Right there. It says Upper Ethiopia is downward, right? And Lower Ethiopia is this way. Just like Egypt used to have the map was kind of upside down in ancient times, right?
And when is this map made?
Southern Egypt was down here, and northern Egypt was down here. Upper Egypt was over here. I don't see the difference.
What year was this map?
Negro land. This has to be around the 16th or 15th century as well.
Okay.
Because it says Negro land.
You don't have an ancient map then.
If you find it, you can share it. But
there's no
ancient. Anything about how ancient does it have to be? I said there's old maps.
Hey Zion, I'm gonna tell you a secret about that I know about you from years ago. You talk a lot of shit and you can't back it up. And every time I ask you for a source,
debate me. Every time I asked you to debate, you would see. That's the whole thing.
We were supposed to debate, and you taught me how to debate.
You asked me for a source off the fly, then you can sit here and stump me all day because you want to stump me. You want to stump me and try to raise the goalpost and raise the bar when it comes to me because you want to argue.
Like Dr. Issa, you're not on my level.
What are you talking about, bro? I do this. I'm in law school, bro.
I mean, I'm a law student.
Law school ain't got nothing to do
I'm a law
with
student. This is what I do.
Law school ain't got nothing to do with history, bro.
You can't argue a case like this. Why you won't get in the ring with me?
See, I told you you got the Brooklyn Magic, but
You
you ain't
will
got
not
my
get in the
information.
ring with me,
You ain't got
though.
my information. Oh,
You
you
will
see,
only
did you
do
find,
this
hold
on
on,
your
hold on. Don't interrupt me.
Where
Did
you
you
can-
find that 7th century source yet?
Where
Did
your
you
little
find it
thing.
yet? Did you find that 7th century source with better Israel? Did you
Who
find
said
it yet?
Let's debate on it. How about that? Let's debate on it.
You don't
I already gave it up on the debate of Israel thing. I already said, you know what? You know what I'm saying? I already did that.
Oh, you
She
didn't
wasn't
say
listening.
that. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I said, you know what?
got
That's
an ego.
fine. I don't care about Beta Israel. All I have to do is prove horror on my side because I'm focused on. You know what I'm saying? Danites don't have nothing to do with the price of gain of beans to me.
No, because the purpose of him saying
My
that.
whole purpose was to
Zion, why
focus
did I?
on Ethiopia having J. I proved that.
Zion. What is the purpose of me mention Eldad the Danite? What's the purpose of that?
To try to deny the line that was above it, the 7th century line.
No, because the Danites.
I mean the other one, the 4th century.
No, because the Ethiopian traditions that the Beta Israel have is based on the Danites.
Okay.
That's where they got it from.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm bringing up Eldad the Danite. It started in the 9th century with Eldad the Danite.
Right.
That's their tradition, their first tradition that we talk about. Why do Ethiopians claim they come from the tribe of Dan? Because of Eldad the Danite saying that they were in Ethiopia.
Okay. Cool.
If Eldad the Danite is lying, what other tradition do you have that stems from that before that time period? You said the 7th century. You know, we don't argue about the 7th century, but the point is, I am saying to you, if you are trying to say the Ethiopians had Judaism, just point it out to us, not only me, because you're never going to prove it to me. Try and prove it to the people in the audience, because I know bullshit when I see
I
it.
can't prove anything if I keep getting cut off and then everybody's heckling and doing all that stuff. And then trying to raise the bar on what I provide. Raising the bar on what I provide as opposed to what everybody else provides.
But you a lawyer,
you got that. Yeah, you going in and nobody's really had to pull no sources. You know what? I honestly say that I don't really pull sources and citations like that until I'm in a debate because it's a waste of my time. On somebody's platform when they're just going to banter and mudsling. You know what I'm saying?
Walter Stone.
So that's what it is.
What does Fossy mean? What does that mean? Fossy.
Mr. Fossy boy. Mr. Say Mr. next time, okay? When you're disrespecting me, just say Mr.
Oh, I didn't. Would I disrespect you?
Not you, the guy on the screen.
Arthur, what does that mean? Fossy.
Fossy is like saying bati. It's like saying
saying pussy. Saying pussy.
Yeah.
Oh wow, nigga,
So-
what?
So that marker didn't even touch Nubia Kush until basically the 1st century.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
And what is that, Patar? Like what is wrong this time?
Oh no, I'm just saying because the biblical Kush, which is Nubia, right? They wrote about basically their surroundings at the time. They were referencing Nubia Kush from 1500 to 500 BCE. Basically, they're saying that that area, what is that? Lower Egypt and up northern Sudan. Lower Egypt and northern Sudan is Nubia Kush from 1500 BCE to 500 BCE, and then it was mistranslated into Ethiopia. I was just trying to see if there was like any
3rd century BC. That's when it got translated to Ethiopia.
Which century?
3rd century.
3rd century?
Yeah, BC.
No. I thought it was way after that. I thought it got
it was 3rd century BCE. That's when it got translated to the word Ethiopia. And
No, because I thought John Wycliffe translated it in like 1600 or whatever into English into Ethiopia.
The Greek version of the Old Testament, they changed the word from Cush to Ethiopia. The Greek version.
Oh, in the Septuagint, you mean?
Yes, sir.
You talking about Ethiopia?
Ethiops, right?
Ethiopia, they changed it in the 3rd century. Yeah, I just wanted to see if there was any genetic markers in that region during the biblical period. It looks like there wasn't. He played from 1500 to the 1st century. There was nothing there.
And he did 1st century. That was the Jews got expelled from Israel right? Again. Go to Ethiopia.
About the solar eclipse and that not.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Say again, what you say, brother? Wait, what did you say? They got expelled from Israel again and did what?
In the 1st century AD, 70 AD, and 135. Yeah. That was what happened during that time.
They didn't get expelled. They got removed from one era of Israel to another. so they didn't get expelled.
He said self-proclaimed law student mispronouncing Djibouti. Hey man, I mispronounced the deluge one time on a
There's
live.
nothing. This is a whole different language. Laws. You don't have
So-
Djibouti in the daggone Black's Law Dictionary.
What did you get for your What did you get for your undergraduate degree?
My undergraduate? Well,
Yeah.
my undergraduate is I just completed my undergrad. Now I'm beginning my law school. But my my associate's degree is in paralegal studies and
Okay.
research, right? And then my bachelor's degree is in social sciences and criminal justice.
And so you know how to do proper, like you know how to get peer-reviewed articles. and
Yes,
stuff
I know
like
how to do all of that,
So-
man. I had freaking LexisNexis and.
Wait, how do you have Lexus? Hold up, pause.
You had a you had a Lexus Texas?
How the fuck you
Yeah,
got
when you
Lexus
go to-
Texas?
when you go to
He's a
paralegal-
fed, Joe. He's a fed, Joe.
Yo,
No, listen, Lexus.
Wait a
no,
minute, you had a Lexus
I need
Texas
to
and you
log
ain't
in.
LexisNexis.
LexisNexis is a public-
I need the
It's
login.
search engine.
It's like a federal
It's a legal search engine.
legal search engine. Yeah.
Yeah, so when you go to class, if you go to paralegal studies or anything in law, they literally, the school will open up LexisNexis to you for you to be able to
Do you have access remote or you just have it on campus?
remote. You
Oh,
literally
damn, bro, let
freaking
me get
go
let me-
online.
Bro, let me
No,
get
I don't have it right now
Wait,
because I'm
wait.
out of school now. I'm out of I completed my bachelor's. Now I'm getting ready for my law degree.
They won't give that LexisNexis shit to anybody, bro. I gotta
No,
go
you
to
gotta go.
campus
Yeah,
and
when you're
beg
in
people.
class, they give it to you. You literally get your own portal and everything.
Why in law school?
So this is
In
proof that
paralegal studies.
Nah,
When
he's
I
a Jew. He's really a Jew then.
When I was in paralegal studies, they opened it up.
Zion, hold on.
That proves he's a Jew.
This is proof that Pitar is
That's
not an
proof that he's a Jew. He got what everybody else can't get.
Everybody that's saying Pitar is an agent because he's in a suit and tie. He's not an agent because
Haile
you don't have
Selassie wore suit and
LexisNexis.
tie.
I tried to get LexisNexis. They said, nah, bro, that's for professionals.
In
I'm like,
college, they did through the college. You can did it.
Hey,
Through
his
the college.
his jewelry is confirmed.
Through the
Yeah.
college. Through
He
the
shares
college.
ancestry with Ariel Sharon. That's why he got it.
If
All
you're
right,
taking
DNA,
legal
you good,
courses,
you good, DNA, we good.
legal
Just have
study
to reach
courses,
9 hours.
CIA, bro.
your college
you,
already
my brother.
pays for it.
You're
Your
welcome, you're
pays for
welcome, brother.
LexisNexis for the students. So you
Zion.
can get in. If you get a paralegal
Yeah.
course, you get in the LexisNexis.
Are you looking for something? You was Googling map of ancient Ethiopia. Why? I thought you had it.
Yeah, I'm
already.
still finding the maps, man. But you know what?
Oh, okay, good luck.
You know what? I see that I'm not going to win. There's no arguments in here, even when I'm right. But
It's not about winning,
I'm going to
bro.
digress. I'm just going to digress. You know what I'm saying?
Has no friends, bro. I learned
I'm
that
just
from
going to digress.
the truth has no friends.
Garfield.
Your
I think
truth
you-
or my truth?
But wait, I don't think you understand the
Truth is
significance of the
subjective.
Zion. But do you understand the significance of the maps though? Because they're calling those regions Ethiopia like way after biblical time periods. Because the biblical time period is from 1500 to 500.
Right, I know that they called it
BCE.
Kush at one time and all of that, but when you get up to, I would say around the Greek period, they called Ethiops was just called the land of sunburned faces, and they pretty much like gave a big, huge freaking.
Hold on.
So you're talking about a Greek map?
Time out. You said they call it the land of
Ethiops.
Where was it?
Sunburnt faith is what
Where
Ethiops means.
where was that location?
He's talking about a Greek map.
And so it was all of North. When they looked at the map, it was all of North Africa. But for the Greeks, they called all of that Ethiops. They called all of that. Even you looked at.
I want everybody to look at their screen right now.
Look at what is it? Not Minos, the king.
I don't listen to one word this dude says.
See, he just keep cutting me up, so I'm wasting my time. I'm wasting my time. I'm casting pearls.
Nothing that you say, bro. I swear to you, I don't
casting pearls, man.
You said the northern parts of Africa was called Ethiopia. Where?
Northern parts of Africa and the Greek, and then there's maps that say that the whole. There's maps where the whole thing. So if you're saying like the 16,
when was the northern parts called Ethiopia? When was that called Ethiopia? I'm showing the map, Herodotus map. When was
Ethiopians? Look right there. It says Ethiopians, and that's Libya. Hey, hold on. That's not even. That's not. So Ethiopia.
Hold on. Where is North Africa? Where's North Africa?
That's North Africa right here. Libya. It's North Africa.
Where?
Here's Arabia. Look at this crazy looking map. And what does it say right here? Ethiopians,
where's North Africa?
Macrobians. Look at this foolishness.
I'm asking a question. Where is
Oh
North
man,
Africa?
I'm done
brother,
answering
all
questions.
of Africa was called Libya.
I'm done answering questions, brother. It says
All of-
Ethiopians
Slow
right
down,
here.
slow down. Let me take this off and show you. Let me take it off and show you. Read the article.
Relax.
It's gonna show you. It's right here. The Greek historian uses the appellation to refer to region south of Egypt when describing Ethiopians. South of Egypt. South of Egypt. Okay? Okay.
Yeah, cite the source.
South
Cite
of
the source.
Egypt.
Cite the source. Where's the source?
The
source. All we gotta do if you want the source,
Listen,
the library history.
I can accept that.
The source.
However, I just showed a 15th
say
century map that said Ethiopia, and it said Ethiopian Ocean, and all of that stuff.
That's 15th century.
You said, "Oh, that's not ancient."
Why would a 15th century map be valuable in
But
having?
what is this 8th century with the Ethiops? So I'm saying, at the same time, North Africa was considered Ethiops.
When?
Zeus, Ethiops.
When?
Bro, whatever, man. Debate me on it.
No, because Zion.
Look at this. Look at this. Everybody quiet. Hold on. Watch this. Homer in the 8th century is the first to mention Ethiopians, writing that they are to be found at the east and west extremities of the world, divided by the sea into the eastern and western. In the book of the Iliad, Thetis visits Olympus to meet Zeus, but the meeting is postponed as Zeus and other gods are absent visiting the land of the Ethiopians. And in book 1 of the Odyssey, Athena convinces Zeus to let Odysseus finally return home only because Poseidon is away in Ethiopia. And
Poseidon.
Now, Hesiod speaks of Memnon as the king of the Ethiopians in the catalogs of women. He said that the Egyptian king Epaphus was the progenitor of the Ethiopians and other dark-skinned tribes of Libya. Now, let me go back to this right here again and say this to you. Libya, according to Herodotus, is the known and unknown areas within that continent that we call Africa. All right, that we call Africa today. Libya. Ethiopians are the people. He's referring to the Nubians and somewhere around here. He's talking where Kush is. He's calling these people Ethiopians. Macrobians, if you look at Macrobians based on the map, it's right where Yemen is, where the Ethiopians would be, where Demet or Aksum would be. So I would like to know, he's saying Ethiopians, referring to probably the darker skinned people below the Sahara Desert.
On the Nile. He's talking about the Nile people.
I don't know about whether it's the Nile people or not, but I'm saying he's referring to people who are darker skinned below the Sahara Desert. I don't see this is not the northern part of Africa. Northern part of Africa is where Carthage is, where Cyrene is. You see where Libya is, where Atlas is. All these areas. But Libya is the whole entire place.
But Garfield, see the line, that Nile line. Do you see that line, that blue line that says the Nile? They were calling Ethiopia, Herodotus and these guys were calling Ethiopians the people along the Nile in that Kush region.
Thank you.
No, it's not. Thank you. They're not. It's not referring to modern day Ethiopians back then.
No, I never said it was referring to modern day.
That's what you're. No.
I'm saying that there was a larger.
Zion is right. He's not. He said it's the North Africans. Remember, he said North Africans were called Ethiopians. I would like to see a source that says that and show that.
Not North Africa.
This is not North Africa. This is below Ethiopians. This is not calling them. He called Libya. This is Libya. What are you talking about?
Libya is what? No, I'm looking underneath
like Egypt. Libya is like Egypt at that point, right?
No, Libya is all of Africa. All of Africa.
That's what they're calling all of Africa. Okay.
All of Africa.
All right.
Let me show you the source right now. So I don't come off as a pseudo right now.
Because it does say Libya and then Africa in parentheses. It says Herodotus, Libya, Africa is imagined as extending no further south than the Horn of Africa.
No further than the south.
So basically, they didn't know any more of the continent than there, right? Because they're saying sea, right?
That's why it looks like that. They having it like it was water when there was actually more landmass.
Right. So basically, modern day Ethiopia is like in the water where you see Eritrean Sea down there, somewhere bottom right.
Yeah, that's how I would look at it.
The Austral Sea or whatever.
So, Garfield, so this map I mean, since it's obviously not accurate, like how why is this considered credible if because it looked the whoever did this, they didn't even know about the whole landmass.
At the time, they didn't know about that stuff because, like, I mean, who knows how far they explored,
But
right?
why would they put the water there when they never knew that it was actually water? If you get what I'm saying? Because where it says Austral Sea, we know that that's not correct, that that's actually landmass would be there. The person who did this, they just thought that there was water there.
They just guessed that it was water, I guess.
I got you.
Because they didn't go beyond that bottom
But
line.
I'm saying scholars don't question. This is considered like
I'm sure there's
credible?
an explanation. Yeah, I'm sure there's like an explanation as to why they thought it was the Austral Sea. I'm sure you could find out like why they thought that. But I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Just mean southern, like Australia, right?
I don't know. I wouldn't make that leap, bro. Australia is like a modern.
I'm guessing. I know that as a fact. But Garfield, I come on your panel. I'm waiting for you to acknowledge me. But I could get a debate with you about that whole Ethiopian Jewish presence and that, because I find you like to pick on you like to hand select people to come on the panel so that you could beat them up and things. Me and Madrid, I want a debate.
First of all, you got to go in an era where we could actually hear you. We can't hear one word you're saying.
Grok says he just had limited knowledge of Africa's extent. The Greek had like certain cosmological views, and they had confusion with inland seas and lakes, and terminology interpretation. So basically, in summary, Herodotus' belief that Africa was bounded by a southern sea stemmed from the Phoenician circumnavigation account, Greek cosmological ideas of a world-encircling ocean, and limited knowledge of Africa's true size and shape. He didn't use the term Austral Sea, but his descriptions of a sea to the south of Africa reflect the speculative geography of his era. For further details, you can explore Herodotus' Histories, particular book 4, sections 42 to 44, where he discusses the Phoenician voyage and Africa's geography. So he's using secondary sources, basically, to draw this map, apparently.
To draw it. Okay. This is one.
Herodotus, like all Greeks of his time, knew the continent of Africa as Libya. His usage of the term Libya was, however, not precise. Besides using it to refer to the continent of Africa as a whole, he used it when speaking particularly of North Africa. But he did consider all of Africa Libya.
Okay. Can I read this real quick? Let's figure that out.
So not Ethiopia. He said Libya, not Ethiopia.
Okay, fine. That's what Homer said, or Herodotus?
Herodotus.
But he called all of the people of Africa Ethiopians or Ethiopians, right?
I don't know if he called all the people of
No,
Africa.
I think it was just along the Nile.
Generic,
It was
generic
just
term
along
for dark-skinned people.
I think it was dark-skinned people along the
dark
Nile.
below the Sahara. That's what I was thinking.
Okay. Let me read this here because
The Sahara is below the first cataract.
Greek and Roman Geography, Dictionary of Greek and Roman Geography, 1854, William Smith. You got it up? Okay. Let me see here. So let's see this. Ethiops or Ethiopia, right? Seneca Q, Ethiops, right? Ethiopicus, the Cush of the Hebrews, right? In the Bible corresponds a more extended exception.
29:10, by the way, they made a mistake.
Acceptation of the modern regions of Nubia, Shinar, Kordofan, the northern Abyssinia. In describing Ethiopia, however, we must distinguish between the employment of the name as an ethnic or generic designation on one hand, and on the other as a restricted to a province or kingdom of Meroe.
Where you
or
reading
civilized Ethiopia.
No, yeah, Moreau, that's right. But that's
Hey, look at this. What it says right here. This is interesting right here. You're gonna read that line that you have.
Right here, Ethiops is a generic or ethnic designation comprised of inhabitants of Africa who dwelt between the equator and the Red Sea and the Atlantic, or Strabo speaks of
Strabo speaks of
Hesperian Ethiops Ethiopians, of the Farusi and the Mari, and Herodotus describes them as occupying the whole of South Libya. Okay.
Now, why would he say South Libya?
Right under Libya. Okay, because he called it all Libya. Gotcha. Okay, I'll take that correction. The name Ethiopians is probably Semitic.
No, let's gloss about Garfield, right? I'm just
Listen, you said I was right earlier, so
I'm missing.
All right.
Go ahead, man.
So the name Ethiopian is probably Semitic, and if indigenous, certainly also, since the Ethiopic language is pure Semitic. Mr. Salt says, to this day, the Abyssinians call themselves Ethiopian. The Greek geographers, however, derived the name Ethiops and applied it to all the sunburnt, dark complexion races above Egypt. Herodotus indeed speaks of Ethiopians of Asia, whom he probably also designated from their beginning of darker hue than their immediate neighbors, like the Ethiopians of the Nile. They were tributary to Persia, to the reign of Darius. They were straight-haired race, while their Libyan namesakes were, according to historian, woolly-haired. But the expression, I don't know how to read that, must not, let me see.
That's Greek. That's Greek.
I know it's Greek, that sometimes if you touch it, it'll freaking pop up the translation. Must not be construed too literally. And neither the ancient Ethiopians as depicted on their monuments nor their modern representatives, the Basharis, Shengalas, have strictly speaking, the Negro hair Asiatic Ethiopians were equestrian people wearing crests, headed armor made of hide manes of horses. From Herodotus, we infer that they were Mongolic race, isolated from the steppes of Kurdistan. Boundaries of Africa, Ethiopians are necessarily indefinite. The boundaries of African Ethiopians are necessarily indefinite. If they were, as seemed probable, the ancestors of Shangalas, Bish, Reyes, and Nubians, frontiers may be loosely stated as the Abyssinian highlands to the west, Libyssinian desert to the north, Egypt, Marmarica, and the Indian East, the Indian Ocean, and the Red Sea. The boundaries of Ethiopia proper or Meroe will admit of more particular definition. Okay.
I don't know what's the purpose of reading all of that, because after the first two lines, it was a dead issue. But hey, let me say, Lawyer Smith, I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
So let me ask you this. So when I'm pulling up those maps,
conversation, or are you gonna just leave it?
Let me just ask you this: when I pull up those maps, the 15th century maps, those are old Bible maps. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying anything.
So where did those maps come from? Because they were 15th century.
Those maps are, I don't know why those maps were made. I don't know why they call it the Ethiopian Ocean. I don't know why. I'm not in their heads.
And that's 15th century AD, though. It's not ancient in that sense.
But those are not ancient maps. But
gotcha.
Ethiopia, I think the term Ethiopia is overrated. We shouldn't even use it, because it's not. If we want to go back to the text,
well, you have to use it.
Hold on. It's originally not in the text.
You have to use it now, Garfield, because
the Hebrew. Hold on. The Hebrew don't have Ethiopia in it. The original Hebrew. So if we're going by the original text that you guys say that you come from, you never had Ethiopia in the text.
Yeah, but because Haile Selassie is the King of Kings of Ethiopia and Lord of Lords,
let me kick him off one time.
Rastafari.
I gotta take a break for that. I ain't got time for that shit right now. I ain't got time for that right now, Peter. I don't want to hear that bullshit. I ain't got time for that, man. No, it's 9 hours, man. Come on, I can't even make it. Even make no shorts off of this shit. It's too long.
Listen, my phone mic don't work all that good, right? But
yeah, you good. What's up?
I've been listening to the conversation, and the point of Ethiopia, the whole point of why Zion Child was pulling up those maps is that you said that Haile Selassie changed the name to Ethiopia, and
I said Haile Selassie changed the name to Ethiopia. That is not true.
I said that.
I never said that, my brother.
Yeah, I said that.
No, well, this is known. This is known that the name was officially put as Ethiopia during Haile Selassie reign.
Hey, Dred, do me a favor. Go out and come right back.
No, it's my phone. It's my phone. But here what happened. I will when me and you could have a proper debate, Garfield. That's what I really want to find out.
What do you want to debate? What do you want to debate?
I want to debate a couple of your talking points, but specific. If you want one, we could zero in on is that you claim that the Jewish presence in Ethiopia starting in 9th century after after the Danite man, and I saying it's that
Eldad the Danite.
Right.
All right. So we don't
right.
have to debate that. You could just win right now. Just bring your proof and go. We don't have to debate that.
No,
That's a stupid debate. Go ahead. Bring out the information right now. Go ahead.
Come on. I want to debate you in a formal debate. That's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't debate that topic though. That's dumb. Why don't you just tell us right now? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I stand corrected.
Now listen. Why would you say something on your platform that you're not confident to debate it? Why
But
would
that's a stupid debate though. Who would want to watch a debate saying, "Hey, there were Jews before Eldad the Danite"?
I think that.
Hold on. There were Jews in the place called Ethiopia today, claiming that they come from the Danites before Eldad the Danite.
I think that's a very pertinent point because you trying to say that the history falsified before the 9th century, and I telling you it have a history before that. So I think that's a pertinent debate. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, anybody in the audience want to see that debate? That's a waste of time.
I do.
So Zion, what does that prove ultimately? Let's say there is proof that there's Jews there before Eldad the Danite. What are you trying to say? You're trying to say
it supports the argument of the Kebra Nagast, even if we're taking the lore out of it. Take the lore, the Kebra Nagast.
Yeah, but you know that was created in like the 13th
I know,
century.
that's not the point. See,
What's
like,
the point?
listen,
Why
like,
you
even with
shouting, though? Why you like? I'm like, what's
I'm not
going
shouting.
on?
I'm close to the daggone computer, the mic. Okay, I'm leaning forward. That's why.
You like
I'm
to
not
talk
yelling.
to the mic, huh?
But if it's
See how I'm leaning. If I lean, is that any better?
Pause.
If the book is created 13th century common era.
So wait, state your question again, my brother.
He's saying, what's the big deal?
No, okay, so this is what I'm saying. Like with lore, there's sometimes there's truths involved. There's some historic relevance to lore, even though you might have parabolic freaking progenitors or whatever. There's still some historic relevance.
You agree that the Kebra Nagast was written in like the
oh yeah. No. I'm not standing on the Kebra Nagast being like a history book. Okay, I'm definitely not doing that, right? But I think that what is transmuted through that information is that there was a connection between North, Jews and Southern Arabia, right? Which is Yemen.
Why though?
And
Why?
Well, there's bloodlines going through. There's families going through. They're sharing these books. They're sharing these traditions, and those traditions are passing through.
The Himmerite kingdom is. You think the Himmerite kingdom is a Jewish kingdom? You believe that?
The Himmerite kingdom. No. I'm saying that. So when you get to the story of
they adopted Judaism.
Remember,
Judaism he converted.
That's fine. The Egyptians supposedly had gone out with the mixed multitude too, and became Jews.
Oh, that's a story, man.
It's a story, but there were people who mixed in with each other.
Nobody in their right mind believes this bullshit.
Wait. But
only us in America.
You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
We need to throw everything out.
Wait. He's saying this supports. But Garfield, he's saying this supports the bloodline of Solomon by.
No, it supports that there is a mixture between the Jews and the Ethiopians, or even Mediterranean people, if you want to call them Arabs or whatever. The people who lived in those areas, Canaan, like even with the Qumran claimed to be Canaanites.
In order to support a historical narrative.
I don't know why you're working against Haile Selassie's daggone
asking.
Hold on.
Royal dignity.
Time out. Where's
His
Dre?
claim is
Dre,
based
Dre,
on that.
His claim is based on the title,
Zion
not on the
and
genetics.
Peter.
No, not the title.
Hold on a second.
Title
guys.
goes with the Bible, with the biblical
Hold on one
narrative.
second, guys. Hold on one
Not
second.
necessarily.
Hold on. Dre, not one person in the chat put the number 1 to say they want to see that debate. Not one person. Mika, she doesn't want to see me debate, so she don't count. That's my right or die right there. Nobody, no one will put a 1. They got one person now put it.
I come onto the platform because it's 5 years now. It's 5 years now trying to hold you in a debate, right? You keep sliding out.
Please don't try to hold me. Please don't try to hold me. Please.
Try to catch you in a debate.
You know what? Are you friends with Mika on Facebook?
I don't know Mika. No, I don't know her.
Cause that's my boss. That's the person who promotes me and books my debates. Hold on.
I asked
this is what I suggest.
Very cordially, right?
No. I have no problem with that. What I'm saying is, I have no problem debating you. Let's just pick a topic. Put your email in the chat. Let Mika send you an email. Tell me all the topics you want to debate, and we just line up a debate as soon as possible. I have no problem.
All right, I'm gonna come off the platform, put my email in your chat, right, and continue listening.
Yeah, Amika just send him an email and just set up the topic, and she'll sort it out. Anything she say, I do. That's my boss. All right.
Where Qatar go? Qatar left. Where's Qatar?
No, I'm here. I'm just behind Mika.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still.
I want to ask you this question.
I didn't kick him off. Don't think I kicked him off.
Let me just ask you this question really fast. Since you want to take the Jew and Israel thing out of the Bible or out of the Rastafari or Haile Selassie element,
just out of the interpretation.
Well, okay, so
but
then how does Primus Saint Croix become Jesus if the biblical narrative is not relevant?
Nah, I'm not doing that.
But I can quickly answer that, Garfield, very, very simply. So basically, because the Jews are the Trinitarian Rastafarians, according to the Bible, the correct interpretation of the Bible, because Primus Saint Croix is a traditional Rastafarian, he came with the new doctrine saying Haile Selassie is not Christ. He is the Father, the God and Heavenly Father of Christ. The Jews, who are the Trinitarian Rastafarians, they took up stones. They took up the old teachings that Haile Selassie is the reincarnation of Christ to stone him, to berate him, to tear him down and say, look, man, Haile Selassie is Christ reincarnated, Christ in his kingly character, not the
What does
Father.
Selassie mean?
Selassie,
What's the definition?
Selassie means Trinity in the Amharic language.
Wait, so he took on the name of Trinity, but Trinitarianism is false?
He was baptized under the name Haile Selassie, which means might of the Trinity or power of the Trinity, when he was like 40 or 44, 43 days old in 1892, right? After 40 days, you baptize the children. He was baptized with that name, and that's the word Trinity is not in the Bible. That's an extra biblical term. No,
it's in the term of God. Actually, Selassie is in the Bible.
We've been on the air for 9 hours and 25 minutes. Hold on, Pitar. I've had enough of this show, and I've been on here. I've talked. I've participated the whole time. Pitar, nice seeing you, man. I got much love and respect for you as usual.
Long time no see.
But what I'm gonna do is, I think Pitar and Zion need to do a debate.
Yes.
Who is the Christ of the Bible? Is it Troy or Haile Selassie? I see a debate. Set it up Thursday nights. I don't know, Zion. I don't know if you're scheduled Thursday nights. I don't know if Pitar is scheduled Thursday nights with y'all Haile Selassie stuff. What y'all do? But if y'all could take a Thursday night off from like around,
let's do that.
Between 6 and 8 or 8 and 10, we could do it at nighttime.
So
tell me what it is.
Does Zion think that Haile Selassie?
No. Haile Selassie is the comforter, but he is a Christ. He is a Christ. He's not Jesus Christ.
I mean, I'll debate you, bro. I mean, I don't care.
Pitar gonna beat the brakes off of you, Zion.
Come on, Pitar. You ain't gonna prove to nobody that promise of St. Croix breaking statues is Jesus.
Listen,
you know how to make flyers?
By the time the debate is over. By the time the debate is over,
Pitar, give Zion your email. Put it in
give me your email. Put it in the private chat.
Y'all set up a flyer so that he could do flyers and put it on my channel. It has to be on a Thursday though. Thursday 6 to 8 or 8 to 8.
By the
All right.
time the debate is over, you guys will all be members of my cult. So.
Even Mika gonna join.
You gonna have a whole bunch of Kool-Aid cups sitting over there.
Be Mrs. Prema St. Croix. She gonna be Mrs. Prema St. Croix. That sounds good, Mika. That sounds good.
He had me kind of intrigued with that scientific explanation though. That got me a
But
little
that was
interested.
good. That was good. Even though you can't, put an objective on.
Zion, you got my phone number, right?
Do I have your phone number?
Hey,
no, I don't. I don't. Garfield.
Put the email in the back. So take the email right now before
I got the email over here. I got Patar's email.
Beautiful. Both of y'all hook up. Get the pictures. It doesn't matter which Thursday. You just gotta let me know.
All right.
My email is Ask Brother Garfield. Let me put it in the chat.
I'll let you decide, bro, because I do this for
fun.
Well, no, but I do this whenever necessary. And today I saw you going towards Haile Selassie. I was like, I better jump on, man.
Yeah, me too. That's what I said. I said, uh-oh.
I didn't even disrespect the Selassie the whole time. I was good.
No, you was good. He was very respectful of rosters too. Like,
I was very respectful. I ain't violate.
Yeah, man.
But Pitar knows my history. Sometimes I just be going off. I be blacked out and just do whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, I can't let you beat him up too badly, Garfield. I gotta come in and help him out, help the rosters out a little bit, even though they
crazy.
They don't like me.
Hey, listen, family.
I'm starting to think
man. You good?
I'm starting to think the feminists don't like me. I don't know.
I said earlier.
She got a crush on the Serbians.
Patar's not just a Rasta; he's an actual Rastafari. That's what I said earlier because you see the divinity.
I'll say I'm a Rasta all day, but
you're a Rasta. You're a Rasta. You're a Rasta. You're a revolutionary.
I'm a Rasta.
I'm a Rasta.
Garfield is the new king of Shashamane. That's right. Talk about it, Kwame. What?
But I got a lot of love for the Emperor. You know what I mean?
All right, cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, peace and love. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for the panel. Thanks for staying the whole 9 hours. Obi, oh my God, Obi, your wife is mad with you right now, boy. You hear
man, this was interesting.
Hanging out with me all day. Oh man, but I think I covered everything. I covered the BC era with the Dimit Empire. I covered Aksum. I covered the genealogy, the lineage with Aksum. I covered Bob Marley. I covered he died a Christian. I talked about the doctrine. I talked about the Kerenagas. So we did all of that. We hardly talked about his Haile Selassie God, though, to come to think of it, which I don't want to talk about.
Yeah, you didn't want to get into that.
I named the show that, and I didn't want to talk about it. But shout out to the Rastafarians like Capleton, Sizzler, Luciano, the people that influenced my life and in many more ways than one. And shout out to Bob Marley, man, one of the greatest human beings ever lived. He had a white father, so what?
Peter Tosh.
Peter Tosh, who is the greatest Rasta that ever lived.
Hey, what are the
he may have been an Indian paternally.
Man, get out of here with that.
You know what we're gonna? Sorry, Obi, but you know what? Zion and I are gonna debate. We're gonna debate whether or not Haile Selassie was the conquering line of the tribe of Judah. I have documentation to prove he was not the conquering line of the tribe of Judah. I know people.
Let's have more than one topic.
Let's not argue titles. Let's get down to the nitty gritty of the theology.
Okay.
Not just titles, because anybody could take a name and say, yo, you know what I'm saying? Somebody named me Joshua Emmanuel, and that means that I'm this, that, and the other, right? But that doesn't mean anything. There's like the star, the Sirius B that popped up on July 23rd, all of that stuff. Let's get down to them and argue about, you said he's God the Father, and I'm arguing that he is the Holy Spirit in flesh.
I forgot you're Jewish,
cool. We out of here,
hey, listen.
Hello, we out.
Hey, what y'all should do after this? We go play Early B Visit of Haile Selassie. One of the best songs ever. That's how you cap this off.
All right, family, we out of here.